Welcome everybody. Are you okay?
Yes.
That's good. This is the first time we have arranging stuff like this, so there's a little hiccup with the technical stuff, so, but most likely it will be fine. So, Christian. Okay. Sorry. Regarding HSE, the emergency access is out there to the left. If anything happens, we just have to go slowly to the door. Emergency exit there, there, and there. The staff here will open all the doors, and you can just go slowly. Toilets out to the left. When you walk around here with coffee in your hands, you have to be a little bit aware that you might spill on yourself or someone else. So go slowly. Don't walk too much around with the coffee, okay? So preferable would be best to just consume the coffee out there, but okay. We are a bit hard to season, okay? We radicals. Aye. Yeah. We have a very nice program for you guys. I hope you're going to enjoy it.
So, and the presentators are top-notch. A few of them are doing it for the first time, but I think they'll be fine. They are super skilled, so they know what they're talking about. So, yes. You all have a receipt program, so you know what's going to happen. Yeah? It should be replaced on all the tables. So first we're going to have a musical session, and then you're going to hear some beautiful music from Hege Christine and her famous guitar player. So, yes. Okay?
Good morning, all. People get ready for the truth train coming. You don't need no baggage, you just get on board. All you need is faith in the whistleblowers. You don't need no ticket, you just thank them all. Yeah, yeah. People get ready for the train that's coming, picking up passengers from coast to coast. Faith is a key over the doors and borders. There's room for all among the loved and lost. Yeah, 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 yeah. Now there is no room for the hopeless sinners whose heart of mankind just to save his own. Have pity on those whose chances are good, 'cause there's no hiding place from the truth that comes. Oh, people get ready, there's a kingdom coming. Don't need no baggage, you just get on board. All you need is faith in the whistleblowers. You don't need no ticket, you just thank them all. Yeah, yeah. Ooh, I'm getting ready. Thank you. Well done, the famous guitar player.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the Spotlight Conference, revealing the bigger picture. My name is Thomas Middleton. I represent the local organizers for this event, Initiative. Initiative is a people's movement to stand up for truth, freedom, and democracy, believed to be basic values of a modern society. However, more and more people realize these values and characteristics, which many of us take for granted, are under severe pressure from big money, big tech, big data, big pharma, and the other big bad ones. This has become ever more clear during the last 3-year period. The binders, the paperclip, was used as a symbol of resistance against the occupying Wehrmacht here in Norway during the Second World War. Some of us see some parallels with the situation we are experiencing now. It is with mixed feelings we welcome you to this event. It is with pleasure, of course, but also with a feeling of concern about how the world is evolving. This conference is a joint venture between Binders Initiative and Children's Health Defense Europe, two organizations working to promote similar topics and values based on truth, freedom, and democracy. Today, we will be directing the spotlight at some of the most important questions and topics in the world today. In fact, they're so important and difficult, they're often met with censorship and other evil and cowardly techniques to hide true information from us. We are here today to bring light to and to discuss these topics. Klaus and his stakeholder friends gather in Davos to conspire on how to increase their power and wealth. We gather here in Stavanger to stand up for truth, freedom, and democracy. I'd rather be here. Welcome to you all.
Good morning, everyone, and very warm welcome at the conference. Let me join Thomas and thank everyone who was organizing and making it possible that we gather here today. It's very important because we do need to get the truth out. We do need to get everywhere we can, to turn every stone we can, to change. But these are real numbers. And we can continue with the children. Over 266 children died already, registered in the system. And what we also know, that in the system, we only have 1 to 10% of what the real, this is official reviewed paper declaring that. So for the media and everyone else who denies or doesn't want to look at real facts, please join us and look at these numbers. But not only the numbers, because these are statistics. Behind the statistics, we have a family, we have a child, we have a mother, we have grandparents who are devastated by the events. And we are talking about children who were not injured by COVID, so-called COVID, whatever that is. Today we are here to talk about, to look at how did we get here? How did the society get to this level when something dreadful, something horrible like this could happen? We will have experts, politicians, activists, analysts joining us to look at how did we get here? Was it intended or was it just willful blindness or the harm that was brought about? We are going to look at what is visible today, what are the facts and evidence what we have at hand. And of course, we need to stop it, and we need to bring it to different turn. So we need to start thinking about, to start with how do we do that? How do we make sure it doesn't repeat? How do we hold people accountable? And what is our future society need to be like to make sure it doesn't ever happen again? So please welcome all the speakers, all the organizers who put their heart into this event, and also in front of the screens, the stream. Stay with us, think with us, work with us, and take everything you can away from here to make sure that you can fulfill your individual duties, because we have duties for our children to leave this world different. Thank you.
Good morning, Stavanger.
Good morning, Stavanger.
We have an incredible day in front of us with a lot of information to digest and a lot of incredible speakers here from all over the world. So we hope you're going to enjoy the day. My name is Aga Wilson, and I am a journalist, a mother. I'm a humanitarian. I launched the Can We Talk About It global campaign for vaccine injuries. And there's so much more to tell, but I'm going to stop there. And also, I am your host together with Jonathan today.
Yes, good morning, Stavanger. Thank you for being here and for making this such an energetic hall. I think it's going to be a tremendous day. My name is Jonathan Gilthorpe. I'm an Englishman that lives in Sweden, a research scientist, a teacher, and a humanitarian. I'm not really here for my career. I'm here because I'm here for the future of our children, my children, your children, everyone's children. I think it's so important today that we have that dialogue that has not been had in the mainstream media, that has not come down from our governments and our regulatory bodies that we trusted to take care of us. And it's down to us, I'm afraid, to take that role. So I hope you have a great networking event. Arga and I will try and keep this thing floating smoothly, introduce the speakers, keep the panel discussions going, and look forward to catching up with people in the breaks.
Yes.
So I think without further ado, we'll go ahead with the first speaker. So Arga's going to introduce Jakob, and then we'll alternate through the day so it doesn't become too boring. Okay, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Jonathan. So, our first speaker is Jakob Nordangård, who is a Swedish fellow countryman of mine. And I had the pleasure to interview him recently. He is a Swedish researcher and author with a PhD in social change and technology from Linköping University. He's recently written an extremely interesting book that I'm about to start reading very soon, and I'm super excited about that. And his lecture will be based on his latest book, which is The Digital World Brain, and it will inform us about how we are moving into a global digital surveillance and control society. So a big applause to Jakob Nordangård.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Yes. Yes, it's working. Fantastic. Yeah. Okay. My talk is called Shapers of the Future, the Digital World Brain. I will go through the idea to create an organ to manage global challenges, a world brain, and how this has become a part of the United Nations' current efforts to upgrade the multilateral system, what they refer to as our common agenda. This grand project, however, risks developing into a global technocratic dictatorship. This is my books. Rockefeller, that's about the climate agenda, the background to how the climate agenda evolved. And the global coup d'etat, that's about the background to the pandemic, how the pandemic started, and my latest book, The Digital World Brain. And that is the talk what I'm going to give, more or less about the digital world brain. The shapers. Who have shaped this agenda? This is a quote by Zbigniew Brzezinski. He said this in 1970. Power will gravitate into those who control information and can correlate it most rapidly. Our existing post-crisis management institutions will probably be supplemented by pre-crisis management institutions, the task of which will be to identify in advance likely social crises and to develop programs to cope with them. This could encourage tendencies during the next several decades toward technocratic dictatorship, leaving less and less room for political procedures as we now know them. One can say about Zbigniew Brzezinski that he was a kind of a futurist or a futurologist. Those are people that are whose specialty or interest is futurology, or the attempt to systematically explore predictions and possibilities about the future. It shall not be confused with futurism as an art movement, but it shares some similarities or parallels with the idea to reshape society, to destroy the old order, to create something new, and also the idea of that industrial management is the best tool to achieve this. Futurists are motivated by change, always change. They are not content merely to describe or forecast. They desire an active role in world transformation. And they have grand ideas about the future, a vision about perfection, creating a utopian society. But also the idea of doomsday. This is Thomas Malthus, lived in the 18th century, and he said that we have to do something about population. We have to control population, because if population grows too much, we won't have enough food to eat. And this is a big prophet among a lot of futurists, as we shall see. And also, these shapers and futurists, they think that technology is the savior. This is a religion of technology. Technology can solve anything in the eyes of these futurists. You probably heard of H.G. Wells. H.G. Wells, the science fiction writer. He was also had big visions for the world, and he was called the first futurist. He had ideas of a future utopian society, and he wrote a book called The World Brain. A perfect ideal society run with management techniques. And he also described this, how we should create this new world through an open conspiracy. He had a friend called Julian Huxley. Julian Huxley was founder of the UNESCO, United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization in 1946. He also had these visions of a future society run by scientists, run perfectly. And he was also an internationalist, of course, and an eugenicist. He wanted to create a better man. And he coined transhumanism, the idea of the merging of man with a machine. And he called this the evolutionary humanism. With evolution, we will create something new and leave the old behind, the old human. And these ideas that Huxley and Wells had came to this fellow, Professor Oliver Reiser. He had also an idea about this perfect society. He wrote a book called The World Sensorium. That's what he called the world brain, the world sensorium, a sort of a world federation run by scientists. And he sketched up a plan for this in this book, Cosmic Humanism and World Unity. And he stated that what they wanted to achieve in this utopia was global political cultural integration, a common language, which I would say is the computer language that we share now, a world religion. We discuss in this book how to create a new world religion, and a controlled evolution, control humanity, the population, through eugenics, transhumanism, and to technologically interconnect whole humanity. And this would develop into a world organism with a world brain. Every people connected together in one whole, and with one at the top, a brain that manages everything. And also education to instill the right global values. He referred to this grand project as the Solomon's Temple, but not a physical temple in Jerusalem, but a temple in the sky. So, quoted here, he said, the Solar temple as here proposed is the vision that man should be projecting. It will not have its foundation in any spot of the surface on earth. It will be a temple in the sky. And you can see here all the idea of science running everything. And the United Nations as a world government with world news and a world university. A utopian idea. But people, these futurists wanted to achieve. And how to achieve this? The doomsday clock. You know about the doomsday clock. It's in the University of Chicago since 1947. And it's very close to 12 now. I think it's 90 seconds. And this is Eugene Rabinovich. He was an editor of a magazine, Bulletin of Atomic Scientists, one of his scientists, futurists. And he said in 1947, if a world government causes to triumph, it will need more than the sympathetic endorsement by the majority. People must be made to feel that their own security, freedom, and prosperity, yes, their very survival, depend on the creation in our time of the world rule of law. We have to scare people to get what we want. And the world future society. Here we find these futurists, this grand vision all these ideas that Huxley's and Reiser and the scientist of the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists had, came to the World Futurist Society, founded in 1966, with the idea they wanted to be a part of this. They wanted to develop methods to help co-create and architect a better future and a better world, run by the scientists. And this is some of the famous futurists that was a part of this, or still is a part of the World Future Society. Buckminster Fuller, Arthur C. Clarke, Gene Roddenberry, that's the Star Trek originator, Herman Kahn, Alvin Toffler, and Ray Kurzweil, as you probably know about. He has the Google now, and he talks a lot about the singularity. And these futurists, they also discussed scenarios about the future. Herman Kahn, in 1967, he published this book, the year 2000, about ideas about how this future would evolve and what they wanted to have from the future, what they wanted to create. So it was grand visions for what would happen. And a lot of these things you can see have evolved today. And these ideas, the futurists, they were working at institutions like this, Stanford Research Institute and the RAND Corporation. Think tanks that is very well connected with the military. The military has always been futurists. And when we come back to the doomsday clock, the world problematic, and the Malthusian ideas, if we don't do these changes, doomsday awaits. And the most important think tank for these ideas was the Club of Rome, founded in 1968 by Aurelio Peccei. He was the second man at the Fiat motor company. And these doomsday prophets have had an enormous influence on the agenda about what happens if we don't adjust the system and create a world federation or a world management to keep humans and the planet in check. These were a think tank by the wealthy people. We also find people like David Rockefeller were involved in this, and his friend, the head of Fiat company, Giovanni Anelli. At the same time, we had some books that came out talking about this changing of society into something totally new. Between Two Ages by Brzezinski, Shock by Alvin Toffler, and the mentioned Aurelio Peccei, the chasm ahead. Something would happen to create this new society. And at the Stockholm Conference in 1972, Sweden is so into this agenda, run by the General Secretary Maurice Strong, but also was very well connected to the Rockefeller Network, and also a futurist. He was a member of the World Future Society and the Club of Rome with this idea of changing society. Here this agenda was introduced on the international arena. And in 1975, World Future Society had a meeting in Washington where we discussed how can we do this? How can we create and influence opinion and everything? So we will get to the society we want to achieve. And this is Warren Wager. He said, there is no better time to implement radical changes than after a worldwide catastrophe. That's the thinking. And at this same meeting, Erwin Laszlo, a member of the Club of Rome and a member of the World Future Society, presented this project, Goals for Mankind, a Club of Rome project. In this report, they have defined through computer modeling that the resultant ideal sustainable population is hence more than 500 million but less than 1 billion people in the world. And this has been repeated a lot of times. And this is, of course, Gro Harlem, Brundtland. The Brundtland Commission, one of the most important reports ever written about, and that's the futuristic agenda. That's the scientific agenda. That's how to create this future technocracy. That's our common future. And they always state this. It's common, together, the world organism. Roland Brundtland, together with Maurice Strong. They are both members also of the Trilateral Commission. They were Rockefeller's elite organization. Very influential report that led to this Agenda 21 in 1992, and with Maurice Strong at the helm again, and they stated, in our hands. We always say that like this, in our hands. We want the world in our hands. Is it the dove or is it the hand that takes the globe? The scenarios. These futurists had scenarios for how to create this new society. So, members of the Club of Rome and the Earth Charter Commission, they started this initiative, the Great Transition Initiative. And this was a plan on, or they developed scenarios on how could the world evolve in the future. And you can see the globe in pieces put together again, like Build Back Better. And they say this in this report, a reconstituted world order. That's the goal. Before the crisis, global governance was effective primarily in one area, setting the terms for liberalized trade, deregulation, and privatization. But after something comes the World Court, the reconstituted World Union, and the World Regulatory Authority. We state this in this report. So we have an idea of creating a world government. And this is United Nations and the Rockefeller Foundation. They are behind this report. So we state this is printed. But how to achieve this? They have this these scenarios, three main scenarios: conventional worlds, barbarization, and great transition, and they are divided in 6 parts that they saw in the future in 2002. The first, market forces, business as usual. That means power moves to the private sector, international banks, and the WTO. The EU is largely a toothless platform for international conferences. High-minded rhetoric and crisis management. Not good, according to them. Policy reform, on the other hand, the economy is aligned to environmental goals. Governments are able to forge comprehensive initiatives to align the economy with environmental and social goals. Incremental change is achieved, fundamental change is absent. It's not enough. And then comes the more scary scenarios that you might recognition regarding what happens a couple of years ago. The fortress world. This is a world where systematic global crisis deepens. When the systematic crisis deepens, powerful international forces are able to impose order in the form of an authoritarian system of global apartheid, with elites in protected enclaves and an impoverished majority outside. And I know those who wrote this report, they said when the pandemic arrived that it looks like we have a fortress world scenario now. And if this fortress world scenario don't work, as they can't keep the power, they see that we will have a breakdown. The authoritarian forces of fortress world are unable to counter spreading chaos as environmental and social crisis spiral. Control, conflict spreads, and institutions disintegrate. But bad, we don't want it that way. And if, from this is another scenario, if breakdown comes, we could develop something like this in the future, eco-communalism. But this isn't the preferred scenario. The emergence of a patchwork of self-sustaining communities. And they state that this won't happen if it's not a recovery from a collapse. But this is the preferred scenario that they had. The new paradigm. We have global democratic governance. It looks like a high-tech future, doesn't it? It envisions the ascendance of new categories of consciousness, global citizenship, humanity as a whole, the wider web of life, and the well-being of future generations, alongside democratic institutions of global governance. So that's what they wanted to achieve. And how to change the world. So they gave advice. And these reports are used by the United Nations Environment Programme. We have to create a global citizens movement that can create an alternative vision and effective strategy for realizing it. Consciousness action must rise to the level of a global citizens movement. I don't know if you think of someone. Any name? A little Swedish girl, maybe? Greta. So that's one of the ways. The other way, triggers for transformation. This is from a follow-up report. We can't achieve this only with just movements that we create. Another path to general crisis might be initiated by an unprecedented pandemic, perhaps via an extremely contagious disease vector. And that's just one of them. This was written in 2006. And just 4 years later, the Rockefeller Foundation came with this report, Scenarios for the Future of Technology and International Development. And they had the pandemic scenario, lockstep, and also an hack attack scenario. And we also had a more or less a breakdown scenario. And also the clever together. We work together as a whole human family to solve our problems. But But this report was built on some premises. It was about how can we implement new technology, because this future utopia will be run with high tech. So they predicted a lot of new technology that would come, that was mature at that time. But people hadn't accepted it, so how do we get people to accept this new tech? So it was based on this work. The common agenda. In 2012, the future we want, it was stated. By whom? Not by us, I think. But some people wanted a future, and some of them, you can see here, the Rockefeller Brothers Fund, they actually was behind this slogan, the future we want. So they furthered the agenda, and they decided that because of the bad feeling we had from these doomsday scenarios, how all the world will just collapse and everything would be awful, we had to paint it in a better way. So that's where we get the Agenda 2030. That looks very good if you look on the surface, but not if you look inside. Because this is what's inside, of course. Klaus Schwab and his book, it came just some months after this Agenda 2030, in late 2015, and presented at the World Economic Forum meeting in 2016. And yeah, this is a new futuristic manifesto, I would say. The idea of reshaping humanity and the planet with increased digital technology, reshaping the physical world, altering the human. I remember reading that at that time, and I asked, what are they saying? It looked like a Nazi propaganda book or something like that. And last, integrating the environment. And everything is about technology. And then we have the partnership with the United Nations. And they were supposed to work together now with this, to shape the future with all these shapers and groups. And they announced that now a decade of action would come. And Greta arrived in New York. And they stated it's a planetary emergency plan. We must have an emergency. And this was done by the Club of Rome at the same meeting. We have to declare an emergency. And then came the Great Reset. With the pandemic declared, it was just like in the lockstep scenario by the Rockefeller Foundation. Just a few months later, Klaus Schwab declared the Great Reset. And Antonio Guterres, stated that we had to do something. And the United Nations, they did that. They arranged a meeting, the Global Governance Forum. You can see that Gro Harlem Brundtland was there as well. And they now had a plan, a big plan, called Our Common Agenda. And this report resembles what's stated in the Rockefeller report about, oh, wait. Can't I go back? About controlling the future. Yeah. So this is Our Common Agenda. And everything is about how can we control the game and everything around us. And if we don't do it, we will have more planetary crisis, the Club of Rome has told us. And the next thing came, the trigger, the war in Ukraine. Just a few months later, Another former prime minister, the Swedish Stefan Löfven, were heading the new multilateralism platform, a high-level panel, to create incentives to achieve this, our common agenda. But it was other people that were very influential in this. Farman Shanmugaratnam in the background, a part of a group of 30. And he stated that things will get worse. We have entered a perfect long storm. And behind this panel, we also find the Global Challenge Foundation with the Swede Johan Rockström, stating what we have to govern our climate future better. And in 2024, where we have a meeting called Summit of the Future, that we will decide this new agenda. It's a pact for the future, and they will adapt tools for better to cope with pandemic disease, runaway climate change, violence in fragile states, economic shocks, and cyber attacks. And they will have a declaration for future generations, because they don't count on the current generations. The current generations are a problem. So, recognizing that we are in an era of existential threats with intergenerational consequences. And they also will have an envoy for future generations, because we are the generation that destroy, and they want to an envoy for future generations, and they have talked about making it an artificial intelligence that decides for the future. They also have something called the Global Digital Interdependence, a global digital compact. That's a major part of this agenda. Everything digitized, everything is about data, collecting data from everyone. We took help from Melinda Gates and Jack Ma from the Alibaba Group. That's the ones that created the social credit system in China. And digital ID, of course, a system that won't allow us to do anything without have this ID. Restrictions everywhere if we don't follow. And space is a big part of this agenda. Global satellite monitoring of the whole Earth system. This is the satellite temple. And we also have the idea of creating a futures lab where we want to filtrate all data in this system in order to predict human behavior patterns and climate risk. That's the things we want to do. We talk about creating a digital replica of our planet, so they can monitor, understand, simulate, and anticipate future events. So that's why we need to digitize it. And also this control of information, the Ministry of Truth. And they state here, the ability to cause large-scale disinformation and undermine scientifically established facts is an existential risk to humanity. And that we own the science. Melissa Fleming from United Nations said this. And we know what science this is. This is climate science, and this is health science. Influencing behavior. We have this idea to influence how can we, through sludging and nudging, influence people to think better. And we're going to release a global catastrophic risks report every 5 years to see what will happen next. What kind of future complex shocks can we see in the future? Climate events, future pandemics, event involving biological agents, and things like that. unforeseen black swan event. As Klaus Schwab said, there will be certainly what we call the black swans, the unpleasant surprises which will come in our way. In order to fix this, they have created or have said they want to create an emergency platform that will automatically be put together when a crisis hits, together a multi-actor network, all the grand players, big corporations in it to solve the crisis. We talk about Global Health Threats Council, and that they want to have a new global surveillance system in order for the pandemics, to handle the pandemics. But we also want to save the whole planet. The Global Commons Alliance, a big plan for a small planet. It's an initiative by the Rockefeller Philanthropy Advisors and the super rich foundations. Oh, wait.
Time to wrap up.
What?
I think we need to wrap up.
Yeah, no. Yeah, there's something wrong with the presentation here. But they want to achieve a system of more or less total control of the Earth system with planetary stewardships and create a warp speed plan to handle this. And this is a problem, of course, with this is my ecological footprint. And I live a modest life, but 4 Earths. But what about these people that are behind this, these super rich billionaires that has funded these projects? What action is needed across those technologies in some way will be the master of the world? And this is where we could be heading if these people get their way into a singleton, a single decision-making agency at the highest level. Once formed, a future singleton might be perpetually stable. This could happen if surveillance, mind control, and other security technologies develop in such a way to enable a singleton effectively prevent the emergence of internal challenges. All we have to do is declare the planetary emergency. The doomsday clock is very close. And this is from the Great Transition. As they declare the planetary emergency, using a revamped United Nations as their platform, a state of planetary emergency is declared. A campaign of overwhelming force, rough justice, and draconian police measures sweeps through hotspots and conflict and discontent. We can hope, but we don't get this future. And I don't think they will succeed. This is their idea of a digital world brain. You can read all about it in my book. But I don't think they will succeed because they don't work with truth. They work with lies. And truth always wins in the end. Thank you.
I apologize for being like the doomsday clock, getting ever closer. Then I went back again. But we started a little bit late, but we need to push a bit. Oh, sorry. We started a little bit late, but we need to push to keep to time. Otherwise, we won't have any time. So, without further ado, it's my great pleasure to welcome Alexandra Latipova. Sasha is actually one of the inspirations behind why I'm here, because it was early work that she did with Project Enigma that got me very interested in the fact that EMA had done some very dirty things to get the vaccines approved. So Sasha is a former pharmaceutical industry executive. She's owned and managed several contract research organizations, running clinical trials for over 60 international corporation businesses. She was born in Ukraine, moved to the United States in the late 90s, and holds an MBA from Dartmouth College in Hanover, New Hampshire. She has, through her work after she retired, found out and researched deeply the irregularities involved in the documents that were behind the health security, HHS authorization or payment for Moderna and COVID-19 vaccines. And also...
Microphone closer. Microphone closer.
Closer, sorry. And looked in great detail about how together with Catherine Watt, how the whole situation behind the vaccines were funded and legally supported or illegally supported. So she's going to present her findings as evidence that the US Human Health and Human Services had the intention to harm the human population. Welcome, Sasha. Is your mic on?
And this is forward and this is back? Okay. Well, good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming here. It's a great audience. Thank you for inviting me to speak. My topic today is weaponization of healthcare by the global supranational crime cartel. And thank you to the previous speaker who described who those supranational cartel members are. They are private interests that have captured governments that we thought were sovereign governments, but no longer, because due to capture through these private interests, private-public partnerships, control of money flows, especially control of technology, those private interests captured our governments. And now we have this captured situation where the healthcare, something vital to us that we trust and believe in, has been militarized and turned against population in order to implement those goals of totalitarian control, reshaping of the whole society, and building this dystopian, in my opinion, Borg, or one brain, merging all the humans together. And also they are not shy about talking about their goals of reducing the global population. So we're walking into a crime scene, and the crime scene looks about like this, where this nice healthcare person is holding a murder weapon. We need to investigate it as a crime scene investigator would, starting from the murder weapon, from the poison shots. But before that, I'd like to introduce you to this idea of the kill box, something that my friend Catherine Watt talks about, and our mutual friend Todd Callender, also he's an attorney. It's a military term. The definition from the US Department of Defense Dictionary of Military and Associated Terminology, it means a three-dimensional space which military establishes, which coordinates, enables timely, effective coordination and control, and facilitates rapid attacks. And that's exactly what they have established for the entire world. We are living currently in a world that has been structured as a kill box, with all these levers pointed in the direction of both harming, eliminating, and terrorizing survivors. So let's start looking at it by investigating the murder weapons. And this is how I started researching this issue in early 2021, when these so-called vaccines were rolled out to the market. Also, as previous speakers noted, and all of you are aware, immediately after the rollout, there was a huge signal of injury and death. A lot of people died right away. For example, in VAERS, if you search today, for the United States, there are over 4,000 reports of people dying on the same day they were injected. and 10,000 reports of people dying, including children, within 3 days of injection. And if you're telling me those people were so sick from COVID and otherwise had such a bad health status, were about to die, were within 3 days of death, which typically is very obvious, then what was the reason for injecting them? And if you have a coffee shop, a Starbucks, where over a period of about 18 months, 4,000 people go there and die on the same day, wouldn't police investigate that Starbucks? Wouldn't that be interesting? For some reason, that was not interesting to our health authorities. Another point I noted, and I've presented this data before, I started looking not just at the signal of overall injury and death. What was interesting to me, because my background is in the pharmaceutical R&D, is I wanted to look at the data by lot number or batch number. Batch numbers exist on all sorts of consumer products and pharmaceuticals. If you buy a soda in a store and you open it up and it smells bad, well, don't drink that. But there's a lot number on the box and you can report it to the manufacturer. And the manufacturer, the reason those numbers exist, because those numbers are attached to information about where the product was processed, how it was made, where the raw materials came, which production lines, and by giving them that number, they can retrace it, they can find what happened, and they can then recall the lot from the market, and they can also correct the problem. This is how the system is supposed to function. So that's why I was looking at the lot numbers of these injections and adverse events and deaths reported for those lots by people who were injured and by family members of those who were dead.
Excuse me.
Mm-hmm.
This, can you just
Okay.
streaming?
Like this? Okay. So this is the graph that I created at the time. On the y-axis, we have adverse events and deaths, serious adverse events and deaths only. I'm not showing all, but only serious. And then on the x-axis, all the lot numbers that we had verified with CDC for vaccines released in the United States, and this is Janssen, Moderna, and Pfizer. And I compared them to the historical data for flu vaccines, also arranged by lot numbers. And not all of the lot numbers are shown here because there's so many. And as you can see, flu vaccines were traditionally manufactured and within the constraints of the good manufacturing practices and generally following good manufacturing practices. Although today I don't recommend anyone taking any vaccines for anything because of the situation that's unfolding. But historically, I thought that that was representative of what a normal vaccine product would look like. And as you can see, the flu vaccine data, I couldn't even put it on the same graph. It was so tight, it was just lining up against the x-axis as a straight line. And all the COVID-19 injections, you can see the huge variability of those lots. Some of the lots were, few reports, 2, 3 reports, maybe 10, and some had thousands and hundreds of deaths in them. And those were enormous signals of this is not a safe product, this is nowhere close to pharmaceutical grade, nowhere close to good manufacturing practice compliant. And remember, the FDA mandate is, safety and efficacy is a non-binding recommendation from the FDA. What FDA exists to monitor is good manufacturing practice compliance and pharmaceutical grade standards. And if you cannot make something to pharmaceutical grade or good manufacturing practice compliant, that substance cannot be a medicine ever. So to me, this was immediately a signal that this is not a medicine, this is not manufactured as a medicine, this is something else. At the time, I met Craig Parody-Cooper, and we started together this website, How Bad Is Your Batch, or howbad.info. You can use this website if you don't know how to search VAERS data, for example. It's very convenient because you can go and type in a batch number, which they usually record on the vaccine card for those who receive these injections. And you can see how many adverse events and deaths that batch is associated with, and also compare it to others. This site is very basic, but it has a lot of good information, a lot of good analysis of this data. And as of late last year, it received over 100 million visitors worldwide, and it has become a really important resource to what we call red pill your friends and relatives and unbrainwash them from this delusion. So this is a very useful resource, and thanks to Craig for his wonderful work on it. Another type of analysis, this is early on, Craig also published this, and it's available on the website. What he was able to identify even more concerning clustering of data. And this was clustering by alphabet, and this is example for Moderna. What he found is in the batch number, depending on what letter was in the middle of the batch code for Moderna, for example, here it's L, you could see that the death rates, now we're looking at death reports only for those lots, so the death rates were vastly different depending on the letter of the alphabet that was used in the batch code. So again, if it's the same product we're talking about, same formulation produced pharmaceutical grade, this should not exist. It shouldn't matter which letter stands in the batch code alphanumeric number of the vaccine injection lot, yet obviously it does make a huge difference. If you receive something with the K or an L, those are hugely toxic, deadly lots. And if you receive something with the G or H, wasn't very deadly, although there were some reports. So that was indicative that there was some intentional introduction of various levels of toxicity of the product, and in fact labeling them for, we sought further analysis of the data. Now, very recently on March 30th, a friend of ours, Max Schmeling from Denmark, published this analysis. We have talked to him and his colleagues over a year ago. So Max Schmeling is an economist and statistician from Denmark. He obtained data from Danish health authorities on adverse events and deaths by lot numbers. And he's done a wonderful analysis using machine learning to figure out other clusterings, abnormal data clusterings in those data sets. And he found some very interesting results. This is looking at Pfizer. Each dot is a batch or a lot, manufacturing lot. They're now represented, adjusted by this number of doses in those lots. And so on the x-axis, we have number of doses in each lot. And on the y-axis are adverse event reports. And as you can see, what he found is three different patterns of toxicity, completely different from each other. One hugely toxic with smaller lots. A middle one, the green dots are sort of medium toxicity. And then the orange one is low toxicity. It's not zero, it's not quite placebo, because there will be a fourth one. So we have minimum 4 different patterns, because the fourth one wouldn't show up here. It's what we would call apparent placebo. It's when people don't report any adverse events at all, and so they would not end up in that database. And that explains to you the situation where majority of people who get injected, they think that we are conspiracies because, there are no effects. I didn't have any side effects. Everything was fine. Or my friend didn't have any side effects. And then we have those people who drop that on the day of injection, because obviously they have those different profiles included in what's supposed to be a single, well-produced, good manufacturing practice compliant product. So this is another evidence of intent to harm. Clearly, they have different formulations in these products. Another set of colleagues I have been interacting with are numerous numbers of researchers all over the world who are directly testing the product, directly testing the vials in different countries of different manufacturers. Now, I've explained before that the government's prohibiting to do this. U.S. government claims that they're all vials are government property, and if you do that, you are, stealing government property. Yet nobody has been prosecuted for doing this. Why? Because the criminals know that they don't want to own that those are their vials. So whoever picks them up and tests them, they're fine. So the numerous researchers have done this. One paper was published by David Hughes. It's a huge paper, over 100 pages, summarizing 26 different experiments by many groups in all, like 16 countries of the world, independent of each other. And that group found huge number of problematic things. For example, in some vials, RNA was found, but it's not conforming to the specification that it's supposed to be. So there's supposed to be a string of RNA code, a certain length. Nothing in the vial matched exactly that string. There were some bigger pieces floating around and a lot of small shards. And I explain it to people as if you break a big pane of glass, it breaks into large chunks and then very small shards. And this breakage is unpredictable, and this is exactly how RNA behaves. They cannot make it stable. They can, no matter what they do with it, modifications, all sorts of formulations, it still is not stable. It still breaks, and it breaks in unpredictable ways. And that's exactly what was found. There was RNA floating, but not conforming to specification. Another problematic thing was DNA was found in huge quantities, and protein, and those are impurities. They're not supposed to be there at all. I'll cover it in more detail. There were toxic metals found, very, very consistent finding almost in every experiment. People were finding metals that are very problematic, should not be there, not on the label. Nobody can explain why they're there. And those are things like gadolinium, for example, or aluminum, very, very toxic, or cobalt and cesium. So why are they there? No idea. There is hydrogel. Pfizer substance is a hydrogel. And very likely it's what's called DARPA hydrogel or extracellular matrix hydrogel. They use it routinely in many applications in medicine, but for purposes of RNA, they typically load either naked RNA into this hydrogel or RNA encapsulated in lipid nanoparticles, and that makes it more stable and able to circulate longer in the body and produce more damage, I suppose. There are reports of possible graphene oxide, although those are really hard to confirm. It's very difficult setup and equipment that you need to have. It can be there both as intentional part of the hydrogel, for example, matrix, or as a contaminant coming from some manufacturing process. There are different objects found, blobs and fibers, and unexplainable phenomena. Also, I'm showing some pictures from another colleague, David Nixon in Australia. He's doing amazing microscopy experiments on these products, and he's published a lot of images. So these are very typical to be found in, this is Pfizer product under microscope. So very typical to be found. We don't know what they are. They may relate to this whole attempt to create, new neural network or new common brain or whatever these psychopaths dream up. None of it is functional. It's just basically garbage that gets injected into people and then creates injury, and sometimes the body can clear it and get rid of it. But that's how it looks under microscope, and we're finding similar structures in people's blood as well, especially those fibers. More recently, there was what's called plasmid gate on Twitter. This is a result of the experiments by Kevin McKernan in the USA. He published a very extensive paper of his results on preprint. And what he has done is he has a lab that does genomic sequencing. He's a genomics expert, and he's done genomic sequencing of several vials of Moderna and Pfizer, both bivalent and monovalent vaccines. And he found, and kind of is focusing on the contamination with DNA. So he found huge amounts of double-stranded DNA and plasmids contaminated in these vials, and they're up to 100 times or more over the acceptable limit. So the DNA in the vials it's not supposed to be there. It's considered process-related impurity. It comes from the first step of manufacturing of RNA, where DNA matrix is made. It's kind of like a photo negative for print. So first DNA is produced, and then it's transcribed into RNA through a chemical synthesis. Now, the DNA is manufactured in E. coli cells by inserting plasmids. It's just little circular pieces of DNA with the particular code that they want into these E. coli in the vats, and they replicate quickly, and they incorporate these plasmids and replicate quickly. This is how you grow DNA. And then it's supposed to be harvested, purified, transcribed into RNA, again purified from all of this remainder of DNA. But obviously that step fails. They don't purify it. And so this whole bunch of DNA with plasmids ends up all the way through in the vials and then gets injected in patients. What this means is that a person can receive some broken pieces of RNA coding for God knows what, and then all this DNA with plasmids, and what it means is replication capable. So the plasmids can now infect human cells. They can also infect your gut bacteria cells and then start replicating there. And so that can cause dysbiosis, sepsis, and guess what? They also have code for antibiotic resistance because this is part of manufacturing process. They have to code them with antibiotic resistance genes. And so now we have people being infected with these plasmids. Their gut bacteria infected with plasmids that are antibiotic resistant, and that can cause sepsis. And we've seen a lot of reports of sudden sepsis, very severe, antibiotic resistant, wounds that don't heal, infections that don't heal. Again, antibiotic resistance. So, and also there is a mechanism of inducing cancers or making existing cancers worse and more rapid. So all of this was found by these experiments and now completely confirmed that all of these vials are contaminated. And I looked up the vials that Kevin tested. And so for the monovalent Pfizer, he tested 8 vials. All 8 were contaminated with DNA and plasmids. I looked up the lot that he was using. All of them came from lot FL8095. And I found that this was targeted at children. And as of today, at least one child died within 2 days of being injected, a 10-year-old. And 1,200 children were injured by this particular lot. So we have the smoking gun evidence that all these garbage, contaminated, poorly made, unpredictable substances get injected, and they kill and injure children. And with all of this evidence, our health authorities are coming back to us and saying, oh, no, it's safe and effective. So gaslighting is incredible. They see all this, they have all this data, they look at it, they see the dead children, and they come back to you and say, no, it's safe and effective. So my question was always, how is this possible to happen? So I've been doing that research for about 1.5 years or 2 years, and I cannot understand why nobody can prosecute the manufacturers for these huge and obvious violations, and why are all the FDA has a lot of enforcement power, and so do all the other regulators. Why are they not doing anything? And the explanation came to me when I met my friend and colleague, Catherine Watt, who is also writing on Substack under Bailiwick News. I highly recommend everyone subscribing to her. So she's a paralegal and a writer, and retraced a lot of legal history of how this was structured and organized. Now, so to me, it was a big aha moment. It answered my question. Why is everyone allowed to behave this way? Why are manufacturers allowed to put highly poisonous substances on the market and force it on everyone? And the regulators and government authorities do nothing, in fact, actually help and encourage and gaslight everyone. And that is basically the premise of the weaponization of healthcare, of taking something that we trust and rely on and are vital to our living and turning it on us by lies. So let's look at that in more detail in the legal structure of this crime. But before we go there, let's talk about bioweapons. you know, this term is discussed, and people think it's some sort of conspiratorial. And if you bring up a bioweapon word, oh, you're crazy, you're just, you know, you're just one of them, the nuts, the conspiracists who are talking about this. Well, actually, it's not very conspiratorial, because I found many reports and books and textbooks discussing these issues. And so this is one of the examples. It's an Air Force report that I have. They're all in public domain. That discusses this JASON group, which is like another think tank and advisory to the US government of scientists that met in 1997, and they were discussing types of bioweapons. Well, bioweapons, actually, it's an ancient type of warfare. It's been used since forever. But in the more recent years, it became more technological. And so from around 60s, there were a lot of discussion about it. And so in 97, this group met and provided a report to the US government and US military discussing different types of bioweapons. They characterized about 6 different groups of bioweapons, and one of them was gene therapy as a weapon. So gene therapy as a weapon has been known by bioweapon class. Typically what this, you know, the cabal of military scientists and industrial complex, they walk around and they say, oh, you know, we're investing in this technology because it's going to revolutionize medicine. We're going to be able to code all the defective genes and recode them and fix all your problems and, you know, fix your insulin production and cure cancer and cure cystic fibrosis. This is just so amazing and wonderful. And it never, ever materializes. What instead happens is all that research goes into the other side of it, of the dual-purpose technology. It goes into the weaponization goals. And the same group said, you know, yeah, you can potentially cure cancer with this, but guess what? You can also very easily use the same technology to subvert it and insert pathogenic genes into those substances, into those codes. And how would you know? How would you know if the, you know, one letter of the code is changed and it becomes pathogenic? You don't know. So this is a dual-use technology. Known bioweapon has been discussed for a long time. And in fact, there is a bioweapons convention, the international one, in force since 1975. But it's widely considered very weak mechanism. It has really no enforcement. US has consistently resisted any attempts at creating some sort of verification that, you know, your biological research and development activities are not, in fact, you know, for weapons, but in fact for legitimate needs. But US always shut down those attempts. Now there is also a reality to this, that it's actually nearly impossible to verify whether an academic lab is really doing legitimate research or doing something weaponizable because of the nature of this type of research and development. So there are practical difficulties in monitoring all that. And in reality, they just continue without any checking. Now, the US government and its military, of course, they're brilliant because they just rename things and continue doing exactly the same thing that was prohibited by the international laws. So in this case, they renamed bioweapons into military prototype countermeasures. So this is the terminology that they use in a lot of contracts and documents, and how they structure this whole thing. What is military prototype countermeasure? Well, we don't know. Anything can be a countermeasure. A lock on the door can be a countermeasure against somebody breaking in. So it's a very fuzzy term, has really no definition. And within that term, they can hide a lot of things. So the military in the US also uses contracting mechanism, and I know it exists in other countries as well. It's called Other Transaction Authority. This is just a piece of US law that's quoted here. And this Other Transaction Authority contracting mechanism essentially legalized the Department of Defense contracting with pharmaceutical companies who are regulated. So when they're private pharmaceutical manufacturers, they're regulated. But in this Other Transaction Authority contracting, the Department of Defense can order things from them that bypass all those regulations, because of the contracting framework is used. And so also in the same law, it says that, well, the US Department of Defense can carry out prototype projects that are directly relevant to enhancing effectiveness of military personnel, blah, blah, blah. There's a bunch of words that mean absolutely nothing. And they just say the Department of Defense can order stuff that they think that they need from regulated entities by passing regulations. What it means is they can hide weapons here. Essentially, the OTA program renamed biological, chemical, radiological, nuclear weapons as qualified countermeasures, medical countermeasures, and security countermeasures. So very, very simple trick. We just rename it and continue doing it even though it's prohibited. Now, they also figured out how to eliminate safety and efficacy standards for pharmaceutical products. And this is the framework, again, Catherine Watt identified. This is in the US law. And it says that if you use emergency use authorized medical countermeasures, then once they're designated as such by Health and Human Services Secretary under public health emergency, then that is not a clinical investigation. And if something cannot be a clinical investigational product, then it cannot be a pharmaceutical by definition. So in this framework, three things need to happen. We need to have public health emergency. We need to have emergency use authorized countermeasures, and we contract them through this OTA framework. And that creates this these three things create this extrajudicial space where now they can do whatever they like. They can produce biological weapons, chemical weapons, distribute them onto the people, force them onto people, kill and injure everyone. And none of it is regulated. None of it is supposed to comply with FDA rules. And when you try to complain, you get pushed into this extrajudicial space, which is also covered by the PrEP Act, and they protect themselves from all liabilities. So it's absolutely beautiful. Now, who are those dictators that deploy these weapons? Under Trump, the Health and Human Services Secretary was Alex Azar. Under Biden, currently, it's Javier Becerra. They become kind of a de facto dictator because HHS announces public health emergency. Then these guys by themselves decide which countermeasures, meaning weapons, are going to be deployed. And there's no criteria that they need to go by. There's no FDA approval or clinical trials. In the way this law is written, it's basically this person can look at that data, but they don't have to use the data for their decision, and then they can decide to deploy the weapons. So it's up to Alex Azar or Javier Becerra currently to deploy the injections on the market and any other so-called COVID countermeasures and continue deploying them forever. So finally, to summarize, so this is the framework that they use. These three things need to happen: emergency use authorization, other transaction authority, and then under public health emergency, with the PrEP Act, they can basically continue doing this, continue implementing this crime forever. It's not judicially reviewable. Nobody can stop them. Only HHS themselves can stop it, but why would they? They can continue with their crime. So what happened when this thing clicked in place in 2020? Obviously, you remember there was Operation Warp Speed started, announced by Trump administration. And it was advertised to us as, it's just military helping with logistics and delivering these products. But in reality, when I looked at the documents of Operation Warp Speed, this is their own slide from October 22, 2020, meeting and presentation at the COVID-19 vaccine development vaccine advisory committee meeting at the FDA. And so this organizational chart, as you can see, it's turned on the side. It's a little bit confusing presentation. So it's turned on the side, but when you look at the top of the chart, who is at the top of the chart? We have Department of Defense as a chief operating officer. So I was like, wait, they told us they're just logistics. No, they're not logistics. They're in charge of the whole thing. Chief operating officer. And the HHS, where FDA sits, is chief science advisor, so it's advisory role. And then at the top here, you have this executive structure, which is all US government, National Security Council, Department of Defense, BARDA, DARPA, NIH, all these CDC agencies. And they do everything from the executive level, meaning they design the clinical trials, they design the manufacturing flow, they do plans, operations, analysis, or they do distribution, they execute clinical trials, they do also security, legislative affairs, they interact with Congress, they do finance, of course, and Office of General Counsel, which happens to be, because this is the US government, that's the Department of Justice, is their main lawyer. Okay, and then under that structure, we have all the pharma companies and medical device companies, whoever received orders and money for making these poisons. Well, they are clearly not in charge. They're third level down, but they're receiving huge amounts of money, so they're very happy and they shut up and follow the orders. And in fact, it explicitly says in their contracts that as long as they follow the orders, themselves and anyone who they hire as a contractor along the supply, manufacturing, distribution chain, regardless of their status, whether they're government or private employees, they're all considered government employees for the purposes of this exercise, and they're all jointly covered by the PrEP Act and protected from all liability. They're the covered person, and so as long as they just follow the orders and get the shots to the people and deliver the shots into the people, they're completely protected. That's how the contracts are written. So just follow the orders, shut up, do your job, don't ask any questions. So who's really making these injections?
Could you please talk a bit slower? It's very difficult to follow.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
So who's really manufacturing these products? Is it pharmaceutical companies, or is it the US government and its military, commandeering the pharma companies? So that's a big question. And obviously, they distributed huge amounts of money through this mechanism to the companies. And all of this hinges on a pile of money made available for this effort, and it's called, COVID response. U.S. government actually created, we say printed, but they didn't print their digital money. They printed huge amounts of money. They distributed $47 billion to the vaccine manufacturing, to the pharmaceutical companies. And recently, Biden administration renamed Operation Warp Speed into Next Gen and added another $5 billion to this exercise. They're manufactured by the network of established Department of Defense manufacturers. On the right-hand side, they're called vaccine supporting efforts. Everything that has been ordered from pharma companies, such as Moderna, Pfizer, and so forth, is called a demonstration. So because they need to call it demonstration to use other transaction authority and hide that they're making weapons. And another thing is all the contracts for vaccines are from the Department of Defense, from the Army. This is Pfizer contract. It says the scope of it is large-scale manufacturing demonstration again. And then when we FOIA them, we receive these hugely redacted contracts where we don't know what they say. But interestingly, you see the black boxes and their redactions. And they're very typically, most of the time, actually 100% of the time, they're B6 and B4. Okay, so B6, and this is the name of the person is redacted. It stands for disclosure of information that would cause serious harm to relations between the United States and a foreign government. And this one is even more interesting, B4, and this is all over the place. Disclosure of information that would affect the application of advanced technology in a US weapons system. I mean, you tell me why they use that redaction. Now, so finally, I want to talk about fear. So all of this hinges on fear, and the previous speaker covered it really well. They really do want you to be scared of the viruses and pandemics and so forth, so that you comply with all this nonsense. Okay, so I just want to play this clip. I hope it's going to play. they wanted to propagandize specifically viral pandemics.
Yes.
Through media, through Hollywood, Netflix shows, books, publications.
And through test runs, like
test runs.
SARS-1 in 2003, H1N1 in 2009.
In a remote African jungle.
And then they would have these old stories about Ebola in Africa.
Yep.
Constantly barraging people with that idea.
A small monkey is captured, bound for a pet store in America. The animal carries a deadly virus.
I know that some of us have doubts about what we're about to do. We'd be less than human if we didn't. But the fate of the nation, perhaps the world, is in our hands. We cannot, we dare not refuse this burden. I'm confident that each of you will do his duty. God forgive us.
Your town is being quarantined.
We got 19 dead. You got 100 more infected. It's spreading like a brush fire.
What are you talking about?
If one of them's got it, then 10 of them have got it now. And if one of them gets out of Cedar Creek, we have a very interesting problem.
If that bug gets out of there, 260 million Americans will be dead or dying.
I'm leaving with the team in an hour.
From the heart of a small California town.
Damn it, Sam, I want to save these people same as you.
To the inner circle of power in Washington.
The most optimistic projection for the spread of the virus is this: 24 hours, 36 hours, 48 hours.
The greatest medical crisis of all time.
We can't stop it.
Begins.
Try to remain calm.
Many people are dying and are going to continue to die unless we find this monkey.
So they wanted that image of scary, scary virus that causes a pandemic that kills half of the world's population, which is total nonsense scientifically, I can assure you.
I think the information one is the very, very, very primary one, because they need absolute control of the information to maintain the fear levels at the levels the fear has to be at to maintain all the other controls. And as soon as people have information about who is doing what and what it is that they're doing, they get less afraid.
Yeah. So as my friend Catherine said, basically they want you to be afraid, and the movie, the clip of the movie is from 1995. But I mean, I'm sure you've seen a whole bunch of shows and movies and games and things like that have propaganda of viruses in them. So start recognizing that propaganda and questioning it, and that's how we get out of the kill box. Don't follow government propaganda. Don't be afraid of it. Live a healthy lifestyle. Eat and exercise. Hug your loved ones. Don't isolate. Exit all these globalist institutions. Refuse all vaccines and refuse all those injections, especially when they're qualified, medical, military, whatever. And push for alternative decentralized financial systems, push for decentralized all sorts of systems, because as you've seen, they're trying to build the central matrix of control. And basically, whatever globalists don't like, do more of it and harder.
We're going to have a short coffee break now. Please, it's 15 minutes, so if we could ask all of you to just go out there, get your coffee, and come back as soon as possible. And also, we have, if someone is missing a credit card, reception has found a credit card upstairs. So, if anyone is missing one, please be back in 15 minutes. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I know you were trying. Absolutely.
Okay, everyone, can we sit down and listen, please? We're going to make a start.
I will try and talk a bit more slowly. I apologize for my native English. Yeah, we'll try and speak a bit more slowly. Apologies if people are missing what we're saying. So it's my great pleasure to welcome Sonia Elijah, who is an investigative journalist. I wish all journalists were investigative. That's what they were meant to be in the old days. She has a background in economics and formerly worked for the BBC as a researcher. She's written extensively on and interviewed leading experts about major conflicts of interest and malfeasance. That's a very good English word for trickery, I guess. That's Sonia's words. And particularly, she has been a leading voice of reason in the analysis of the Pfizer-BioNTech safety report. So this is a report on the safety of vaccines that are newly produced or new medicines that should be public. But the EMA, the European Medical Agency, has not released them publicly, but they've been obtained through legal challenge. And this is a disgusting situation, which Sonia has investigated and will talk about, I think. She has a passion to dive deeply into public interest stories, which the mainstream media avoids. And if you want to read more about Sonia's work, it is on her Substack, which is called Sonia Elijah Investigates. Welcome, Sonia.
Thank you. Good morning, Stavanger. I hope I pronounced that right. What an honour it is to be here today. Can you hear me? Yes? Great. First of all, I'd like to thank the organisers of the Spotlight Conference for inviting me to speak at this momentous event. I'd like to talk about two important areas. One, how the regulators have failed in their duty in protecting the public, and two, how a pharmaceutical company submitted falsified evidence for the approval process, which the regulators simply waved through. Last summer, I wrote a two-part investigative report on the leaked European Medicine Agency emails for Trial Site News, and along with the Pfizer-related reports. The leaked email correspondence was from mid to late November 2020. Now, this was just a few weeks before emergency use authorization was granted for the Pfizer-BioNTech mRNA so-called vaccine. The leaked emails highlighted a politically driven rush to authorize this experimental vaccine by the end of that year. However, what was most concerning was a major quality issue relating to the commercial batches of the vaccine. These are the ones manufactured on a much larger scale than the clinical ones. There was a significant drop in the RNA integrity of the commercial batches. Now, the modified mRNA is the active drug substance of the vaccine, and its integrity is measured as a percentage. So the lower level corresponds to a higher concentration of fragmented or truncated RNA species, which was found in the commercial batches. Now, all key regulators were aware of the RNA integrity loss in these commercial batches. And the European Medicine Agency classified it as a major objection. This is a leaked email from Evdokia Korikaniti, sent on November 23rd, 2020. She flags the fact that the RNA integrity level drops from, in the clinical batches, was around 78%, but it dropped down to around 55% in the commercial batches. She also highlights the fact that the safety and efficacy implications of this drop in RNA integrity are yet to be defined. This is a slide taken from a leaked report, excuse me, of a leaked report of a meeting between Pfizer and the European Medicines Agency, dated November 26, 2020. What is really alarming is that we can see how this major objection was shockingly resolved by simply lowering the R integrity specification down to 50%. Now, this means that they were allowing up to half of the RNA species in the vaccine to be fragmented. Now, in return, Pfizer and BioNTech agreed to provide additional data since they had failed to adequately characterize the protein expressed by the modified mRNA. And this turned into a specific obligation. Now, conditional marketing authorization was granted on the basis that the marketing authorization holder, which is BioNTech, would have to meet the EMA's specific obligations by certain due date. In the case of the characterization data of the active substance, the due date was July 2021, a whole 7 months after conditional marketing authorization was granted and rolled out to the public. BioNTech also needed to provide additional information on the truncated mRNA species present in the commercial batches. Now, the EMA was concerned with the safety risks associated with these truncated forms and whether they had the capacity to express aberrant proteins. Now, these are ones other than the intended spike protein. And as you can see from this slide, as early as November 2020, the EMA was also concerned with the risk of an autoimmune responses induced by the vaccinal modified RNA. And when I spoke with Kevin McKernan, a genomics scientist and the R&D lead on the Human Genomes Project, he said, we have an RNA product where every single uridine has been replaced by N1 methylsuridine, which the body has never seen before. BioNTech picked stop codons that are the most notorious for creating errors. Now, they were aware of this problem, but didn't properly fix it. This means that when ribosomes go to read the template, they're really confused as they've never seen it before. And actually, I just also wanted to mention that just recently there was a study from a university hospital in Saudi Arabia that linked the mRNA vaccines to autoimmune diseases. This leads me to my other two-part investigative report looking at BioNTech and Pfizer's submitted data to the regulators. So in order to show that the batches were comparable and were only expressing the intended spike protein, BioNTech carried out Western blot assays. Now, this is a technique used to identify specific proteins. The problem with BioNTech's Western blots is that they are not authentic at all. In fact, they've been computer generated. Now, if you look at this slide, the top image shows what a traditional Western blot looks like. You can see that there's dark bands, that they're smeared. There's almost like an arc-like shape to them. They are not uniform, they are not regular. Unlike BioNTech's Western blot, completely regular, completely homogeneous, and this is indicative of an automated Western blot done by machine. And the problem with this is that they can easily be manipulated. Right. Next slide. Now, an anonymous expert using image software analysis was able to quantify the bands. And he provided me with damning evidence showing how these Western blots had been falsified. In this case, they were copied and pasted. In this slide, you see two rows of protein-expressed bands, and they're plotted on the graphs below. The vertical axis measures the darkness of the bands, and the horizontal axis plots their position. Each band has been identified by a letter and color-coded. And you can see that these bands have been copied and pasted in groups of 2 or 3 across 4 different vaccine batches transfected at 6 different concentrations. And I'm going to show you a video so you can see that clearly. You can see it's a copy and paste job. So the odds for this to happen naturally is 0. And it's just unbelievable that this was accepted by the regulators as authentic data, when you take a closer look, in reality, they point to fraud. Right. If proved in court that Pfizer and BioNTech engaged in willful fraud by fabricating critical data, it would have major ramifications. Potentially, their indemnity status, which was written into their advanced purchasing agreements and contracts signed by many nations, would cease to apply. Now, surprisingly, BioNTech actually did do 2 authentic Western blots, which showed they knew how to do them. This is one of them. Now, thanks to the court-ordered Pfizer data dump, Study 200211 just recently became available publicly in February. Now, the results of this Western blot is very revealing and highly unusual. As you can see, there is no band present at the expected molecular weight of the full-length SARS-CoV-2 spike protein, which is 141 kilodaltons, and the expected weight of the S1 subunit protein of 76.5 kilodaltons is also absent. Unbelievably, BioNTech wrote a highly inaccurate description of their Western blot directly below. And in fact, it's the exact opposite of what you see. They say the predicted size, so it's BNT162b2 has a predicted size of 141.14 kilodaltons. And the SARS-CoV-2 S1 subunit of 76.5 kilodaltons was used as a control, positive control. There is no mention or explanation given of the unexpected bands seen at 190 and 100 kilodaltons, and no mention is made of them not showing up at their expected molecular weights. This is another Western blot. So at the request of the European Medicines Agency, the potential for the truncated RNA transcripts to express proteins was further investigated by BioNTech, because the agency was concerned of the safety implications. Now, BioNTech went about doing this in a very odd way. They purposely engineered batch 1071509. Then what they did is that they heated up that batch to generate fragmented RNA species. Now, this is not the way fragmented species arise naturally in the manufacturing process. Kevin McKernan informed me that the polymerases stall on the modified bases, the N1-methylpseudourine, in synthesizing the RNA. So you get shorter stretches of the RNA being made, which are the truncated forms. Now, I've circled in red the lane which shows the non-degraded sample. This is when no heat was applied. And you can see that BioNTech have inserted a little green star to denote the expected observed size of the SARS-CoV-2 spike protein at 141 kilodaltons. However, you can see clearly there are other bands in that lane, and there is no explanation given by the applicant for what they are. Based on these results, the European Medicines Agency made an additional obligation, a request for the same characterization exercise to be done for at least 3 additional batches of the modified mRNA, the drug substance. As you can see, this was not fulfilled by the July 2021 EMA report when it was published in August. And it still remains unfulfilled according to the last updated EMA report of February 2023. So one can conclude that the EMA has no intention of enforcing this important obligation. It's been over 2 years, and we still have not seen any published lot-to-lot genome sequencing of the mRNA experimental vaccine. We also do not have any information relating to the nature of the proteins being expressed, other than these unusual-looking Western blots, which the regulators have simply waved through. Now, this leads me to my recent investigation for Children's Health Defence Europe on the EU's first ever periodic update safety report, which was given to me to analyse. And it was only recently released by FOIA request, and it covered the first 6 months of 2021, and it does contain horrifying data. So here is an overview of the data collected over the first 6 months. We have over 300,000 case reports, and they represent individuals. It contained over 1 million adverse events. So on average, you have one individual suffering from at least 3 to 4 adverse events. Now, women were 3 times more cases reported for women than for men. And this was a pattern I've seen when I analyzed Pfizer's cumulative post-authorization safety report that they did for the FDA. And in certain places like anaphylaxis or autoimmune diseases, women were like 7 times more affected. The highest number of reported cases were in the 31 to 50 age group. Alarmingly, a third of all cases were classified as serious. Just under half of the case reports were classified with outcomes as either unknown or unresolved. A staggering 84% of case reports had no history of comorbidities, so they had no other underlying health issues. We have 5,115 deaths in that 6-month period that occurred after the vaccine was administered, with a median value of just 1 day. Now, of those deaths, we have about 22 who were children under the age of 17, and they had no history of comorbidities. Just under half of the fatal outcome cases, like I said, no history of comorbidities. And what is just so unbelievable is that the EMA conclude that the benefit-risk profile of this product remains favorable. I actually wanted to also talk about another thing I noticed in this document. There was a lot of reporting on menstrual disorders, abnormal bleeding for women. And what was so shocking and just so, actually a form of gaslighting, is that the report concluded that we're seeing these anomalies, we're seeing these reports of menstrual abnormalities because women got really stressed out during the pandemic. It's just so awful. Yeah, that's what they said. I also wanted to mention, Sasha spoke beautifully on the lots. She's done so much work in that area. There was a segment in the paper which there was a table of the most frequently reported lot numbers and the number of cases relating to each of those lots. And in one lot, I remember there were over 16,000 adverse events related to that lot, but the report concluded there's no related quality issue identified during investigation. Now, you probably recognize this woman. This is Emma Cook. So she is the former big pharma lobbyist and executive director of the EMA. And this is a clip of Emma Cook attempting to answer a question asked by the MEP Robert Roos about whether the EMA knew before approval that the vaccine spreads to other organs in the body and does not stay at the injection site. And it was recorded on March 27th, so this is very recent.
The extent that the vaccines, I'm very sorry. Yeah, because you asked me about whether the vaccines stay at the injections site. So first of all, let me tell you that the mRNA from the vaccine does not stay in the body for a long period. It's broken down very shortly after vaccination. Now, you were talking more about the nanolipids than the spike protein, but the mRNA is present in the vaccine. It's quickly broken down, and it spends very little time in the body. I think that the figure that I have here is that we're figures of up to about 9 days, and mainly the mRNA and the lipid nanoparticles stay at the injection site, and they decrease over a period of about 9 days, showing that there is a rapid breakdown. So only much lower amounts are able to reach other tissues such as the liver. We will do everything to assure ourselves that the information we are getting is reliable and can be, and that European citizens can rely on them, because that's our responsibility to European citizens. And I believe we did that job during COVID. I am confident we did that, and I would do it again.
So you heard her. She would confidently do it again. So obviously she's learned nothing from this whole process. So the next slide shows, this is a January 2021 non-clinical evaluation report done by Australia's drug regulator, the TGA. And you can see that it's a study, they did a study on rats, and they showed that the lipid nanoparticles, which encapsulate the modified RNA, were found in nearly every tissue in rats. I've highlighted where the bioaccumulation is the highest, and as you can see, the adrenal glands, bone marrow, lung, and ovaries in the females. It's very alarming. So the next slide shows, this is a study done a year ago, published a year ago in Cell by Roltgen et al. And the researchers revealed that rather than being degraded quickly, the vaccinal spike protein and mRNA persist for weeks in the human lymph nodes. Not just for 9 days, according to Emma Cook, who I believe is guilty of spreading misinformation. So given all the evidence we have, and not forgetting the wall of censorship that we've faced for anyone speaking out against the official narrative, it's obvious that the EMA has not done its duty in protecting European citizens. In fact, it has catastrophically failed to do that, and to claim that they've done everything to assure themselves that the information that they're getting from the pharmaceutical companies is reliable is far from the truth, particularly when key data appears to have been falsified. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Sonia, for that incredibly important presentation. I myself work a lot with vaccine injured globally, and I think it's time that the truth really comes out because there's millions of people suffering out there. So continuing on this topic, our next speaker is Dr. Richard Urso, who came here all the way from America. Richard is a... Where did you come from, Richard? Well, that is America, come on. Richard is a...
Republic of Texas.
All right, I'm going to be more clear next time. So Richard is a friend and a colleague of mine, and we've worked together for some time now. He's a clinician and a scientist who graduated with highest honors from the University of Texas School of Medicine, and he has 11 years training and of research, and Richard is the sole inventor of an FDA-approved wound healing drug called Oxervate. To date, he has treated over 2,900 COVID patients successfully and is actively involved in treating hundreds of vax-injured and long COVID patients. He has testified in the US Senate, the Texas Senate, and multiple state legislators, including the Alaska and Tennessee. He has interfaced with the head of the US COVID task force in the White House and the offices of the governors of Texas, Florida, and Alaska. He's also a member, well, he was one of the first members of the Frontline Doctors, and Richard has been an incredible and leading voice in our movement that has done so much work to save people and so much work for humanity. So a huge applaud for Richard Urso.
Thank you, Thank you. Thank you, everyone. It's great to be here in Norway. It's my second time coming. I really enjoyed it a lot. Wonderful to hear all of you. How many people here are going to get the next jab, by the way? Just curious. Show of hands. Okay. Oh, we got one. Okay, we got one. It's always one. What about anybody here victimized by the jab at all? Okay, yeah. I mean, they definitely want us to be victims, I think, you know, and to feel that victimization. So we're actually starting a vaccine injury clinic in with React 19, which is like Bree Dressen and Joel Waskog, and in Texas actually, to try to bring some focus to that area. And we're just getting started doing that. But I've treated hundreds of vaccine injured and about 3,400 COVID patients. So, you know, I think when you say where do we go from here, I think from a doctor's standpoint, do what we're supposed to do, right? You know, treat patients. So some of the biggest lies, I think, you know, came in that beginning of this whole pandemic. And I kind of I think the fear is the biggest thing. I was thinking a couple notes. I heard some of the great talks this morning. They covered a lot of material actually that I think is really important. But I think you know, there was a coordinated, collaborative, sort of harmonized way to message that they did in the beginning. It was a little bit confusing even for myself. I kept wondering why they kept saying novel. And that whole novel thing to me just seemed like, why are they saying that? Of course it's not. It'll be novel next week. It's going to change. I always say viruses and cancer cells are kind of like aunts, uncles, and first cousins. They keep changing, and there's a lot that's never going to stay the same. And that heterogeneity makes them hard to treat. It makes them where you do multi-drug cocktails for both cancer cells and for viruses. And to me, it seemed like 101 medicine. I didn't think it was that hard at the beginning. And you know, I just thought it really strange that we were going to have the two biggest lies I thought in the beginning where there was no treatment, which made no sense because in general we're talking about inflammation, you know, also respiratory demise, and blood clotting, which was big, which is very unusual for this coronavirus family. Other viruses do that, but not the coronavirus family. And then the other biggest lie was natural immunity. Did that make any sense to anybody here? Natural immunity was not effective. Yeah, so it was like one of those things where it seemed like an Achilles heel. So I feel like from a victimization standpoint, they're coming at us with pandemics and terrorism. Somebody mentioned climate change and financial collapse. And I hope next time that they run one, I'm hoping Soros and those guys call me because they think I can do a better job. It's terrible what they did. I mean, they were. Yeah, a little louder, sure. I can't tell, but I think in general, when you listen to the things that they've done, every single one of the things they said was a lie. It's like it's the worst scientists in the world. And you heard some of the talks here today. Bad production, terrible production. You know, Kevin McKiernan, we talked a couple times, and he did a great job. He did part of the Human Genome Project. And in general, you know, it was, to me, at the beginning, when people asked me what's wrong with the vaccines, I said probably the bad ones are actually poorly made, and the good ones are probably well made. They're probably getting real product in there. But it's hard to know, as you heard. There's a couple things that are going on that are you know, there's 1 to 10% of the product is actually DNA, and you heard that's 10 to 100 times more than is supposed to be allowed by the pharmaceutical industry. So there's a lot of production issues, which made sense because it had never been made in anything bigger than like a blender in the past. So now you're going to ramp it up in this big product. A drug that I worked with, nerve growth factor, actually took 8 years to get the production side down. So it's really hard to get these things done. Nobody had ever made this product before in big batches. And then I think one of the things that I can talk about that, you know, I think Asim was going to talk about was manufactured bad science on purpose. And sometimes, amazingly, the bigger the lie, they put out fake studies, and many times they drew conclusions that weren't really proper, and a lot of times the analysis, they threw out studies that they didn't want because they were basically going to allow them to say what they wanted, which is ivermectin doesn't work or something doesn't work. So it was basically like a hijacking of evidence-based medicine, and this is not new in medicine. You know, if anybody has ever followed the cholesterol things, and you know, I think there's like a 1% improvement in cholesterol for a second heart attack of some improvement in mortality. I think it's a really small amount. And for women with higher cholesterol actually outlive women with lower cholesterol. If your cholesterol is between 190 and 300, you actually outlive the women that are under 190. So it's normal in medicine to have a lot of the pharma companies pushing real hard to get us to take proton pump inhibitors and bisphosphonates and cholesterol drugs, and just basically pushing it on us with the relative risk versus absolute risk. You heard some of that talk earlier. So I just kind of start up here. Let me see, where's the clicker? I think somebody gave me one. Is this it here? Yeah. That? This one? I don't know where it is. This one, okay. Okay. So how did they do it? I mean, they had this idea from the beginning, and you heard that in the first talk this morning. They intentionally decided that this was going to happen. You know, we're going to basically go out of our way to try to make these things happen. And the World Health Organization, this is the first leader of the World Health Organization, but the UN, the Club of Rome, Davos guys, World Economic Forum, all these guys basically are intentionally trying to do these things. So it's nothing unintentional. And Robert Malone has covered this real well. This is a quote from one of his Substacks. World Economic Forum is basically, you know, and others are involved in fifth generation warfare, which in general, for me, means, you know, getting censored. It means getting your voice eliminated, but there's basically no distinction. Who is the real enemy, right? I mean, it's hard to pick out. If we want to go fight somebody today, who are we going to fight? So we have to push back against the narrative, and they kind of create this division. You know, are we going to go fight people that are transgenders? Are we going to go fight? Who are we going to fight? And I think in the U.S. and over here in Europe, we're starting to see this where they're starting to buy up the farmland. And people like Bill Gates and others are doing this. We're going to start eating bugs. Is anybody interested in eating crickets and larvae? Definitely not me. Is anybody here like me? I don't know. And this central digital bank currencies are basically getting pushed. The move to a cashless society. And then the climate change stuff is another area where it's just almost absurd how ridiculous. They talk about stuff like this, basically saying that this is the reason why. It's climate change. So, all right, so here's where I kind of come in, where my background in drug development. The very first time that I treated a patient, I treated with hydroxychloroquine, azithromycin, prednisone, vitamin D, and aspirin. And why? Because I told you before, they're heterogeneous. Didier Raoul from France had come up. He treated like 20 patients with some of these products. He treated with the azithromycin and the hydroxychloroquine. And to me, it just made good sense because both of those products had I don't think people know it, but azithromycin is a great anti-inflammatory. I've been using it for scarring for like 20 years. Also, hydroxychloroquine is a great anti-inflammatory. So even if it doesn't affect the virus that much, it's at least affecting the inflammatory side. And they came down on this guy really hard, and he disappeared from public view. And now he's come out with a study showing what they've done in his hospital, like 30,000 patients, and showed like a 70% improvement in outpatient usage with hydroxychloroquine in death, and like a 45% improvement in the hospital. So these are studies that they've done everything they can to kind of put down. And do people know about the Harvard study? Yeah, I figured this crowd's pretty good. But so Harvard, head of CV, this is his study that he put out, 93,000 patients, 271 hospitals, 6 continents, basically completely fabricated data, not one bit of truth in the whole paper. Not a single thing happened to him. It was put in the Lancet. Nothing happened. He's still the head of Harvard CV 3 years later. And oftentimes they did stuff where we talk about evidence-based medicine. They basically do wrong dose, wrong time, wrong patient, not enough patients. And this is a study where if they just ran it out a little more, you can see in the control group there was 10 deaths in the ivermectin group. In the non-ivermectin group, and 3 in the ivermectin group. So a big difference, but it didn't make the statistical significance because they cut the study short to about, I think, 400-something patients. So one of the things we have here is like talking to other doctors is almost very difficult because they're sure that they know. They don't read anything, and surprisingly, they think they know, and it's almost impossible. So I think people in your family, I think gentle persuasion is important. If they hear it more than once, that's great. But I think there's sort of this group where we're sort of the hot coals, and I always think this is how movements start. It doesn't start with lukewarm people, so don't worry so much about them. The hot coals need to get hotter. That's the way to think, all right? Because if you worry about people on the other side and convincing them, it's not how it happens. I can tell you every movement in nutrition, because I've been in the nutrition industry for a long time too, it always starts with a small core of maniacs. All right? So, all right. So that's what we need to be. And to be honest, I think when you kind of consider that none of the science makes sense, and the only reason there's some group of people that, and the only way the science makes sense is they're trying to eliminate some of us, honestly. Hate to say that, but anyway, so what about lipid nanoparticles? You just heard about that. They're super inflammatory. And so is this new science? Is this new science? Well, there's a paper from 2022, 2021. This basically says that the lipid nanoparticles are going to be our platform as we go forward. That's what these studies say. What is the old... So, I like Mark Twain a lot. I'll let that sink in. But here's what they're going to do. They're going to come at this platform with every single vaccine because it's easy, it's scalable. They're going to do it everywhere. And they try to get us past this. This is a big deal. This is really important that we push back because there's one thing from a science side, the lipid nanoparticle messenger RNA is not, you saw this data earlier, it accumulates in the ovaries. It doesn't sequester in the arm. When she said that, I could have told you there's no science anywhere that says lipid nanoparticles sequester in the arm. Zero. They go to the bone, and this is a product that I actually worked with when I was doing some oncology work. It goes to the brain, the bone marrow, the adrenals, the ovaries. It goes everywhere, and there's no way around that. That's always been the way it is, and it's highly inflammatory. That was corroborated with this study, and you see the massive accumulation in the ovaries. Wonder what that might do, right? It's going to cause inflammation. Is that going to lead to fertility issues? And you saw this study earlier. It was presented there. Basically, the more doses you had, the more likely you were to have a bad outcome. And you heard about this already, so I won't dwell on it. It's in there. But basically, the batch safety is a real problem. And I'm not surprised because they went through it so quickly. I don't think it was mentioned, but Kevin McKiernan actually talked to us about the Pfizer actually has a SV40 promoter gene, which of course the SV40 is a virus that was part of polio and may have increased malignancies in all those people who got the polio vaccine. I think about 30% of the polio vaccine was contaminated for a while. You saw this study earlier. There's some, in general, when you look at the batches, you don't really know how many batches were actually given to the public, how many were in each arm. So it's hard to pull that data out. But it looks like there's significant areas where some of the batches were much more troubling than others. And you heard that earlier today. Do they cross the blood-brain barrier? And is this well known? Absolutely, from 2012. And we had been using it actually for that purpose even before that. We had done work trying to target the brain for tumors and oncology work back in I think it was about 2007 or something like that, about 15, 20 years ago. You saw this study earlier. This is basically going through that this lipid nanoparticle is extremely inflammatory. It's really important to understand that this is not going to change. There's no way to make this work anytime soon. And I think in general, to me, I go back over and over. If it's lipid nanoparticle, you're going to have a problem. It's not just the messenger RNA. Are we seeing the lipid nanoparticle go into the placenta? Yes, just like everywhere else. It's delivering the mRNA and crossing across the placenta. Is it crossing breast milk? Yes. So the lipid nanoparticle is delivering some of this messenger RNA across breast milk. What do we see in animal models? We see that it causes neutropenia. And in some of these animal models, there was adaptive immune response problems with interferon. In this study, it was an inheritable thing where the more lipid nanoparticles they had, they passed this neutropenia, this white blood cell problem, on to the next generation. So this is the data. So they say safe and effective, but here's the data. There's not contrary data. This is the data. This is before they ever started giving this to us. We saw them actually do the mouse study with the bivalent vaccine and say it was safe and effective, and yet all the mice were infected with the wild-type virus. So everybody recognize that and remember that study from, I think it was October, and they put the bivalent vaccine out there despite the fact that it was every single mouse that had the vaccine actually ended up getting the virus and getting sick from it. I'm not sure if they died, but who knows. And what are they doing in terms of generating more gain-of-function research? Is gain-of-function for viruses a great idea? Who thinks it's a great idea? So they're still doing it. They did it from the study in Boston. This is another one. So they're this directed evolution sounds cool, right? Like they're so, you see how precise they are with the production side of things. You heard those two talks today. And we're still going down this road of, they took, the other study, I didn't put it up there, was they took the spike from the Wuhan and put it on the Omicron. And again, it made for more infectious nature in tissue culture and in I think in mice also. So they're doing this gain of function research. They're not stopping, and they're going to keep going. And it's really not that hard. Does anybody? It's literally, if you have people that are a good group of PhDs, probably 10 to 15, could pull this off and do this gain of function research. It's not that hard. You heard about this. Immune imprinting is a big deal. What does that mean? Is basically, as you go along, you get antibodies that don't really work that well as the mutations occur. And also, we saw that it was persisting for 2 months or more. They stopped the study at 60 days. And in many people, not only was it distributing widely, but it was actually lasting in the body for a long time. And that's basically from the pseudouridine. So the pseudouridine, you heard it earlier where they talked about it inhibits DNAase. So the pseudouridine is making it hard to break down that DNA that has to be broken down to purify it. That's one of the problems with the pseudouridine. It's actually interfering with the ability to purify the product to some degree. Talked a little bit about that. Does it reverse transcribe? Yes, it can. In tissue culture, it did it easily. What happens, is there such a thing as spike shedding? Well, what happens when you look at the blood of people, this Journal of Immunology, 4 months later, there was still spike in exosomes floating around the body. Why are they floating around in exosomes? Because the cell makes a lot of spike protein, it's particularly cells that are going to be going for weeks and weeks on end making this product. What this means is there's going to be no more room on the outer side of the cell. And again, it's partly speculative what I'm saying because they haven't really released what I'm about to say, but basically is that once you make so much of the product, the cell's going to spit out the excess at that point in these circulating exosomes. It's for sure they're finding the exosomes. But in a sense, the first thing it does is fill up the outside wall of the cell with spike protein presented on the surface. Is it in these patients who had this vaccine-associated myocarditis, lipid nanoparticles are really good about getting through barriers, tight junctions, and just right through the cells. And we are seeing that circulating spike protein in these myocarditis patients. And so this is kind of a step back for a second. So what did they see in the original Pfizer trials? What did Peter Doshi find from the British Medical Journal? He found that there were more serious adverse events, much more in the vaccinated. I think it was like somewhere around 183% more in the vaccinated group. And in general, in the first 90 days, I think it was 22 deaths in the vaccinated versus 13 in the unvaccinated. So those first trials were basically not very good. The outcomes weren't good, and yet here we are, still safe and effective. And that's one of my favorite quotes. We know they're lying. They know they are lying. They know we know they are lying. We know they know we know they are lying, but they're still lying. So. How is this doing with fertility, right? Well, it's basically knocking down the sperm counts by 30 some odd %, and then it's supposed to recover. What happens after 5 shots, we don't know. This was considered to be, fact-checked, and it was not true, but it turned out, like I said, that's what they're trying to do. What about morbidity, mortality? What are we seeing? We're seeing a drop in fertility. I think in Italy, they just had a study came out this week. I couldn't put it up and find it for today, but for every 7 births, there's 12 deaths. So it won't take long to really decrease the population when you're like that. But we're seeing basically about an 8% decrease in overall. There's there's stuff on myocarditis. We see here that basically there was no myocarditis prior in the 2020 year. It only started in the year 2021 where we saw an increase in myocarditis. Those studies come from Israel. Are we seeing a lot of deaths? Absolutely spiking in sudden deaths. I know you guys all know this. Referee whistles may do it. Video games, referee whistles. Stress. Breathing too many times. So here's a study I was talking about from Israel. And I think this is a critical point to remember when people ask you. There were 40% more deaths in 2021, and that's Ed Dowd kind of really come down and hit this really hard. But this is big picturing, you know. At the end of the day, that's really important data. And you see an 84% increase in death in the 25 to 44. These people are not dying normally. Now they are. Is there a link? Absolutely, it looks like there's a link in vaccination status, and you see an all-cause mortality going up, and that study just kind of highlights it right there. In England, 25,000 plus people are that died last year are the vaccinated versus 2,200. Now, mind you, many of the people are vaccinated, of course, but it's supposed to be safe and effective and protective, right? So there you go. And those are people dying of COVID. And how can we explain this excess mortality? There's some really interesting things, but just like when my patients come into me, I have hundreds of vaccine injured, and they always say the same thing. We know you developed ALS, and one thing we don't know what caused it, but the one thing we do know is it wasn't from the vaccine. They hear this over and over. The gaslighting's horrible. And it says it right here in their thing. The one thing we know is not contributing to excess mortality is COVID-19 vaccines. How do they know that? Because they said so. Does it provide immunity? Yes, for the manufacturer. And they put out these. Thank you guys. Give me like 2 minutes. So they put out studies like this that show that they saved, I think, 18 million people were saved by the vaccination program. And who funded that? Bill and Melinda, Gavi. So, and that's the kind of stuff. And they put this out over and over. So it's basically information warfare. And they recently put out a study showing that more people are dying of heart disease that weren't vaccinated. A completely bogus study. They retract these good studies showing that basically that in people, they went and talked to them who was having more, who knew people that were injured by the vaccine versus were injured by COVID, and they retracted the study. Again, if it's a study that's against their narrative, they keep retracting it. I want to show you one more because I think I'll kind of skip ahead to it. This is an important thing. There's a class switch. So at the third shot, you stop making neutralizing antibodies. And antibodies, of course, are not as important as T cells in most of these issues. But you start making antibodies that are basically like a key that gets stuck in your ignition. Now you can't make the right antibodies. They're tolerating antibodies. You see these IgG4 characteristics in cancer immunity too, where cancer cells, as cancer cells are being fought against, you start changing the immunity status to this IgG4, which is a tolerating antibody. This is 52 times higher death rates in children from 10 to 14 in England in the vaccinated. And this study was basically DNA damage repair. That was a big one. This was retracted. But thankfully, this study shows the same thing. It affected a DNA damage repair, and this study shows the same thing. It affected DNA damage repair. So the mountain of evidence is on our side. And this shows the toll-like receptors, 7 and 8, our immune viral surveillance are actually inhibited by this spike protein and the vaccine particularly. And you see a doubling of the effects of herpes. I didn't put that study in there, sorry. But a doubling of like Epstein-Barr and shingles has occurred over the last 2 years. And let me see if there's one more thing I wanted to point out. So another Mark Twain quote. So I mean, silence in the face of evil is evil itself, So, and the last thing I think when we go to, kind of looking forward, Kubler-Ross, I think, This is one of her good quotes. That's, we have both love and fear. And if we all think about it, our love is going to conquer our fears. So as we go forward and move forward, we're facing a very evil force, and it's very scary. I can tell you I get scared sometimes, but in general, I think our love will help us to overcome all of that. And so I urge you all to embrace the love you have for all of our humankind, and fight going forward with that in our hearts and wearing that on our sleeve. Thank you.
And for those of you who were confused why Asim Malhotra wasn't here to speak today, well, he's sick, and Richard was very kindly jumped in at the last minute, so that's why, Asim's not here. So we're going to carry on now with the panel debate. We will try and take a few short questions from the audience in the middle, so we'll start the debate and then we'll send the microphone out. So if you have a question that's relevant to this particular topic, which is failure to act or intent, then please, we'll have someone with a microphone that can come and take questions. But before that, I think Sture would like to say a quick word about lunch.
Yes.
I'll speak to the chair.
Okay, guys, a little information when it comes regarding lunch. The lunch is on the 3rd floor. For you guys, sponsors and speakers, and some of the others will get a bong in your hand. You go to the 2nd floor, called kitchen and table. Everybody got that? Okay, one more time. Are you jabbed? No, just kidding. The lunch will be on 3rd floor for most of you guys. But for the sponsors and speakers and some others will have a bong in their hand. You go to the 2nd floor. Okay? So that's very simple. Are you enjoying the program so far? Yes. Very good. Very good. Yes. So now we're going to have a panel debate.
So Sonia and Sasha, could you join us for the panel debate? We'd like to sit. So Olga's going to start with a short introduction, and then we're going to have some questions, and then we'll open the floor up for questions for the speakers.
Thank you, Jonathan. What a morning. So much information to process, I know, but I wanted to kind of tie it together by saying that, we're currently witnessing, according to me at least, the biggest threat to our democracy and freedom of speech and human rights. And investigative journalism is the cornerstone of our democracy. And when we cannot have an open dialogue about things that are happening in our society that are really serious and damaging, then something is wrong. Something is very, very wrong. We've seen media using fear-mongering and sensational news to make money, basically. This is what it's all about and has been about. And media has been complicit. People like us, Sonia and I and other journalists, have been silenced. And we are obviously not getting this information out the way that it should be going out so that people can make informed choices, especially when it comes to health and their own health. Doctors are also involved because how many doctors out there are actually helping their patients choosing, the right way when it comes to this experimental drug, or telling them the potential risks that it brings. And the big question is, how did they get away with this, And one of the reasons is, of course, that they're being bought. Even in the US, if you just look at regular TV, most of the commercials, the largest percentage is about pharmaceutical products. So they are getting funded by pharmaceutical products. And this is happening across the world. I think also for us independent journalists, it's been quite a journey these last couple of years. I can just tell you my own story, which was, I'm not a journalist from the background. I used to work for the United Nations, but when I came back to Sweden, I was asked to interview people and join an independent media channel. And I think many of us out there have felt this way, and it is the fact that for me it was a huge choice. I'm a single mother. I was very worried about my future, my career, coming out, speaking publicly. A lot of people lose their livelihoods, which is something that doctors also experience. They're threatened that they will have their licenses taken away. And it's everything. It's about, what will my friends think, my family. I mean, it's really a huge step forward to make that decision to speak out publicly. It's a dangerous thing, and this is something that, is extremely horrifying, for me at least, living in a democracy today, that we cannot have this open dialogue, that we cannot speak to doctors and the media about this. So I guess I just wanted to say that for me today, and this is a message to everyone in this room, including all the journalists sitting here, I believe that we are the mainstream media. We are the mainstream media. We are actually the investigative people that are doing the job that we're supposed to be doing. And I love you, Sonia, for all the incredible work that you're doing, and all the people out here that are daring to put their lives at stake in order to deliver the truth to the people out there, because we don't want to see any more hurt people. I work with vaccine injured globally. I cannot tell you how many times I have cried with these people, and my mission is I will not stop until I help these people to heal, because there's millions out there that need our help. And we're all in this together. I don't like that expression, but in this case we are, because every single one of you in this room will be affected somehow, whether it's your mother that got injured, or your brother, or your sister, or your child, or someone at work that cannot work anymore. These people are damaged for life, and they cannot live normal lives anymore. This is not a joke. This is something extremely serious that we have to take seriously. So with that being said, and going back to that, yes, we are the mainstream media, and yes, we're going to keep delivering the message, and they will never be able to take our voices away. That is our human rights, that is the freedom of speech, and we're going to continue doing that. So my question to the panel, I think, is, how can we turn this around, according to all of you, and with the knowledge that you all have?
Right. How can we turn this all around? And I think you mentioned, the information. And I guess as my role as an investigative journalist is to provide the public the information that, obviously the health regulators want to hide, the governments want to hide, the pharmaceutical companies want to hide. And it's just getting that information out there that's in the public interest, because the public deserve to know what's really going on. And I think that's key, is just spreading that information, the right kind. Yeah.
Absolutely. So the information, access to the truthful information is extremely important. I think as far as turning it around, we already have. If you look at the success that was achieved, for example, even despite all the billions of dollars that were pumped into mainstream media lies and manufacturing all these studies, that's a lot of effort, a lot of money went into creation of lies. That's very expensive. Despite all that, the vaccination rates today in the US and globally are near zero. people absolutely refuse. So all this money was pumped into fighting vaccine hesitancy, right? And they achieved absolutely opposite result. A lot of people, majority of the world, are aware of the danger. People are refusing these vaccines. By spillover, they're refusing all vaccines. So now the decline of all childhood vaccination has started globally, and it will continue. And the same, people are becoming much more aware, engaged in the political scene, seeing how the, votes get manipulated, how these, supranational organizations are hijacking the democratic processes. So we're becoming much more aware, much more engaged, and I think it's a positive sign, and that's how we can all fight it and how we can turn around just ourselves, being engaged and working together.
Yeah, well said. I do agree. The messaging is the key thing. It's how they do it, is to get control of the messaging. And I think the independent media makes a huge difference. And I think going forward, I can't see how we can do it any other way. You have to be able to get the message out, and it's a really, really important part of it. I think the other thing is understanding that they're trying to create hopelessness and despair. And they're trying to make you feel like a victim, whether or not they're going to terrorize you with pandemics or whether, whatever it is they're going to come at you with. Climate change, tell you to, food sources are being eliminated. So in general, they want you to feel like a victim. And victims are basically not able to do things. So understand that that's part of the messaging they're trying to do. And that you have to understand you're not a victim. You're an active participant. It's your life. It's your world. This is our world. They can go to Mars. They don't need to come here. So, in general. But yeah, victimization is part of the thing, and then messaging.
So, do we give it to the audience, or do you want to do another?
Yeah, I think we can do that, Margaret. I'd just like, I think maybe I can also, have we got someone with a microphone? Yeah, is there anyone that would like to ask the panel and audience? We've got a hand over there. Yeah.
It's Alexander Paul. Thanks for being so clear about causality and liability being linked back to intent and harm. My question was, you spoke about mRNA technology. AstraZeneca brags about 3 billion doses having been distributed, providing 2/3 of the developing world. We're talking about the US and Europe, which is the developed Western world. But that's viral vector DNA technology. Do you think that the mixing of manufacturers with boosters being Pfizer first, AstraZeneca second, etc., the different vaccine technology platforms, do you think that they're creating confusion so that causality can never be linked back to a single pharma company, and therefore they will simply say it's the government to blame and the government will pay, being the final domino together with climate change to bankrupt the governments of the world, because the liability, I assume, that you are identifying is trillions of dollars? Do you see that? Because I think you've done such good statistics, but from a scientific perspective, can you 100% link the harm back to a single pharma company, viral vector or mRNA, or is it simply the government is behind all of this and should pay?
Okay, thanks, Alexander. That's a pretty big question. We start with Richard, maybe, with the medical aspect.
So as I said in the talk, I mean, the messenger RNA technology with the lipid nanoparticle is going to be a problem, period. And whoever is responsible for that, I mean, obviously, the Department of Defense was running this thing, so that tells you that that's the first place you look, right? But they're not really in charge, are they? That's what we talked about, fifth generation warfare. Who's really in charge? So that's part of find somebody, I guess. I always say if there's a problem, blame somebody and move on. So in general, that's kind of what we're going to be stuck with. How do we actually target somebody and say, that none of these technologies are going to be safe and effective. They're just not going to be. They've proven it already. So, and where do we go with that? I think we go back and in a sense, I'm not a backwards thinking person. I think there's justice and all that, and so I look for, I mean, I know there's going to be more pandemics, and it's not going to be that hard to get around them. So I kind of think forward in a sense, but we need to go back and make a stand about what happened, but it's not a place that I spend a lot of time thinking about it, because I think in general, my main thing is to prevent more messenger RNA technology from getting loosed on the population, and more of the DNA technology. Neither of those platforms are going to be very good. I think the hardest part about answering the question is placing blame is tough. In general, I looked at the scientists; they should know better.
Yes, so from the perspective of the perpetrators, we know the real perpetrators behind the perpetrators are the private interests that control the globalist organizations and specifically central banks. But those are private individuals, okay? So they are perpetrating this crime on humanity because they have superpower by controlling the money supply, they control the institutions, they control the governments, they control the defense departments, and so forth. So, but they also, these crimes have been pre-planned for a long time, as you've seen from the first presentations. And in the process of pre-planning these crimes, they also pre-plan the lines of defense. So the first one they want you to blame is the big pharma. And they want you to have this story that, oh, big pharma is so corrupt, they buy off the governments, and they're the bad guys. While the big pharma, they have done it over and over again, and the playbook is they will plead to some, if push comes to shove, they'll plead to some minor crime, have the shell company plead minor crime, insurance company pays, or some government fund set up, and they continue doing the same crimes. If that doesn't work, they'll blame, the government. The government needs to pay, corrupt the government. One government falls, they establish another government, so that's another line of defense. It never actually gets to the real perpetrators of the crime. The genocides are never prosecuted. If you think about it, nobody has ever been prosecuted for genocide, really. And they happen over and over and over again. So the only way to prevent it, really, is for us individually to stand up to it, to stand up to this garbage, recognize the propaganda, recognize fear-mongering, and say no to it, so they cannot do these crimes. They can only do these crimes when you're afraid of them and you're compliant and you're playing by their playbook.
That's the best answer I've heard on that topic. It's awesome.
And I just wanted to add that, since they are not liable, it's also, like you said, Sasha, it all goes back to that it's going to be us paying the damages instead of the actual perpetrators. Our tax money will go in the end to pay for all of the damages, which is, again, extremely unacceptable.
I mean, I can't add to all those excellent responses. Yeah, absolutely agree.
Yeah, we have one question here. Just before, I would just like to say one criticism I get when I try to discuss this with colleagues, people that have recognized that the mRNA vaccines are toxic and will not take any more, they then say, yeah, but if you go that bit further forward, it's, you're wearing a tinfoil hat. Who is they? And I answered the way Richard did. It's very hard to define who they are, but as Jakob showed very nicely in his presentation, there is a very clear historical background to this, climate change, pandemic scenario we're living through at the moment. So it's just important to go back and read those historical documents which are there. So another question from the floor.
Yes. My name is Bente Spisse, and I first want to thank you heartily for an enormously invigorating and fact-based and interesting and engaging morning. So thank you all. We are predominantly, I think, non-vaccinated people here, but we have partners, relatives, mothers and fathers, and that are vaccinated. So could you add something about shedding? Shedding being documented, how real is it? What can we do if we are exposed to shedding? Yes, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. It's a very good question. I think it's something that publicly I've noticed a lot of people are concerned about. We had the same question in the Stockholm conference in January. So, Sonia.
Yes, I just wanted to, so when I was going through the Pfizer clinical trial documents, this is sort of late 2021, what I came across when you looked at the protocol was that Pfizer was actually aware, they had it on their radar, vaccine shedding, because they wanted any female who was to get pregnant, if their spouse or partner had taken the vaccine, needed to report the pregnancy because they needed to monitor the outcome. So that absolutely speaks to vaccine shedding. So they were completely aware of that. They'd flagged it, and it was on their radar to monitor the outcome, like I said. So yes, so it's definitely real.
Yeah. Oh, no, go ahead.
Yeah, shedding is real, and as she said, that was in the original documents. It's part of the. I talked a little bit about it. It's basically you make a lot of the protein. It gets pushed out into exosomes in the extracellular space, and then gets around the circulation, and some of it can shed out through air, through breath, through skin. It can shed. The question comes down to how much. We don't know. Nobody's looked at it. Nobody knows. So. It's definitely happening. It's just a matter of what's the clinical relevance, and I don't know. No one does.
Yeah, correct. It's not clear. It's very dependent on what we call exposure in drug studies. So the person who is shedding, it's individual factors. How much material that they got, that the damaging material that will produce the spike, they got themselves. And as I've shown, the manufacturing is so sloppy that we don't know. Sometimes it's nothing, and sometimes it's a lot, and sometimes people can also individually produce more shedding than others. So it's not clear for that reason. We have to explain it that way to our relatives and friends to remind them how dangerous this is, so that hopefully they will stop taking these shots. In general, I would not create an apartheid. I would not be fearful of it. I would keep living normal life. As far as I'm aware, the most danger I've seen in literature is for small babies surrounded by shedding. So because due to the small body size, I think. But other than that, it's very hard. Some anecdotal reports, for example, people like physical therapists that constantly work with vaccinated people, they have been reporting some, bad effects on themselves. So that's, so if you've in very close contact constantly, or small body size like babies, that's dangerous. Otherwise, I haven't seen huge effects of shedding generally. And I think over time it goes away also. If people stop taking these shots, eventually the body clears whatever it has to clear, because shedding is clearing, but eventually the body will get rid of it. And as long as people stop taking these shots, it shouldn't continue.
I'll just add to that, I guess, because I am I'm signed.
I just wanted to add to that.
Okay, sorry, Olga.
No, I just wanted to say that there are studies being done in the background on this, and of course we are underfunded because the governments are absolutely not wanting to fund any of these studies. So it's really important that people that can help fund to organizations like Children's Health Defense and others that are working on a lot of solutions. So wanted to add that.
Yeah, thank you. I was just going to say, we are social animals, and there is so much about our social interaction that we don't quite understand. When we had this discussion in Stockholm, one of the conclusions was that it could be linked to pheromones, because it's unlikely that you could shed enough mRNA to have a biological effect on someone, except through breast milk or semen or something. Another possibility is through the microbiome, because there's this nice data showing there's a big reduction in certain bacteria species in the gut, which affects you, but then that also affects your behavior. And I would say we don't really understand why a group of women in the same family all come into sync with the same menstrual cycle, similar menstrual cycles. Yeah, so there's a lot we don't know, actually. And I think this question of shedding raises some interesting questions about what is it, if it's a real phenomenon, what is the basis of this, and how is it triggered? So we've got 5 minutes, so we've got time for one last question. Okay. Maybe you can grab this mic.
That microphone, if somebody can
make it live.
First of all, I'm very encouraged to see so many people here. I think that is one of the ways out of this situation. But what I wanted to say, I think the reason why we are in this situation in this world is, one is, of course, that people have been bribed, compromised by money, such that they cooperate in this evil. But I think the biggest threat and danger which we have been exposed to in many, many years is brainwashing. I think Hollywood was already mentioned. And they have, of course, fake stream media, as I call them, politics. So I don't know the answer, but my question is, how can we tackle those brainwashing channels? Because I do believe we have to do something with that. How can we prevent those guys to use those brainwashing channels such that people become aware of what is actually going on? Because that makes people fall asleep, that makes people not wanting to think at all from themselves. So it's not really an easy question I'm asking, but I think that is kind of a thing which I would like you to comment on, if possible.
Stop watching the news.
Yeah, well, that's what I do.
Sorry. Yeah, so how do we counteract the agenda? Well, Sonia used to work for the BBC, and they're very good at it, so we'll ask her first.
Oh, thank you very much. You show them the truth. And I think you always combat lies with truth. And that's what I do. And I think, yes, stop watching the mainstream media because they have an agenda. You know, they're sponsored. They don't want to bite the hand that feeds them, right? You go to independent media channels, outlets, and there are many. They're growing. This is, I believe, the future. Yeah, it's just getting the truth out there to wake people up.
Yes, I think that's a great point. You have to seek truth yourself. Truth it's absolute. So truth is perfect. Truth is something you cannot improve on. And it's also the most cost-effective mechanism of communication. And think about it, like if you tell the truth, you don't have to remember anything. So, I think it was also Mark Twain. And that's why, as I said, you know, they spend billions and billions of dollars manufacturing lies. And we, on our side, we're not paid. We're working, most of us are working for free volunteers, or we're on some small and alternative news channels, and yet we were able to get the message out and stop the entire global vaccination campaign. I think this is the biggest evidence that you need to show to your friends and relatives that truth always wins.
Yeah, and I also wanted to say that I really truly believe that we're winning, because even when you look at media and the high wire Del Bigtree, who has over 6 million views per week, which is more than a lot of the big channels in the US. So people are waking up all over the world, and people are seeing what's happening, and therefore it's super important that we all, you know, start speaking our truth. Because we need to tell our children one day that, you know, we did this for them, you know, we did this for them. Otherwise, I don't think any of us on this panel would ever want to sit here. I wouldn't. I know I would rather do much other things, you know, than sitting here and talking about these things, because it's not pleasurable to be in this position always, you know. It's pleasurable because of all of you. That's like the silver lining, but it's also a very, you know, dangerous place to be in. So with that, I wanted to say thank you to the panelists, and if Jonathan, you wanted to.
No, I think we're in good time now. We're back on schedule. Thanks to everyone. Yeah, thanks to all the panel debaters and all the presenters on the first session. We're going to be back at 1:30 for a prompt start. So we have an hour, but please come back maybe 5 minutes early so we can get seated and start on time.
Wait a second. I need to give some additional information about the lunch.
I think outside.
Wait a second. Yeah, as all of you know, we are in Norway. 3rd floor here is above 1, 2, 3 up from the ground floor. So we don't have the same system as have in US and England. That's one thing. And the second thing, the 9 of you guys who got lunch tickets today have to report to Ågot, Mona, in the reception in here, because she has a different arrangement for you guys. And all of the sponsors and speakers who does not have a bong for lunch, can you just enter Silja or at the reception there before you leave for lunch? Is that okay? Very nice. Thank you so much. Very nice. Thank you so much. Very nice.
Okay, we take the ticket and we give it to the lady at the reception.
Yeah, very nice.
what did we learn and how do we heal? I'm an honour of hosting again, and it's a great pleasure to welcome Professor Halvor Næss, who is a professor in internal medicine and neurology in Bergen. Professor Næss is a specialist and neurologist at Haukeland University Hospital. He's the co-author of more than 200 peer-reviewed articles and in medical journals. And he's one of the few white-coated individuals who has stated that we've been in an epidemic and not a pandemic, for which he was criticized quite severely. He's questioned why we set aside previous pandemic plans and has been a vocal opponent of the government's measures over the past 3 years. So through his lecture, you'll gain insight into why the authorities should take a closer look at excess mortality and also provide insights into how data technology can become the government's tool for regulations that have the potential to control the population. Welcome, Halvor.
Thank you for... Thank you for kind words. First, I would like to thank the organizers for inviting me to this very important meeting. And I want to stress first that I represent myself and I do not represent my employers, and you may know why. First, here's a quote. "In going beyond what is already known, one cannot but go blindly." This is one of my favorite quotes, and it's a quote from an article by a famous psychologist named Donald T. Campbell. And he showed that creative people of necessity, they grope in the dark. They do not know where the solutions are, so they grope in the dark. And this is because there are many more ways to be wrong than to be right. And this means that all inventions and all innovations, they are based on trial and errors and constrained by effective feedback mechanisms. The more people who test new ideas independently of each other, the greater the probability of success. For example, Edison and others, they tested several thousand substances when they tried to discover the light bulb. And it wasn't until Edison tried platinum filament that he found a light bulb that worked. So it takes many attempts to solve problems. And this is how creativity works. It results from trial and error. We see it in neurobiology. It's the way our brain works. We test our hypotheses about the world every day, every second, every tenth of a second. We do create hypotheses about what we perceive in the world. And then send signals. They correct us or they tell us that we have the wrong perception. It's also the way that the immune system works when new antibodies are created. The evolution itself is also based on trial and error. Scientific progression, as explained by the famous philosopher Karl Popper, and also how economic growth and prosperity works. Human flourishing and prosperity are, in my view, based on independent actors, which implies private property. This, in my view, is the most important lesson from economic theory. It's not well known, in my opinion, but I think it's the best lesson, most important lesson from economy. It is innovations that leads to prosperity. And a famous economist, Joseph Schumpeter, he showed or emphasized that there is a difference between inventions and innovations. We usually see these words as synonyms, but they are not. Innovations are profitable inventions. That's a very important distinction because innovation, we find innovations when we test inventions in the market and If an invention is profitable, if you earn money on this invention, then it is an innovation. For example, in the Middle Ages, the Chinese were very inventive, but they did not make any innovations. It was up to Europe. It was not until these inventions reached Europe that these inventions were converted into innovation. And this was the basis of the Industrial Revolution and the huge progress in wealth that we have seen the last 200 years. And price emerges from innumerable transactions and provide very important feedback information to translators. And then we come to the state. State actions and intervention are based on the monopoly of violence. This is, in my view, very important to know and appreciate, that the state is based on monopoly of violence. This is the definition of what a state is. And feedback mechanism for the state is very poor. They try things, but they don't know whether they do the right thing. They have no good price mechanism to steer their actions. And this is particularly the case after fiat money was adopted in 1971. It's also important to know that all monopolies, they consume capital and are destructive. You don't get wealth increase from monopolies. They destruct capital. This comes directly from economic theory. So this means that innovations are impossible for monopolies. War is, of course, the most obvious destruction caused by the states, but the last 200 years, the destruction caused by states were almost invisible, and that is because the state allowed the civil society to flourish with relatively few restrictions, and that's why we have had this extremely high wealth production and high living standard over the last 200 years. But now the state has become overconfident and arrogant, and the handling of the pandemic showed this destructive power of the state in peacetime for all to see, in my opinion. And then to the pandemic. We know that before the pandemic there were established recommendations on how to handle a severe pandemic. And these guidelines, they included no lockdown, no closure of borders, no masks, no quarantine of healthy people. And these were based on very strict or good scientific knowledge. But in March 2020, the countries, almost all states except Sweden and a few countries, they made a U-turn and did the exact opposite of what was recommended before. And this U-turn was, of course, not based on science, it was pseudoscience. It's the best definition of pseudoscience I can imagine. And for example, and this was known by all health authorities that they did a U-turn. For example, Health Director Gullvåg, he has described this as a paradigm shift. So they knew that they did something which they had no basis for doing. You can read about this in the Corona Commission's report. But those who opposed this U-turn, they were claimed to be unscientific and ridiculed, and some even lost their jobs. There are several possible causes for why the countries did this U-turn, except Sweden. I think that many politicians really wanted this draconic policy. And the lockdown files, which you may have read about, which were published by the Daily Telegraph in England a few weeks ago, show how politicians and bureaucrats really enjoyed the position of power they had been given. And it was also necessary to get the population on board, as shown by the Norwegian Corona Commission. It was essential to spread fear. And Health Director Gullvåg, again, he wanted to spread a shock effect. And in England and elsewhere, psychologists were recruited for effective fear-mongering. A vicious circle arose where the state spread fear and the population demanded state action because of the fear. The vicious circle was obviously desired by many power-hungry politicians and bureaucrats, in my view. Now, more than 3 years have passed, and the consequences are partially known. There are now many empirical studies that show that lockdown did not save lives, probably the opposite. Sweden, which did not introduce lockdowns, has the lowest excess mortality in Europe since March 2020, for example. Lockdowns have had many negative consequences. Many companies went bankrupt, especially small companies. Poverty increased, especially in the third world, but also in Western countries. Schools tests show that pupils do worse on tests now than before the pandemic. And this is not the case in Sweden, where schools were open. These were predictable consequences of lockdown. That's why we had this recommendation before the pandemic. I use the word pandemic because that's what we usually do, even though I have said that there was no pandemic. Tegnell was maybe the only health bureaucrat who followed the old recommendation and who followed science and not pseudoscience. And we know now that the vaccines were not as effective or as safe as we were told in the beginning. There are now several studies which shows that the vaccines are associated with excess mortality. We have already heard this today. This does not necessarily mean that the vaccines are the main cause of excess mortality. I suppose that lockdowns and other factors also are important when it comes to this excess mortality. But we do know that that vaccine can induce death. And one of my patients, I'm almost certain that one of my patients died because of a vaccine. And it's very surprising, or perhaps not, that the authorities do not want to study the possible connection between vaccines and excess mortality. At least it is very shocking that they don't want to do this. So next to cancelling of liberties, so the urgent approval of the vaccines are probably the biggest scandals in the handling of the pandemic, in my view. But what are we to expect in the future? For we will see new epidemics in the future, that's for certain. Most likely they will not be severe, but we will see future epidemics as well. And I fear that the state will introduce lockdowns, closure of borders, mask mandates again. And the reason I believe this is that the politicians and health bureaucrats, they claim that the management of this pandemic was successful. They claim that they saved millions of lives worldwide. And they base this claim on computer models. And the most famous model came from the Imperial College in London, but there are others. And this model calculated that without, for example, there were many results from this model, but it calculated that if no lockdown happened in Sweden, then 90,000 Swedes would die in the spring 2020. According to statistics, 6,000 died, so it's missed thoroughly. And it seems that the politicians and bureaucrats, they are not interested in learning from empirical studies, because if they do, they will see that management was a disaster. Another reason I fear that new lockdowns will be introduced is that this management had very high support from the population. 80–90% of the Norwegian population supported the government when they locked down. And this was because of fear. And this fear was, of course, aggravated by the politician. Again, we have this vicious circle. Furthermore, we know that politicians are hungry for power and want fewer restrictions on state actions. And also, finally, MSM, they also favor this policy. There may be many reasons for that, maybe because of money donations from big companies that earned money on the lockdown, or perhaps because fear sells. That's maybe the most important cause, I don't know. And finally, I must unfortunately recognize that very few medical doctors and even economists have been critical about the handling of the pandemic. more gratifying was the fact that many lawyers were critical. So I must say that I'm glad that we have lawyers who are opposed to cancelling of liberties. And then to my conclusion, a summary: human flourishing and state actions are incompatible, at least in the long run. It's because the state is a monopoly. The less state interference in voluntary interactions, the more human flourishing. I was quite convinced about this even before the pandemic, because I had read and studied this for many years. So this was my conviction. But the government handling of the corona pandemic has even further strengthened my conviction as to this. The shocking government handling of the pandemic caused rapid destruction of civil society, as shown by many empirical studies. And I think if the authorities had not intervened at all in this pandemic, I'm quite certain that the pandemic would have passed under the radar for most people. I have some experience in this from... And I think that the pandemic should have been handled locally and not globally. We know the dangers of global government. We heard that earlier this morning. And I think if that is the future, it will be very destructive. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much for that very good presentation. And yeah, I do agree that I don't think it was pretty successful at all, but that's just me. Our next speaker is Kjetil Elvevold, and he's a PhD scientist from Norway. He will be holding a session on delivery of lipid nanoparticles with RNA. How does it work? Kjetil holds a PhD in liver psychology, psychology, and is a former researcher in the pharmaceutical industry. He has led research on lipid nanoparticles with mRNA and has questions whether the basis for emergency approval of the vaccine was well documented enough, and has faced strong criticism in recent years. After his lecture, he... I don't know what happened. Oh, no, maybe the battery. Yeah. All right, let's try again. After his lecture, you will have a better understanding of how mRNA works and gain insight into how this can affect the human body and why the vaccine cannot be called a vaccine. So, warm applause.
Yeah. Thank you very much to the organizers and all the people that are here. It's very nice, interesting for me to be allowed to talk to you about this. As he said, we worked in a little company called Deliver. I was a co-founder of this company, and the name Deliver was not chosen by. It was an idea behind the name Deliver. First, Deliver is very important for drug metabolism. And also, we focused on drug delivery. That means targeting of the drug. When you give a drug to a patient, it is important that it gets to the right target. If it's a heart medicine, it should go to the heart, and if it's a lung medicine, it should go to the lung. So we are very interested in targeting of drugs. And I think it was in 2015, we started to work a little bit with lipid nanoparticles with mRNA. It was from Moderna at that time. And in addition to focusing on targeting of the lipid nanoparticle to the organs we are focusing on. We also knew that for this kind of technology, it is difficult to get the nanoparticle inside a cell. The cell doesn't want to take up something that it doesn't like. And for me, this was interesting because my PhD was in cell biology and specifically on uptake of molecules into the cell eating or cell drinking. So if you look on the net, you will find figures like that. This is just an example on how the mRNA vaccine work. And I found this one, and I thought I would use this as a background for this speech. And point 1 here, it is injection into the muscle. I will talk a little. I have one slide for each of these points. Injection into the muscle, and how the mRNA enter the cell, and about the cells producing spike protein. Spike protein is recognized by the immune cell according to this one, and antibody production and immune response. So the first one, this is the third time you see this figure today. And I also like the other ones, I also like to focus on what happens in the liver and the ovaries. And the numbers to the right is the amount found in these organs after 25 minutes, and then you can see it increase 1 hour, 2 hours, 4 hours, 8 hours, 24 hours, 48 hours. It increased all the time. And the animals in this test, they were killed after 48 hours. So we don't know what happens after 100 hours, 200 hours. Does it still increase? And this lipid nanoparticle with the mRNA, what is it supposed to do in the ovaries? It doesn't have anything to do there. And as you all know, these were stated to be safe and effective. And even pregnant women were supposed to take this, what was it called? Killer weapon? Anyway, if a pregnant woman has a fetus, a girl fetus, and these particles cross the placenta and enter the ovaries of these girl fetuses, what will happen to them when they grow older? Maybe they cannot get children, but none of this was of concern of the perpetrators. So, number 2, mRNA, no, wrong. mRNA enter the cell. This is also a figure on what the lipid nanoparticle looks like. But in the figure, they only write mRNA enter the cell, but all the other things also enter the cells. And here is a list of what they write are in the lipid nanoparticle. It is to the right here. But as we have seen earlier today, there are a lot of other things that follows. For instance, DNA. And the one on the top there, pegylated lipid, this is a compound that is not degraded by the cell. We don't have enzymes to degrade it. So it accumulates in the cell after it is endocytosed, or after it has entered the cell. We don't know what happens to it in the long run. And this number 2, ionizable lipid, that is the lipids that are not natural. They can be very poisonous. And they also accumulate in the cell. The other ones are not so dangerous. And the RNA in this figure, it is this blue little thing, no, the reddish little thing inside the blue circles. So they are just a little part of the whole particle. So, next one, number 3 in this figure showed first. It says the cell produces spike protein, okay? But the question is, which cell? It distributes all over the body, and different cells have different functions. So what happens when different cells produce this spike protein? And what is the fate of the produced spike protein? According to literature, it is supposed to be inserted into the cell membrane. But somebody say that it also is you find it in the blood. And others say that it is degraded into small proteins, and then it's present on the cell surface to show to the immune system that here there is something special inside here that the immune system should look at to start a response. But so far, spike protein has never been isolated from the blood of an injected individual. There are a lot of publications that say they find spike protein, but it's always indirectly shown by antibodies. An antibody doesn't have to recognize a whole spike protein. It is enough to recognize only a small part. So if millions of people have got this injection and they produce spike protein, it should be possible to take a blood sample and isolate the spike protein directly from the blood sample. It has not been done. And that should have been done because when you inject this into millions of people, this has to be clear cut what is happening, but it's not. And the spike protein has never been found in nature. The mRNA for spike protein is said to be made on a computer in China and then sent to the producers, and they make the mRNA that is put into these vaccines. So I wonder why it's not found in nature, but that seems to be the case. And one thing I forgot to say to you before I started, that you don't have to believe anything of what I say. But if somebody say that I talk only nonsense, you shouldn't believe them either. Okay, so this is a figure. You see, this light blue thing is supposed to be one cell. And this is a very complex thing that happens when the nanoparticle enter the cell. You don't focus on the details, but just see that it's a lot of things that is supposed to happen. And when we know, they do not know point one to target the right cell. They don't know how it enters inside the cell. How do they know that this happened? They don't know. It's not proven. This is just theory. And as you also can see, the spike protein is the orange thing. It said it's in the endosomes up there, and it's on the cell surface connected to a B cell, and it's free in the circulation, and there is particles of it. All this is just assumed. It's not proven. And point number 5 in this figure I showed you is production of antibody. And this is how it is supposed to happen. It is the cells called B cell that produce antibody. But we don't know exactly what they produce antibody against. They register that it's a lot of antibodies in the patients that have got these shots. But they don't know exactly what the antibodies are supposed to recognize, what they bind to. For instance, like we saw, a lot of things enter the cells, not only the mRNA. It's lipids and different these ionizable lipids that are poisonous, and PEG and all different kind of things. It could be just as well these things that it is produced antibody against, not only this alleged spike protein. So the last thing that is supposed to happen is immune response. And yes, there is a robust immune response. For instance, very many people that get the shot, they say they start to feel bad, and then the medical doctor say, yes, that's normal. How do I know that's normal? The body reacts to toxins. That's why people start to get sick. But it's a common thing to say, no, it's because it works. No, I don't think so. You should ask for proof. So what can this all the things that the immune response can be directed against if it is not only the spike protein? Like I said, it could be the lipid nanoparticle, the whole thing. It could be a response against that. It could be a response against the ionizable lipids. It could also be against mRNA, because mRNA is at least this mRNA that is changed, where they have changed one of the building blocks with a unnatural one. And also new data from Pfizer that also was talked about earlier today. It's a lot of DNA contaminants. In some of the lots, it's actually as much as 1,000 times more DNA than it is allowed to be in the contaminants. And also in report that was released recently, they were looking on side effects of the injections. And the third most common side effect was COVID. So, and also one thing, if there is spike protein in the blood, it is supposed to bind something called ACE receptor. The ACE receptor is something that I know we do have in our body. So if the spike protein binds to the ACE receptor, it can start to make big complexes. And that can also result in unpleasant reactions in the body. We don't know, because it's safe and effective, so it's not necessary to look closely on it. So if you go back to this first slide that I showed you, for some people it's not so easy to understand all these steps. It can be a little bit complicated. So people are told just to follow the science and trust the science. But that's exactly what you should not do. You should always question the science. That is science. When you question, then it's science. So, and in addition to question the science, you should know the difference between a fairy tale and science. This is not science. This is a fairy tale. Yeah, that's it.
Thank you very much. So, is anyone feeling tired after lunch, sleepy? Humour is a great way to stay awake, isn't it? I've got a joke for you. I found this in a bookshop at the weekend. Jokes for dads. So you can expect it's not a great one. But apparently, scientists have definitively confirmed today that anteaters are incapable of contracting coronavirus and could not spread it from the Wuhan wet market. Why is that? Well, apparently they're filled with antibodies. Okay, without further ado, no, it doesn't deserve applause. But you can tell it to someone when you get home. I'd like to welcome Dorothea Gilbert. Dorothea has a master's and a PhD, and she's one of the co-authors of the famous Corman-Drosten Review report, which is the reason everyone got locked down due to a defective PCR test. Dorothea holds a PhD in analytical chemistry and environmental toxicology, and this background put her in position to critically review COVID as well as the countermeasures against it. Dorothea is one of the co-authors of the Corman-Drosten Review report that criticized the obvious scientific shortcomings and conflicts of interest of the early SARS-CoV-2 PCR test. Welcome, Dorothea.
Okay. Yes. Because this is out of charge.
Okay, welcome everybody. It's a great pleasure to be here to speak here today. And I want to really thank the organizers for making this possible. As you heard, my background is in environmental toxicology and chemistry, and most of the people are familiar with human toxicology, while environmental toxicology is maybe not so known to most of the people. This put me, I think, in a very special position to see a phenomenon about COVID that this far hasn't been mentioned, and this is what this talk is about. It's the mystery of the synchronous mortality curves. I also want to stress that I speak here today as a private person. All the work I present is entirely the product of my private research efforts. So let's have a look at mortality curves. This is a chart from the period March-April 2020. And what you see on the y-axis is the deaths per day. On the x-axis, you see that it's spanning the period from 1st of March over April until the beginning of May. Now you may think this looks very familiar. We all have heard flatten the curve, and you've all been bombarded with information in the media of daily deaths and daily infected and so forth. So you may think that what is shown here is the number of COVID deaths, or perhaps all-cause mortality. Well, I can tell you, this is actually not what this chart is displaying. What you see here is bluted death. There were a lot of birds in Germany dying in exactly that period of time. It was actually so many that the Nature Protection Agency in Germany started an online form to ask citizens to report in dead birds that they had found in their gardens to be able to do statistics. It's the first time ever in history that we actually have daily statistics about animal death. Usually we don't do that, which in itself is a sign for that this was quite an outstanding event. And you can see that the largest number here registered is 1,200 birds, and not just any birds, but blue tits in gardens. In total, there were about 13,800 notices only in 12 days in the first half of April, and you can see it's strongly rising, this curve, in the beginning of April. And in total, then, they registered about 36,000 bird deaths. So it's not a piece of a cake, it's quite large numbers we're talking about. And the birds really were sick. Even the media picked up on it. There were newspaper articles and quite drastic titles. Maybe they got inspired by COVID, I don't know. But this title, for example, read, "While humans in Luxembourg were dealing with a pandemic in March, blue tits were facing their own health crisis, a deadly bacteria that causes pneumonia." And then they figured out, it's always the job, I guess, what they do, blame something, blame someone. So they found that this disease was linked to the bacterium Sutunella ornithocola. And then you see this in the French newspapers, and you also see it in the Dutch newspapers, and eventually this is how I came across this, actually. I just picked it up in the newspapers. And since my background is environmental toxicology, I thought, if there's humans getting sick and birds getting sick, is there something here that we have overseen? Later, there appeared scientific publications, and this is actually where this chart comes from that you saw on the very first slide. This one is actually from a publication by a German group who looked in the bird and blue tit death from the March-April period 2020. Now, when I saw this chart for the first time, I thought, this just looks like COVID. And I had a gut feeling that maybe there's something more to it. But you cannot compare daily data and then the weekly mortality data that you are used to seeing, because mortality typically, at least human mortality, is typically monitored in weekly data because in fact, we don't have a resolution for daily data. There's a lot of artifacts coming in. So what you see here is a disturbed figure by looking at too much resolution. It's like when you take a camera and you zoom in too much. So what I did is I binned this data by week. And you see that in week 15, there was a total number of 4,829 registered bird deaths. Second, I normalized this data to percentages. So now the top in week 15 there, the 4,829 equals 100%. And once you have it in this format, now you can compare with other data. And surprise, surprise, it lines up perfectly with the German COVID death. The green line that you see here is just a fit line. So the bars and the green line is the bird data from Germany. And then you see the COVID perfectly on top of that. Now, is this what we call observation bias? Because it could just happen, people were in lockdown, we've never had a lockdown before. People were in home office, maybe they were for the first time actually in their homes, looking out of the window, seeing that they have a garden and there's birds. Maybe they started counting birds they've never been counting before. I mean, it's a fair criticism that I got, because it could be observation bias. Observation bias is, you're pregnant for the first time and you go around in the street and you see, oh my God, there's so many pregnant women, I've never seen them before. This is observation bias. Well, I think it's not observation bias because we do have long-term statistics. The Nature Protection Agency in Germany is actually very good in doing monitoring of the bluetit population, and this chart here goes back to 2006. And you see that this population crash we see in 2020 is quite unprecedented. They estimated based from these collections they did, and by the help of the citizens who filled in this online form, they estimated based on their monitoring stations that there was a total loss of 1.7 million blue tits in Germany, equaling 22% of the population. So it's a significant loss. It's not just something, and this is what I typically answer when people say it's just observation bias, it's just lockdown, it's people who start counting birds. It's not when we're talking about 1.7 million or a fifth of the population. So is it just coincidence that, animals are dying all the time, birds are dying all the time, also humans are dying all the time? To answer that question, whether it's just coincidental, there's so many things that can happen coincidentally. You have to look at the magnitude of events, and you also have to try to get independent observations. And when facing this criticism, I actually really started looking, okay, is there anything that can prove my observation? Well, and eventually I found that also the Luxembourg Nature Protection Agency did the same sort of statistics. And now in science, this is pretty important, because now here you see a second data set. This is an independent data set. It has nothing to do with the German observations. I repeated this exercise. I binned these daily data by week, and I normalized to percentages. And only then, once you have it in percentage on a weekly basis, you can overlay data sets. And surprise, surprise again, you see now the green crosses. That's the Luxembourg data. And they just perfectly align with the bird data from Germany. Well, maybe this is not surprising, because the birds, they had the same disease in Luxembourg and Germany, they're neighboring countries. And actually, it's what had to be expected. But still, I think it's a very different point to make here, that it's two different independent data sets. Now, at that time, I thought it's not coincidence, it's not observation bias. And I was asking myself, did this happen before? Did we see this earlier? Is there any literature saying that animals are dying also when we have epidemics? And indeed, I came across this book. I started reading it in the end of 2020, and it says Influenza, the Last Great Plague by William Ian Berridge. And there's a chapter 5 there that talks about influenza in animals. I just want to read to you the very first sentence. I quote, "In the history of influenza, it is extraordinary how many reports there are that horses were affected with apparently the same disease as the people during epidemics." And so it goes on and talks about birds and dogs. And I was like, wow, horses, I haven't heard of any horses. But I just typed in Google, really, I did. I mean, it's very simple. I typed in horses epidemic 2020. And the next hit that came up was African horse sickness in Thailand. I mean, this is a publication that came then out later. But what the Thai experienced was an extraordinary epidemic of African horse sickness. And this poster that you see here, actually, it looks like a COVID poster because they counted the number of infected horses, the dead horses, and the vaccinated horses. And then they made a map of where they could see the spread. And the different areas you see here on the right side where outbreaks were the worst, and so forth. Now, to put this in perspective, Thailand has a population about 6,000 horses, so if 547 die, that's almost 10%. So again, it's not just a piece of a cake, you know, this is significant numbers, just to put these numbers into perspective. Then African horse sickness is a disease that is monitored by the World Organization for Animal Health, and they actually got these numbers from the Thailand Equestrian Federation submitted, where we see daily number of horse deaths. Now, if you got a trained eye and you know how to read epidemiological graphs and statistics and so forth, you will recognize that this curve as well flattens off in the middle of April. This is middle of April is in the middle of this chart, basically. And you see this is when this curve starts flattening off. So again, I repeated this exercise based on these numbers. I took 7 and 7 days and binned it into a week and transformed to percentages and made a graph that by now you should recognize it. We get a peak in week 15. And then the curve falls off. And now again, once we have data in percentage, we can overlay. And what you overlay here, it's not the COVID data, because I believe that COVID statistics is not very reliable. So here I took the all-cause mortality from the United States, the raw data. So did the same. I transformed it to percentages so that the number of deaths in week 15 in the United States, I can't tell it on the top of my head how many people that were. That equals 100%, and equally the horses in week 15, that equals 100%. And then the black line shows you a Gompertz fit. That's a mathematical curve that just fits the data best. And what is quite surprising is that this Gompertz curve, it was fit to the American data, but it actually models equally well the horse death. So this is, statistically speaking, the chances of this happening is 0. Because usually you get one fit for one curve. And here we have one curve that fits 2 different scenarios, and we are talking about different continents even. We are talking about the United States and Thailand. Well, and here you see the birds from Germany plotted in, and it all lines up. Now this curve, and that's the title of my presentation, that's actually what we call a Gompertz curve. It's a very special type of growth function, so it's not just any curve, and we don't just do curve fitting to connect the dots and make it look nice on a chart. Usually you apply mathematical modeling to gain some information, to learn something about the mechanisms behind. So the fact that we see a Gompertz curve is it's quite surprising to me and puzzling, because in fact it conflicts with what all epidemiological models would predict. Epidemiological models, they would predict logistic growth, at least in the beginning of an outbreak, exponential growth. But then what's unique about the Gompertz, I will come to this in a minute, it's never exponential. Now, the area under the curve, that's the total number of deaths. That's given by this equation below. And if you plot the total number of deaths, the cumulative count, you get this curve that I just showed you for the Thailand data. And to really see what's happening in the very beginning, we have to zoom in a little bit closer. And to do so, we transform the y-axis, that now is what you're used to. We count like 1, 2, 3, 4, and up. But if you want to zoom in, it's best to do this by doing a logarithmic scale. And now the y-axis is multiplicative, so you see a scale that goes from 1 to 10 to 100 to 1,000, so it goes in big steps. I'm sorry, but most people might not be familiar here with the logistic axis, but then the same graph that I just showed you, that one, It's the same numbers. On a log scale, it looks like that. And then you see that the Gompertz, in contrast to all other growth curves, it shoots out from the baseline in around week 11, 10, 11. And then this curve is never straight. And on a log scale, a straight line would indicate exponential growth that we were told is happening. But the Gompertz growth is never exponential. This curve is never straight at any point. Well, you don't have to believe me, but this is mathematics, and if you take the slope of that curve, you see indeed that the slope of that curve is a straight line, but it's not increasing, it's decreasing. So the growth of that curve is actually exponentially decreasing. And that's the very unique feature about the Gompertz growth curve. And that finding in itself, that the pandemic mortality curves fit the Gompertz curve, is so striking that I think this deserves much more research to go into this. Why is this a Gompertz curve and not any other growth curve? A curve that is decelerating exponentially from the very first day. Now we see this Gompertz curve not only in the animals, but on the right-hand side, I plotted a lot of other data sets. So you see a line for the European Union. You see the US mortality data that I showed you earlier. But you also see normalized total death data for Australia and Ecuador. And you would never see this if you didn't normalize and if you didn't look at this very specific time window from week 10 to week 25. If you don't have the focus and you see all-cause mortality and you take the whole year 2020 or even the whole period 2020, 2021 and all countries in one pot, you would never see it. It's putting the magnifying glass on the right spot. And I find this so striking that this overlaps, that we really have to ask the question, why do we see this synchronization? We have 3 different agents, SARS-CoV-2. We have the African horse sickness virus that was linked to the African horse disease in Thailand. And we have a bacterium, Sutonella ornithocola, that caused the blue tits epidemic all across Western Europe, in fact, not just Germany. How it comes these guys decided to become very pathogenic at the exact same moment and cause an epidemic in the respective different species? I think there's only one logical conclusion from this, is that there must be a common factor involved, and that these pathogens maybe were not the cause for these diseases. So you can ask, maybe the common factor here was SARS-CoV-2. Maybe SARS-CoV-2 actually caused the horses to get sick and the birds to get pneumonia, and it just wasn't found. Well, I contacted the laboratory in Berlin, and it's actually also published from the Dutch people that they tried looking for SARS-CoV-2 in the birds, at least, and they couldn't find it. In the horses, I don't know, they didn't find SARS-CoV-2. If it turns out that it was SARS-CoV-2, it's very unfortunate. They vaccinated 3,600 horses against the wrong virus. If indeed it turns out that the African horse virus was actually causing COVID, it's very unfortunate that we vaccinated half of the world against the wrong virus. Now, maybe these pathogens all, in fact, were secondary. And when we talk about secondary infections, it means not that the pathogen is the cause of disease, but that, in fact, the disease is the primary cause for the pathogens to appear. But as I told you earlier, the data really points in the direction that we have to keep thinking that there was some sort of common stressor. And I'm afraid to tell you that I don't have the answer what this common stressor was. But it's possible at least to conclude that perhaps there was a stressor that made that these pathogens suddenly all turned pathogenic, because we have a lot of microbes in our microbiome in the gut, in our hands, everywhere. And if you change the abiotic environment, for example, you take away the oxygen, you can have bacteria that start making really nasty metabolites that indeed are very toxic. But first you have to have something happen so that the bacteria actually start producing toxic metabolites. The second scenario is that you had a stressor that primarily affected the horses and the birds. And then because of the diseased tissue and disease happening, then there were pathogens. This is what we call secondary infections. What I think is happening that we are actually seeing a very complex process here. It's interlinked, and we have to, based on the data that I showed you, we have to factor in some sort of a common stressor that was, I think, causative for all. What that is, again, I don't have the answer. But what we have learned is that, in fact, we haven't understood anything. And what we also have learned is that lockdown certainly had no effect. The birds and the horses, they had no lockdown, yet the epidemiological curves, were exactly the same. And my last point is we need to ask the right questions. With that, I want to thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Wendy. You don't need to leave the stage because we're going to continue with the panel discussion. That's a very interesting observation. I didn't know about the blue tits or the horses, so. So I'd like to invite back Kjetil and Halvor, if you could come up and join us on the stage. We will do approximately what we did before, so I'll start with a short. I'll start with a short introduction to set the scene. We'll get some comments from the panel members, and then we'll open up to the floor to ask questions that are related to this particular session. Do we have another mic? Yeah, we'll use this microphone. So, I'm just trying to summarize. I mean, this session was quite focused on the medical aspects and the mechanistic aspects of the mRNA vaccines and possible causes for symptoms. It was unfortunate that Asim wasn't here this morning because he would have given a very nice presentation on evidence-based medicine. If you're interested in hearing that, actually, if you go to the Swedish website of läkaruppropet.se, you'll see his presentation from the Stockholm conference, so you can catch up with that. So we've heard today of many reasons to question both the pandemic response and also the safety and efficacy of COVID-19 vaccines. It's a shame that whenever anyone does try to speak up against this, at least get something published in a peer-reviewed article, I wonder how long Max Schmeling's article actually stays up before somebody lobbies the journal to take that article down, even though it's been peer-reviewed. There's a very good case of this just happened with Professor Mark Skidmore's paper, where they did a questionnaire-based study looking at how many people in the US knew someone that was vaccine injured or had died of vaccines, and it showed a horrific number, which also correlated well with other studies that have been done using different methodology from Denis Rancourt in Canada. So the Skidmore paper has now been retracted. It's been pulled by the journal editor based on a ridiculous list of conditions that he's alleged to have broken. So when the word gets out and people do evidence-based analysis of what's happening, that the data, the batteries, the data is pulled from the public domain. So I think that's something to bear in mind, that this is happening. Censorship is actively happening when stuff does get out. But if we try to focus then on the medical treatment, I would say for this session, the so-called vaccines, and there are many possible reasons for their clear toxicity, and this toxicity has been reported through many different channels. There's the spike protein. This is the first time, as far as I'm aware, that a full-length biologically active protein has been used as an immunogen in a vaccine. So you're expressing in cells a complete protein that has biological activity. There is the mRNA and the lipid nanoparticles. This is the first time such a formulation has been deployed on such a massive scale. And it's worth bearing in mind that the two companies that deployed that first, Moderna and BioNTech with Pfizer, are both companies that have never brought a drug to market before COVID-19 vaccines. And then there's the third aspect, which is this, what's in these vials. And I think the DNA contamination that a number of people have brought up today is very significant. I've co-authored a paper on this, which has now been put out on the web last week with another person, Michael Palmer in Canada. And this DNA, if this is confirmed by other labs rather than just Kevin McKenna's lab, I think we need to be slightly cautious that other groups need to show that this is the case, that there is DNA contamination of high level in the vials. It shows that the manufacturers and the regulators have both failed on a massive scale to enable this to happen. And it also shows that the reporting systems, so VAERS, Yellow Card in the UK, Eurovigilance in Europe, which are systems that were set up to prevent another thalidomide scale event ever happening again, have failed on a massive level. So I think the question I'd like to turn over to the panel is, where do we go now? How do we go back to returning to some kind of normality where we can hold pharma accountable for what's happened, we can hold the regulators accountable for what's happened, and governments and government departments? And how can we get the help needed to patients that need to be helped from these toxic shots? How can we correct the damage which has been caused already?
Okay, I just want to elaborate on that very last point that I presented on my slide. I think the answer to that question is we have to ask the right question, because you can't find a good answer on how to move forward, how to help the patients, how to prevent the damage, and so forth. If you, in the first point ask the wrong question, you won't never find the right answer, just coincidentally, perhaps. But I think that's the main big point, is to ask the right question.
To me, these are difficult questions, partly because my knowledge of vaccines is not that good. I wasn't that very much interested in the vaccines in the beginning. I had faith in the drug companies. All my life I have used drugs developed from drug companies, and I had faith in how they do it. I have been involved in many studies, and it seems very thorough. So in the beginning I had no reason to doubt that the vaccine studies were performed in a rigorous way, the way I thought or have seen other studies when it comes to drugs being performed over the years. So I was vaccinated myself for several reasons, not because I was afraid of dying of this disease, because the risk of dying from this disease was very low, that we knew, but there were other reasons in my family. I have daughters and grandchildren in Denmark. We wanted to visit my family, so we needed to have these vaccines in order to go and see our family, and I didn't think it was that risky. But the last year, I understand that information, knowledge, data on how these vaccines work and the side effects and how they not work has appeared, and I have become more and more skeptical about the vaccines. I will never have another booster because of what we now know. I have even become more interested in the development of other vaccines. I never thought about that before. We learned very little about it in when I was a medical student, and I haven't thought much about it in my work. I have accepted the vaccine as a triumph for medicine. But I understand now that it's not that simple, that a lot of studies being performed on many other vaccines are questionable, and it's very, to me, very surprising how these studies have been performed. So I'm about to become skeptical, but I have to learn more about this vaccine. It must be voluntary. It cannot force people to accept an injection which was based on the HACE program, that's for sure. I always meant that. But it's, to me, also very surprising that it was performed in such a seemingly poor way.
Yes, based on my knowledge on how this technology worked, I was very skeptical when they decided they didn't prove it. They decided that they were safe and effective. A representative for the Norwegian Legemiddelverket, Carita Bekkemellem, she said already in December 2020 that if you didn't take the vaccine, you should expect consequences. So I realized that something doesn't count up here. So I started to read about other vaccines as well. And I saw a very nice interview with Aga and Dr. Paul Thomas. And then I started to read more and more. And I read, now I'm reading the Anti-Vaxxer Bible by Eleanor McBean. It's very interesting. She is referring to a lot of doctors and what the doctors have said. And this is an untold story that I think people should know. And this should come forward. It should be lifted up so people get another view of what vaccines really are, because it seems like it is a holy grail for medicine. And people die less now than before of diseases. But that's not thanks to vaccine, it's thanks to the plumbers, because now people have pure water and they get rid of the sewage in a much better way than before. And I also read about what happened during the Spanish disease, that was called the Spanish disease. They tried to infect people. They did a lot of the studies that would not be allowed today. The ethical committee would not allow it. They took saliva and slime from people that just died and put it into the volunteers. It was healthy volunteers, men between 18 and 35 years old. None of them got sick. And then they took more slime from sick people, that was not died, but sick people. And they filtered it, and they made spray, and they sprayed into the eyes and into the nose, and they were supposed to inhale it. None of them got sick. And then they took slime and saliva from people that were just got sick, and some that had been sick for a long time, and did the same thing again. None got sick. And then it took blood from sick people and injected directly into the healthy volunteers. None got sick. And then the healthy volunteers should go to a bed where a sick person was lying. They shake hands and they talked for 5 minutes. The faces was 5 centimeters between each other. And at the end of the talk, the sick person was supposed to cough and the volunteer should breathe in. And then I said, thank you for the conversation, and went to the next patient. And I did it patient by patient. Nobody got sick. And similar experiments was done other places also in the United States. None got sick when I tried these contagion experiments. So one have to question what really make people sick. And there's all the... And it's done also other experiments, similar experiments with other diseases, with measles, and also what was it? When I don't remember, but they did similar experiments in the 20s, 30s, 40s, and 50s, and after that they stopped doing it, and they were not able to transmit these viral diseases. So one really should look more into what is really a viral disease, and how does it transmit, and what is a virus? Yeah.
Okay, so
Richard passed it to me. What I wanted to say is that, I mean, obviously we need to hold pharma accountable, which at this point is maybe a kind of a hard task, but at the same time, I think that, if that's not possible, you go to the governments because they are also accountable since they actually administered this drug to its citizens. And I think Japan is a really good example just because they're actually the first government that acknowledged that vaccine injuries from this vaccine exist, and they're actually treating their citizens. So it's a very good example, and I think we should push our governments to get answers, for sure. We all can do something, because what's happened here is probably one of the biggest humanitarian crises in my lifetime, at least, and it's truly important that we change this, and that we actually push our governments to do something about it. We're gonna.
I'll address one part. Yeah, I'll just address the last part of the question, which was what should we do? Because there are a lot of people that are vaccine injured, and I think that's something that we don't necessarily need the agency's help with that. Practicing physicians really historically have never relied on agencies to treat people that are sick. So those people that are vaccine injured, there's a good group of us that are out there trying to help. I said we're starting a vaccine injury clinic in the Dallas area. But in general, there are lots of people out there already treating the vaccine injured, multiple modalities, starting with basically holistic type approaches, just concentrating on health, but also interventional things that we can do medically that'll help. So I think from my standpoint, I think going and I don't need the help of any agencies. As far as tackling this agency issue, the stakeholders have tremendous stranglehold on the agencies. Really, they need to be destroyed and taken down. It's about the best we can do is just start over again. Thank you.
Yeah, and to add to that, Richard, I mean, the whole thing here is that so far we have been doing the work because it's not being done. And we need to, because people are suffering, so we need to do it fast and make sure that not more people suffer.
So to address that, I mean, I've seen about 350,000 patients in my career. My clinic itself sees about 300,000 patients per year. No one ever calls the FDA, the CDC, or the NIH for advice. That's not how we do it. So if you're sick, that's not where to go. The stakeholders, they're not going to do it. And I think it just goes to, what does the drug industry do? They always do things that just, at the end of the day, even in the 80s, where I didn't recognize the act where they actually got rid of immunity. I didn't see it at the time, but every time in medicine, COX-2 inhibitors, the pathways to COX-2 inhibitors, like Vioxx, clearly from the beginning showed stroke. And I brought it to attention in 1984 at a big conference. And people were like looking at me like I had bolts coming out of my head, and I was just like, this. I was a young kid, so I didn't really push it too hard, but I basically felt like it's clearly a stroke mechanism. And as it turned out, Vioxx, of course, and all those COX-2 inhibitors, a lot of them got pulled from the market. Same thing with cholesterol drugs. Proton pump inhibitors were out there to help decrease the incidence of esophageal cancer. And I'm not saying proton pump inhibitors did this, but they have the incidence of esophageal cancer has gone up by a factor of 5. So what the drug industry's promise and what actually happens is not only based on data and information. So you can never trust them ever, never, ever. It's been that way forever. So nothing's changed. They've just gotten much more bold to actually put out completely corrupted data now. They completely have corrupted data. They, like you said, withdraw studies and retract studies that have no reason to be retracted, and they put out actually fake data. It's almost unbelievable. Thank you.
It's very important, Dorothea, to ask the right questions. I have one for you. A long time ago, 40 years ago, I was working at the University Department for Pulmonary Diseases. I've never seen something called these COVID-19 diseases. It it looks like radiation disease to me. So I wonder, have you looked at 5G and whether the birds and the horses have died? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Yes, radiation and in particular 5G is a very apparent thing to study in this regard. But my conclusion from looking at this data for 2 years now is that it's never a clear-cut answer, this is that and this is that, and it's multifactorial always, and that makes the picture incredibly complex. So just to blame one thing or another is just too simple of an answer. We humans, we like simple answers. We like one explanation for one disease and one cure. So we have one agent, SARS-CoV-2, one vaccine to fix it, done, ready. But life is complex. This is what we learned, I think, and it's not the end of the story. If you just digging now yourself and say, oh, let's look if it's 5G, you won't succeed because it's always multifactorial.
Thank you. We have time for one more quick question before we go to coffee.
Hello. My name is Gabrielsson, and I've been a pilot all my life. And I've seen how the sky has changed during my career. These contrails, which you see after the aircraft, usually persist like 20, 30 seconds, but the last 15 years I've seen them persist like a whole day. And okay, now I come to the conclusion. I've listened a lot to Judy Mikovic in the beginning of the pandemic, and she said that the spread of this virus had nothing to do with virology. It's not, a disease cannot spread this fast over the whole world in this short period of time. And you, Dorothea, were talking about aggressor. I have a little theory that maybe they have spread this thing, whatever it is, through chemtrails. I think with 5G, you cannot explain what happened in Africa with the horses, for example, maybe. What do you think about this theory? Thank you.
Who would like to take that one? I love theories. I think they need to be grounded in some kind of reality. But who would anyone like to? Olga?
I mean, I'm not going to answer the question because I can't answer it, obviously. But I do think that, just like we said in the beginning, it's whatever comes up and whoever does research and science and notices something, that's how we start with science, right? Like, we need to question everything. And so, of course, you know, the ideal would be if our governments and the institutions we work with would be behind us to look into these things. And it's a very complicated process just because everything that is not the mainstream institutions today are discredited. Like, even if we do studies and they show everything, they're immediately discredited because they're not done by Johns Hopkins or these other universities that are part of the mainstream agenda. So I think, again, research needs to be done, and we have so much research to do, so much, and we can't give you the answers, but hopefully, you know, we will be able to open these dialogues more in the future, and look into these things, you know, to really find the truth.
I just want to touch on one thing you said. You know, that's the reason I brought up the thing about Harvard before and Lancet. So when you say Hopkins, I don't think that means anything really to me. You know, it doesn't mean anything. There's corrupted data, period. And I don't try to find out when somebody lies, I don't think about, afterwards I stop paying attention to them because I don't have time to try to sort through their lies versus their non-lies. So I think you're giving them too much credit for that. I mean, that's just mainstream media. They're all bought out by the same people. So really, I never feel like I mean, for myself, I don't feel like I came through the side door. I came through the middle. Graduated top of my class, chief at MD Anderson, invented an FDA-approved drug. I don't know. Hopkins, Harvard means nothing. So if you think Hopkins, Harvard means something, it's only because of mainstream. No, I know you don't. But I'm saying like, in general, what I'm saying is like, we should not give them respect for that. If they lie, they lie. That's it. The truth is what it is.
Okay, we're in coffee time, but we've got one more question before.
I was asked to be short. I think it was you, Kjetil Elvevål, talking about viruses, and I've listened to other fields in science, and they talk about viruses. They have two things that they do, and one is evolution, and the other one is adaptation. So, but in a medical perspective, could that be the same thing here? And the other one is the two researchers from France, like 100, 200 years ago, Beauchamp and Pasteur, which with the microorganism theory, like Pasteur, is like microorganisms are dangerous and we have to kill them. And it fits very well into the medical paradigm. And but the other one was the terrain. It's all about the terrain, and it fits so well with what your description of all those research.
So with the question, what would you like the panel to?
Yeah, can you elaborate a little bit about it, especially the first with the virus? Because, and also I've learned that the microorganism can change the same way as a cat can become a dog and become a cat again, depending on your terrain. Of course, a cat cannot become a dog, but small microorganisms can.
No.
I've learned.
Okay, yeah, it's a good question. I mean, I'll just start here. So I've spent a lot of time, I've worked on virology for plus minus 30 years. I mean, there is a group of about 5 people that are driving this idea that there are no viruses. But they choose a very specific subset of things to address, and they ignore 99.99% of the other evidence that shows viruses exist and are connected to disease. Of course, I think there's terrain. And, you know, it's difficult to infect a healthy person. We know this. Who gets a common cold in the middle of summer when your vitamin D levels are sky high? You get it in the autumn, winter. So obviously there is a susceptibility pattern to infection, but I think just, you know, claim there are no viruses, there was no SARS-CoV-2. There's 6 million sequences out there on the database now or more of different variants that have changed over time. You need to explain that if you're coming up with a new theory that says viruses are exosomes and they don't exist. But those people don't do that. So I dismiss it completely because it's not evidence-based. I'll put that over to the rest of the panel. Anyone?
I have nothing to add, but I think you're right.
I would just comment, in the paper it's left from Pasteur, he wrote in his testimony that it's not about the germs, it's all about terrain.
Yeah, that's well said. I think they both matter. There's a pathogen, there's some kind of respiratory disease. I don't think anybody could argue that. Likely in this case a respiratory pathogen, a virus, and the terrain matters. I mean, if you take good care of yourself, a young, healthy person, I think is going to be less likely to be infected, period. So they both matter, and I think, like you said, just Pasteur and pretty much everyone else acknowledges that. I don't think it's a competition.
Well, I think Pasteur didn't want this to come out, as far as I understand. He didn't want the community to know that that was his last words. I think he gave this testimony to his children and grandchildren and told them not to release this, but it was released.
Okay, thank you, everyone. I think we really need to break for coffee now. We're a bit over time. I think if we say we should have been back at 10 past, that's only 10 minutes. So shall we try and start at 15:15 in 15 minutes? Thanks to all the speakers and questions. Tack. Tack Doris. Tack Kjetil. Oj, det är en ny variant.
Det är
ja, till andra man. Ja.
Yeah, so Lisa has the other one. She's going to walk around. All right, everyone, can we please take our seats?
It's like trying to herd cats.
All right, you're not going to hear what he has to say if you don't stop talking. All right, so it's a great honor to introduce the next speaker, Andrew Bridgen. Andrew is a member of the Parliament of Great Britain. And the session will be on how to interpret and relate to official health statistics in the UK. Bridgen is a political and business executive who has been a member of the British Parliament since 2010. Andrew has been a critical voice of the COVID-19 management in the UK, and he has also been vocal about his concerns regarding the World Health Organization's future regulations. Bridgen will provide you with good insight into the current state of the political situation in Britain, which can give a reflection on what is comparable in the Norwegian political system. So a big applause to Andrew Bridgen. And we need more politicians like him everywhere.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It's a huge pleasure to be here in Norway to address a conference on this important topic. I think we must be making progress because I don't think this could have happened even a few months ago. I think you probably will agree that for a while you've seen enough slideshows for a little while. So I'm going to have a different format. I want to engage you in a conversation. I want to share with you some of my experiences, past and present, as a member of the UK Parliament. And maybe that will shed some light on the situation. I'm going to probably talk to you for about 20 minutes, and then we're going to have some questions from the floor, and I'll do my very best to answer your questions. So, I was first elected in 2010. I come in as a bright and bushy-eyed, idealistic politician, representing the area that I was brought up in. They're my people. They mean a lot to me in northwest Leicestershire. When you stand for election and you stand in your home area, it's high risk, because if the people you've been brought up with, you went to school with, your teachers, the people you've worked with, if they reject you at the ballot box, you have to move out of the area. So it's win or move. And although the Conservatives were told you'd never win in northwest Leicestershire, the party gave me no money for my campaign. I put the campaign money in myself. I confounded them by delivering the second highest swing in the country against the Labour Party, and northwest Leicestershire became Conservative. I've retained it at every election. I've increased my majority. I've increased my percentage of the vote, to the point where at the last election in 2019, the BBC sat down with me after the election, the morning after. I hadn't had any sleep, and they said, Andrew, you must be delighted. Third time you've been re-elected. Your majority's gone up again. Your percentage has gone up. You must be delighted. I said, no, it's terrible. Absolutely terrible. I said, I've been the MP here for 9 years. We delivered the highest economic growth in the country. Unemployment's around about 1%.
I said, there's 1.2 jobs now in the constituency for everybody who wants to work. It's the happiest place to live in the Midlands on the government's own figures. I said, we've delivered all this. I said, and 1 in 3 of the electorate are still not voting for me. Obviously, I've got much more work to do. So we were elected in 2010, first of all, and I'll share an anecdote with you. Obviously, we didn't get a majority in 2010. We had to form a coalition government with the Liberal Democrats. And that took about a week of umming and ahhing and agreeing terms. And I remember now that, as a newly elected MP, I'm working off my lap in a corridor because I haven't got an office, and we were told, get into committee room 14, the big committee room in the building behind us. That's where the Conservative Party meet every Wednesday at 5 o'clock. The 1922 committee, we've done a deal with the Liberal Democrats. David Cameron's going to be the Prime Minister. And we are all in there, shiny new MPs, forming a new government, full of expectation. And David Cameron walked into committee room 14 for the first time as the new Prime Minister of the coalition government. And guess who walked in right behind him? You. I wish. It was a man called Bill Gates. And David Cameron asked Bill Gates to address the Conservative Party, mostly newly elected MPs like myself. And Bill Gates gave us a great presentation about some fantastic vaccines he was going to be delivering for the world. Now, that's not a conspiracy theory. That is a fact. It actually happened. And it's clearly only a coincidence that 9 years later we end up with COVID-19. So, I want to now tell you a story. I'm a newly elected MP, very, very keen in 2010. I want to tell you about something that was a conspiracy theory. It's about a conspiracy involving arms of government, involving the biggest miscarriage of justice at the time in the history of my country. I have surgeries every few weeks where people in my constituency come and talk about their problems. I've only been elected for a couple of weeks. At my first surgery, what I thought was an aged couple turned up, Mr. and Mrs. Rudkin. And they tell me a story which is unbelievable. They're convicted criminals. They've been convicted of fraud. And I'll tell you the story that Mr. Rudkin told me. Mr. Rudkin had been the sub-postmaster in one of my villages, a village called Ibstock. He'd run the post office, which is a company, but all the shares are owned by the government. For decades, he hadn't had a problem, to the point where he was so well respected that he was elected to represent all the sub-postmasters in all the villages across the whole of the UK in their negotiations with the post office and other stakeholders. And he was delighted at this. So his wife had always run the post office with him, so he let her run the post office, and he took on this new role as a national representative for all the sub-postmasters. They said, and they'd had, some years before, they'd had a new computer system put in by the post office, by the government. It was called Horizon. It handled all the transactions across the whole of the post office network, millions and millions of transactions every day. And he said, a part of his duties, he was invited to go to the headquarters of Fujitsu, who ran the Horizon system. And this is where it got rather dark. And he said to me, I got there and I signed in the visitor's book. He said, and then I think they mistook me for somebody else. And they showed me around the building. And they took me down to what they called was the boiler room. He said, and in the boiler room, he said there were dozens and dozens of terminals, computer terminals, and I could see that engineers were all working on the Horizon system. And I said, I knew the Horizon system, he said, because I'd worked with it in my post office for years. He said, so? I said to them, well, what are you doing? They said, oh, we're putting right all the mistakes in the system. They said, well, you can't do that, because as a sub-postmaster, he'd always been told that no one could alter your computer system, and therefore any shortfalls in your post office, they were contractually obliged that they had to make it up from their own pocket. There would be no incentive to steal money from your own post office because you'd have to make it up up yourself. And he said, no, we're sorting out. He said, I've got a currency transaction here that's gone wrong. I'm just putting it right, otherwise there'll be a shortfall. And there were dozens of people in this room. At that point, Mr. Rudkin declared, I'm actually representing all the sub-postmasters, and this is not right. Because when you've taken a sub-postmaster to court, you've always maintained in court that when there was a shortfall that nobody could alter their computers without them knowing about it, and you're doing it here. At this point, my constituent, Mr. Rudkin, was ejected from the building. Mr. Rudkin thought about what he'd seen and how important it was, and he drove home. Drove home to Ibstock, went back to his wife, told her about it, they went to bed, and the next morning, they're woken in the early hours of the morning by a knock at the door. It's the post office inspectors. And they said, we've got very bad news for you, Mr. Rudkin. Your wife's computer's £44,500 short overnight. You've committed fraud. Mr. and Mrs. Rudkin were arrested. They were charged with fraud. They went through the court system. Nobody wanted to listen. They were convicted. They had to sell their property. They were branded criminals. And here was this couple in front of me. I've only been elected for 2 weeks, and someone's telling me a story. It's unbelievable. It has to be involved in a massive government cover-up. And I thought, well, why are these people telling me this? What's in it for them? They're convicted criminals. I thought they were about 25 years older than me. They were 10 years older than me. The stress of the whole situation had borne down on them so heavily. But I thought about if there was no truth in what they were telling me, why were they coming to see me to rake all this up again when nothing could ever come of it? And they had been pillars of society. They'd successfully run their business, the post office, for years without any problem, and suddenly they were convicted criminals. And I thought they had an element of believability about them. So I said I'd investigate it. I went into Parliament and I spoke to my new colleagues in the chamber, in the tea rooms, and said, has anybody else had people who've got an unblemished record? They've never broken the law, and all of a sudden they're running a post office and they're suddenly accused of fraud. And amazingly, some people had. Some MPs had got this experience that they'd been written to by people. And we managed to form a little group of 5 MPs out of 650 who were interested enough. Bear in mind, the post office is across the whole country, and they're all using the Horizon system. 5 of us, 2 Labour, 3 Conservatives. And we had meetings with the post office. We called the head of the post office in, and we had meetings with the sub-postmasters and their representatives. And it was like chalk and cheese. So when we met with the sub-postmasters, they were very open, and they were saying, we've got all these problems and we've got concerns about this. Whenever I met with the post office, the head of the post office, a government agency, she always arrived with 2 lawyers, and she was very abrasive, and she spoke. I can only imagine how she dealt with the sub-postmasters under her organisation, because she dealt with MPs very badly. And I managed to ambush them. And they said that the Horizon system was a Rolls-Royce system. It was absolutely perfect. And so I managed to engineer it into a situation where I got them to agree, because it was perfect, there was nothing to hide, that they wouldn't mind us putting forensic accountants in to examine the system just to prove that it was absolutely perfect. And instead of having one of the big 4 accountancy firms who may be looking for other contracts in the future, I managed to get in a very small niche forensic accountant, a firm called Second Sight. They do banking fraud. You've never heard of them, but they do investigate banking fraud mainly. And a friend of mine, Ron Warmington, was the lead investigator. And we managed to get him in. And I told the government at the time, I said, look, who's going to pay for this? And the government said, well, we're going to make the post office pay for the investigation. I said, well, if you do that, what's going to happen is you're going to end up, if they find anything wrong, because they're being paid by the post office, the first thing that's happening is the post office is going to shut down the investigation, because, you know, he who pays the fiddler calls the tune. And no, it'll be all fine. And of course, that's exactly what happened. So Ron Warmington and his investigation team, they got into the system, and the first thing they found out is that this Rolls-Royce system was full of glitches. It was absolutely full of glitches. It had got a suspense account, which all accounting packages have. And normally that was ending up at the end of the year. Suspense accounts are where you stick your transactions when you don't know where else to put them in your computer system. And this suspense account was ending up in profit, in surplus, by about £1.5 million a year. And after 4 years, they were just hoofing it back into profits. So, I mean, this has got a bomb-proof system which has £1.5 million worth of incomplete transactions every year. And within 2 years of that first encounter with Mr. Rudkin, I had all the evidence. Ron Warmington was having to leak me the reports from the post office because they were making him redact them. The ones we were officially seeing were all redacted. It was all covered up. And when the post office, the government, found out that I was being leaked the original reports, the truth, of course, the post office tried to prosecute the investigator for breach of contract because they were paying him. And then we had a whistleblower come out from Fujitsu. And for 18 months, when I wrote to Fujitsu and said, my constituent, Mr. Rudkin, had visited your premises and he's seen all this, first of all, they said he'd never been to the premises. And I said, well, he signed the visitor's book. I said, well, no, we've lost the visitor's book for that day. And once the Fujitsu engineer who'd been working in the boiler room, fixing all of these glitches, it then turned out from his evidence, and this was after about 3 years, so 2013, he said that not only were the post office awful to the sub-postmasters, making them responsible for any problems, they were pretty hard on Fujitsu. The system wasn't very good. It cost £800 million of taxpayers' money, but it was very leaky. They could never make it work properly. It was full of glitches, and the post office had said, any incomplete transactions, you pay us £20, and we'll, for every transaction. So there were thousands of incomplete transactions every day. It was cheaper for us to employ all those engineers to try and put them right than it was to pay £20,000 a day compensation at the post office. He said, but obviously humans being humans, if you're fixing thousands of problems every day, when you make a mistake, then there's a big mistake for a sub-postmaster, which he can't explain. He's got a shortfall. He goes to court. He goes to prison. Bang. And it was always the way. So after 3 years, I knew. I had all the evidence. I went to the media. Nobody in the media, not one newspaper in the UK. I've got all the evidence. I've got all the evidence from Ron Warmington's investigation. I've got the statement from the whistleblower from Fujitsu. But a news blackout. I couldn't get one newspaper or one TV channel in the UK to talk about it. It then dragged on for another 5-6 years through litigation. The government knew, certainly by 2014, I knew, the government knew, the other MPs involved in this scandal knew about it, and the post office knew that none of those convictions were safe, but they dragged it out through litigation for another 5 years, cost £250 million with lawyers. Eventually the post office lost in court after appealing everything 4 or 5 times, and then all of a sudden it's a big scandal. So 10 years on, after that unbelievable story, and I'm still an MP. In fact, there was only 2 of the original 5 MPs were still in Parliament by the time we got to the end of it. And my constituent, Mrs. Rudkin, was one of the first 9 of 736 unsafe convictions for fraud, and thousands of postmasters had actually been forced to pay money back they didn't actually owe. The biggest miscarriage of justice in the history of my country. And it was covered up for years and years, and it was complicit with the media. Does that sound like anything else that could ever happen? Does it ever sound like anything else that could happen? So where are we today? The evidence of the harms that these vaccines are causing is overwhelming. There's no question about it. But can we get anybody to talk about it in the mainstream media? No, we can't. You know, what we're dealing with here, I'll tell you a story. You may have heard of the drug thalidomide that was used in the UK. Many of you will have heard of this story. It was many, many decades ago. A wonder drug, a drug to address the situation of morning sickness during pregnancy. It was produced, it was given to these pregnant women in good faith, but the molecules of the drug not only Went around the mother's body. It also passed through the placenta, went to the unborn child. 40% of the babies died. 60% were left with terrible, terrible disabilities. And there was a huge scandal in the UK over that many, many decades ago. And lots of people will have heard about that. But I'll tell you the other half of the story you haven't heard about, which gives you a great insight into the type of people we're dealing with in Big Pharma. So, huge scandal, court cases, lots of payments for disabled children harmed by Big Pharma, and the company that made thalidomide was a German company called Chemie Grünenthal, and they, of course, suspended the use of thalidomide in the UK. But what very few people know is that they, under a different name, knowing everything they knew about the side effects of thalidomide, they carried on selling that drug to pregnant women in Spain for 25 years. Now, I don't have a word for people who could knowingly perpetrate that against pregnant women and unborn babies. But nobody went to prison. And again, it's not widely known, but that's exactly what happened. And how did that happen? Well, at the time Franco was in power in Spain, there was no democracy. There were no MPs to ask the difficult questions that have got to be asked on behalf of their constituents. And Big Pharma managed to pull the wool over the eyes of doctors in Spain for more than 2 decades. There are over 300 Spaniards alive today that are still suffering with the after effects of that appalling drug. These are the people we're dealing with. They have no morals. And what you've seen with what happened over the post office scandal in my country is that you should always remember that generally fiction has to be believable, but the truth does not have to be believable. Mr. and Mrs. Rudkin's story was unbelievable, but every bit of it was true. People are waking up now. The science is out there. We're being blocked on the mainstream media. We're in a situation now where even as elected MP, I'm banned from the mainstream media in my own country. I've been kicked out of the Conservative Party. I think it was George Orwell that said that in a time of universal deceit, even the act of speaking the truth is seen as revolutionary. It does make you question everything. We should always question everything. Whenever anyone says to you that the science is settled, you know that they're lying, because the science is never settled. Fortunately, myself, I have a degree in biological sciences from a long time ago in the University of Nottingham, and it could also almost have been set out for the circumstances we find ourselves in. So I studied biological sciences. My subsidiary in the first year was biochemistry. I specialised in genetics, virology, and behaviour. And the behaviour I saw from my own government, the lockdowns, the effect it had on the mental health of my constituents, it appalled me. And my scepticism grew. I fell for it. I'm double jabbed. I'm double jabbed with AstraZeneca, a vaccine that was so damaging that it was just quietly withdrawn in the UK. In line with previous histories, it was continued to be sold in India under the name Covishield, exactly the same, and it was only withdrawn from Australia only a couple of weeks ago. We are, ladies and gentlemen, in shocking times. I would ask you to remember that the truth is the truth if no one believes it, and a lie is a lie if everyone believes it. That's where we are. To have even thought a few months ago when I first raised the issue in the House of Commons, which appears to have disappeared from the, which to be honest might not always be a bad thing, especially if I'm not in it at the time. I've been a lone voice in Parliament before, and I've been right before. And I sincerely wish my concerns about the vaccines were not true. It'd be far easier for me to say and bow out of public life and say I made a big mistake. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, our concerns about the vaccines, they are true. We seem to be in a situation now where people can criticise AstraZeneca, but you still can't criticise Pfizer and Moderna. You've probably seen my speeches, although they're not broadcast on the mainstream media or reported in the press, they've had 20 million views on social media. Every single statement I made in that house, knowing that if I quote something that's not correct, the papers will be on me. I can do 99 things that are right. If I make one mistake, they'll be on me. They were all fact-checked by scientists and doctors before I delivered that data. And it doesn't matter, they can walk out of the chamber when I speak, but they can't stop the message getting out to the public. They have tried. Even YouTube have taken down my speeches from the Chamber of the House of Commons with no additions. It even allows the minister to give their response. This is the world we're living in today. But it is changing. It is changing. And the fact that we can have this conference and you go away, I think probably, in the UK, well over half the people in the UK believe now there's something seriously wrong with the vaccines. The take-up of the boosters is minimal. 96% of the appointments for the boosters were not fulfilled. What pushed me to speak out on the 13th of December was the government in the UK, the Medicines and Healthcare Product Regulatory Agency recommending to my government that we extend the vaccinations to babies down to 6 months of age. People who got no risk whatsoever from the virus, but would clearly be at risk from the experimental vaccines. They were going to get no benefit from it, and they were going to get risk. And I knew that if I was going to sacrifice my political career, I was damn well going to win. I knew that I could persuade even the most pro-vaccine person that there was nothing in it for those babies, and there was a risk. And as a result of speaking on the 13th of December, they were never vaccinated in my country. And we moved. And we moved from a situation at the end of November where the government wanted to vaccinate babies of 6 months, and another speech later in March. First of all, they moved in February saying that only people over 50 would be getting the boosters, and after my speech on the 17th of March, it's now gone out to only people over 75. I would ask even the 75-year-olds to look at the risks, look at the benefits, and consider whether there are other steps you could take, because COVID-19 now is little more than a cold. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got lots of challenges to our democracy coming forward. We've got a debate on Monday in the Chamber of the House of Commons on the WHO post-pandemic treaty, which is the biggest attempted capture of your sovereign rights in all of your countries and mine that we've ever seen. We've got the changes to the international health regulations that will be going through. My country voted to leave the European Union because we wanted to make our own politicians accountable to the people. All of these plans for handing power to a supranational, discredited organisation of people who are not elected, not accountable to anybody in any of our countries. It's the opposite of Brexit. It's the opposite of democracy, and I do fear for the worst. And the only reason we've got that debate, I've been asking for it in Parliament for 4 months, the only reason we've got it is because over 100,000 people in the UK have signed a petition asking for it, and that's the rules that we have to have it. In fact, it was 156,000 people signed up and wanted that debate, and we'll have that on Monday. We'll see how many of my colleagues who didn't want to speak about it whenever I've asked them will turn up and speak in that debate and filibuster, talk it out so that I never get to speak. We'll see. It's going to be an interesting day. Also, we can't talk about the excess deaths. We've got the figures out on Monday in my country for the death rates for the last week of March, week 13, 21% above the 5-year average. Again, I've been asking for 4 months for a debate on excess deaths in the mother of all parliaments. I can't get colleagues who want to talk about it. And it's their constituents dying just like mine. And I said to the Labour Party, the opposition, I said, you can stand up in this debate and say, it's all those horrible Conservatives' fault. They've run the NHS down. And they turned around to me and said, we don't want to talk about it. You've come to the wrong pub. We don't want to have that conversation. Something's very, very wrong in our democracies at the moment, and the only people losing out are my people. The symbol of our parliament is a portcullis, the metal fence that fits inside the drawbridge, the last defence of democracy and the people. And our democracies around the world and our parliaments are letting the people down very, very badly at the moment. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to answer some questions from you. Thank you.
I think we need to take the questions in the panel debate. It's so entertaining.
I've spoken for too long, and now we have to wait for questions till later. Can you wait till later?
Yeah. No. Thanks, Andrew. I just want, let's mark one moment here. Two people from Derbyshire on the stage at the same time in Norway. That's unusual. And Andrew was at Nottingham University. Dr. Tedros was at Nottingham University. And he did his master's degree in Umeå, where I am at the moment. That's very strange.
Wasn't he veterinarian though, wasn't he?
No, epidemiology.
Epidemiology. There you go.
So there's a strange symmetry there. Maybe we are the antidote. I'm not sure. I hope so. Thank you, Andrew. That was spectacular. Very engaging. So we'll take any questions for Andrew in the panel debate so we don't run over too far. I just learned that some people are a little bit uneasy because the mainstream media guy was here filming earlier. But don't worry, there will be no crowd shots that are put out. So you don't need to worry about being recognized if that's an issue. Okay, so next speaker I would like to welcome is Elsa Widding. We continue with the topic of MPs. Elsa is a member of Parliament in Sweden. She holds a master's in civil engineering and a degree, and has extensive experience in the energy industry, as well as working for the Ministry of Industry in Sweden. She played a crucial role in large acquisitions in the transmission grid sector and has conducted expert interviews and written numerous articles published in business papers and leading newspapers, and is author of something known as The Climate Circus and Common Sense Concerning Energy and Climate. So with Elsa's background in the energy industry, she warned against Vattenfall's sale of coal-fired power plants in Germany back in the late 2000s, instead of finding a way to make them fossil-free. What did they do last year? Last year, started up coal-fired power stations in Germany again, so Elsa is vindicated. And she's written 2 books which take a scientific approach to the climate issue. Her lecture will provide you with a broader insight into the scientific research in this area. There's a lot of good scientific documentation that has a completely different message about the relationship between CO2 and climate than what the prevailing narrative has told us. Welcome, Elsa.
Thank you very much. It's fantastic to be here, and I think what I'm going to talk about is not as serious because it's not about life or death. It's more about very much money, and it's about potentially destroying our society. But to cheer up a little bit, I would like to start with a video that I asked my Ulf. He used to be a pilot, and during COVID he couldn't fly, and he was really good in playing the piano, so I asked him to make a song, a climate song, and I was going to have some lectures, and I thought it would be really good to play this song to encourage people and to become a little bit more optimistic. So now I thought that maybe we just take this song and take it from there.
La na na na, la na na na, na na na. Hey you, find out what's really true. Climate's always changing, now and forevermore. So be no one's fool. Your question is cool. Oh yeah. The right team, don't go with the mainstream. Hey, when searching the truth,
So we stop here. Thank you very much. So I think this is a very, very important message. And I was today going to talk about the energy crisis and as a result of disproportional measures to tackle climate change. We don't have that much time, so I will not skip the energy crisis, but focus more on the disproportional measures to tackle climate change. But first of all, I want to say that I'm part of the Swedish Democratic Party, but I'm here today. Perhaps what I'm talking about is all written in my book. All the slides from IPCC, for example, is in that book. So just to make that clear. Okay. So, yeah, thank you very much for the presentation. I'm in the Parliament, and for the last years, I've spent a lot of time following the scientific development, and also with great interest, and also the debate, which I think is becoming progressively more and more limited, as we have talked also. Same thing happens about you're not allowed to talk about COVID, you're definitely not allowed to talk about climate change, and there's only one truth. I did actually a full-scale test on this last autumn in Parliament. I stood up and said that there's no scientific evidence that we are in a climate crisis. And I would say that hell broke loose. Yeah, it was very interesting, actually. And newspapers are still writing about this. It's been quoted many, many times. And I recognize that even a newspaper in South Africa wrote about it. And all the ministers, they are sort of don't want to be part of this statement. So, yeah, it's quite fun, actually. Some people call me a climate denier, and of course it's not possible to deny the climate. I embrace climate change, but I deny the cost effectiveness and the benefits of the measures taken. So you may call me a climate affirmer. I think that's more correct. And I think it's very important to highlight the scientific uncertainty because I mean, it's a very chaotic system, and it's a complex system, and the uncertainties are huge. And it's really too bad with the journalists and the politicians that, I mean, they just take a sentence from the UN and saying, for example, scientists are worried, and they are not examining the language game behind this. Who are those scientists, and how are they connected to the academy and to politics, and all sorts of questions that need to be addressed. And I also think that it's too bad that our journalists today are not looking into those reports from IPCC, and most of the journalists don't even understand the difference between the science behind IPCC, the big scientific reports, and the political organization IPCC. So that's really a pity. And there's a huge difference between the uncertain statements of science and the cross-assurance of politicians. So you have to read more than only headlines. And I think Richard Feynman, who was a Nobel Prize winner in physics, he said it very well, that when he said that no government has the right to decide on the truth of scientific principles. So again, what I am against is the climate policy that I think creates profound human, economic, and environmental damage. And of course, as a politician, I mean, you can't really expect that politicians should be scientists, although I used to say that politics needs to be more scientific and science less political. And as a politician, you want to know, of course, how humans affect climate. And also, you want to know what else affects climate in terms of natural variability and things like that. But the big problem is that these questions fundamentally challenge what science can tell us about the future climate. And I think this is something that is not understood from my colleagues in the parliament. So I will come back to this, but we can't know what the climate will look like in 2100, not even in 2050. And if you spend some thousand hours with these reports from IPCC, you will understand this very well. We don't even know why the temperature went down during the little ice age. You know, those 600 cold years between 1350 and 1850. So what were the causes? And as you know, climate change is what human does, how we affect the climate, and the natural variability. And if you don't know the natural variability, it's very difficult to know the human part of it. Although IPCC assumed that the natural variability is very, very small. It's only 0.1 degree out of those 1.3 degrees that temperature has risen since 1850. So let's say a few words about let's see what time is it? How much time do I have until?
16:25.
Okay. Energy crisis. We are in a serious energy crisis, no doubt about that. And one of the reasons is that politics today is very much about counteracting the causes, combat climate change. And we use all these buzzwords like everything must be sustainable, must be green, must be climate smart. And there's some other words too, and they are not really related to reality. And I'm not going to go through why I don't think it's sustainable. This is just one small example. If you look at building wind power, for example, and all the strategic methods that we use, I make several lectures on YouTube. My YouTube channel is klimatkarusellen.se, where you find all kinds of argumentations about wind power and why it needs to come to an end, you could say. Sweden used to be a very poor country, and its availability of cheap electricity that brought us to where we are today. After World War I, we built out the hydropower in the north, and after that we built out the nuclear power in the south, and this is what brought the country to where we are today. I think Percy Barnevik, former CEO of ABB, he said, in Sweden we have cheap electricity. We have cheap electricity, we have secure electricity. In short, we have the energy supply that all other countries would like to have. And our main concern is how to get out of this situation in the shortest possible time. And also, our energy system emits 12 gram carbon dioxide per produced kilowatt hour, 12, to be compared with, for example, Poland, about 700 something, and yet it's our 12 that really needs fast to get down to zero. And Jan Blomgren, applied physics professor, he said the fanatics destroyed Sweden's electricity supply. We now have access to less electricity than 40 years ago, and the electricity we have access to is also of poorer quality than before. The crisis in Sweden's energy supply is a result of a policy governed by incompetence, wishful thinking, and fanatism. I think this really concludes it all. And maybe the most serious part is that we have taken out 6 big nuclear plants, and in the south we now have the weakest grid in all of Europe in our area in the south. And we can't solve the problem with wind power because we simply don't have the electricity power that can stabilize the grid enough. We need big generators for that, which can't be provided with wind power. So there's a lot of problems. And what I want to highlight here is that or first I can say, how could we end up in this? It's because we have moved from the technicians that used to take care of the system and help out and decide what to do, and now it's something completely different. It's politicians and lobbyists who just decide what we want. We want a system with wind power. EU want us to build a system with a lot of wind power, although that's not what's needed. But still we should do it. And this is really serious, how this is possible. So I will not go into the details, but I'm very sure that you all know about a lot of the problems. I'm not saying that we can't build wind power, but not to that extent. And in Sweden, I mean, we are even thinking about producing steel without coal, and thinking of then building that would require 8,000 new wind power plants in the north, and that is not realistic, of course. So climate policy, I would say, is not about climate. There must be no dissenting opinions, and some individuals even want to pause democracy. It's not about climate. It's a matter of politics and religion driven by humans' need for something to believe in. That could be one reason. For example, I mean, how could it be about climate? We are trying to reach climate goals, but yet, if we look from 1980, Sweden took out a lot of oil-fired plants, and we built the nuclear, so we have done a lot since then, but we always calculate from 1990. So you see here how much carbon dioxide has increased in the rest of the world, and we have done a big share already. And Sweden is not emitting. We are above the average in the world, and I think it's approximately, if you look per capita, half of what China emits. And I think maybe this is the ultimate evidence that it's about religion. Greta, our friend, she is now the Doctor of Honor in Finland in the theological institution. So maybe, what's the real problem here? Maybe it's that the politicians, they seek a problem for all the solutions that we have. It's some kind of a reverse thinking. Solution solves a problem. We want to build wind power, so then we have to find a problem that really fits that solution. However, science doesn't compromise on the truth. So we must raise the awareness of the difference between what science say and what the politicians say. It's not the same thing. So how much can we affect the climate? Well, IPCC think that everything is depends on humans. This is from our assessment report 6, working group 1. And I'm not in conflict with this. I'm not saying that they are not right. I'm not a scientist, so someone else needs to say that this is not true, have other beliefs. In my book, I take for granted what's in the working group 1, physical science from IPCC. But I've spent a lot of time to understand the argumentation and all that, so I can explain those things. So I would say, no matter what the Western world does, even if we're now saying that we are actually affecting the climate with our emissions, it's really strange that we think in Sweden that it will make a huge difference what we do, and we are causing a lot of harm to society and to our people. And as a politician, I think you must really protect the people and not do things that doesn't have any effect. And I would say it doesn't really matter what the Western world does. The fossil fuels will increase anyhow. And I think it's very important that we understand that we are 1 billion out of 8 billion. So if we want to understand the development, how the world will develop, we need to figure out how does the rest of the world, those 7 billion, how do they think and what are their needs? So Swedish climate policy is based on the view that we are the center of the world. We think that China will follow. I mean, that is seriously what we think, because why should we otherwise waste so much money? I mean, if I calculate very, very high, Sweden emits 0.14% of the world's emissions. That is very high because it's more likely 0.12, but I made the calculation with 0.14. So if I calculate the way IPCC does, that means if we go down to zero, that means 0.0027 degrees at the end of the century. And still, we think it's a big, big hurry that we do all these changes. And you understand, if we emit 12 gram carbon dioxide per kilowatt hour and Poland 750, why are those 12? How could that change the world? The climate is not waiting. Or let's also go back to the, maybe I will come back to that, but the poor world, or the other 7 billion. I think now, maybe 20 years ago, the Western world really had the power to hinder investments in cheap electricity in many, many countries. But today, Russia, India, and China, they want to have more influence and they want to become popular. So today, they will help those poor countries to build power stations fired by coal, because they have cheap coal, they have cheap labor. So that's what they need to do to get out of poverty. And we can't stop it. So we have to be aware what's the other part of the world doing. But still, for example, the CEO of the Confederation of Swedish Enterprises, Jan-Olof Jacke, he's saying that the climate is not waiting. I don't know what he's meaning. And then we have we have this climate law, we have climate goals, and we have a climate political council. And she's saying that now the council wants to see courageous politicians who dare to make uncomfortable decisions. Okay, I thought I had maybe this is what she wants to see. I don't know. She's also saying postponing emission reductions to the future has significant climatological, economical, ecological, and social consequences. A strong climate policy is now needed. I would say it's the rather opposite. That is very unscientifically said from her. I think it's a shame. I'm really ashamed of that kind of statements, and it sends in all media, everyone's just taking it for granted that this is what we must do, lower the emissions now, because the climate can't wait. And our climate and environmental minister, she says the government fully shares the view that this is urgent, that it is too slow. We have to become poorer really fast, because that will give us a cooler climate. So we work with unattainable climate goals. You maybe remember from, this is from 2009 in Copenhagen, and this is where the 1.5 degree target came up. And I just want to, I don't know if you know, you can look at my YouTube channel. I have a video there that explains more in detail where those goals come from. But in 2009, before this conference, United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, they were talking about 450 ppm in the atmosphere, and they were talking about 2 to 2.4 degrees. But then Ben McGregor, I think his name was, he invented this 350.org,
And there were conferences. Tällberg Forum had a conference, and there was a big campaign for this 350. At the time, this was in 2007, and at this time, the concentration of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere was already 385. So this target that then came to be translated into 1.5 degrees was already reached, you can say, in terms of a ppm in the atmosphere. So it was more like a target that maybe we could go back to in the future. I mean, it was not very scientific at all. So I think that was a shame. And then after negotiations in Copenhagen, it was some of the poor countries that really wanted to stretch this target to 1.5. I think Bolivia said that they want 1.0. So it's kind of a bargain about those numbers. And here you can see that if we should reach 1.5 degrees, we're almost there already. So of course nothing will happen if we don't reach that target. So there's nothing to worry about, of course not. And that would mean that we would need to follow, I think it's the 1.9 scenario. I will come back to that. But we can only emit 600 gigaton, you can say, from now. And we need to go down very soon to zero. In 2035, we need to go down to zero. If we follow the scenario that IPCC are saying that we are now following, we will emit something like 2080, not 600. So science is not saying that this is doable at all. Science are saying that we are following the SSP2 4.5 and not that anything that equals to 1.5. So that's just scary to scare people. And here is what IPCC is saying. If you look at here where it says SSP2 4.5, science is really doing the analysis, taking into account what I was telling you about those other 7 billion people and their attentions. Basically, we are almost at, or I would say we are around 40 gigaton carbon dioxide per year. That's what we emit now, or during COVID it was 35.6, I think. So it went down a little bit, but let's say it's approximately 40. And this is how IPCC, the most likely is that it will go up a little bit above 40 and then go down to 10 by the end of the century. So this is also what makes up the 2.7 degrees. So when someone's talking about 1.5, it's down here. It's not, I mean, the world is not accepting that. No matter what we do in Norway or Sweden or anywhere, it's not going to happen. Because China and India and the other countries want to lift their people out of poverty. And they also want to, they're working very hard on luftföroreningar, pollution, yeah. So, yeah, we have to accept it. And I don't think that's a huge crisis either, and I will come back to why. So, conclusion, the future of humanity will not be determined by the 1 billion in the West. And also, this is Hans Rosling, you probably remember him, he was also often emphasizing the correlation between fossil fuels and how many children that died. More fossil fuels gives us children that don't die. It's a direct correlation. And I think that's very important to remember. And also, if we go back to this chart, the difference between those scenarios, in Sweden we talk very much about SSP 8.5, where we should do, you see how much emissions should go up. The difference between those scenarios are two big things. One is how many people that will live on this planet by the end of the century, and also the technical development, of course. Let's see, how did I... Is it this wrong way? Oh no! Sorry. Okay, there he is.
So here you see also the emissions, that it has sort of stabilized around those 40 billion, 40 gigaton carbon dioxide per year. What was I going to say about this? I've already said that powerful forces in the rich world have used the economic power to prevent the rest of the world from raising its standards of living. And here we have Greta again. I wonder if she understands that how dependent we are on fossil fuels. I'm not saying that I sort of want us to increase the use of fossil fuels, but I really think it's important with some realism. And from the energy use in the world, you probably all know that 80% is fossil. And what's happening in Germany now, for example, they are increasing their use of coal, taking down nuclear. So nothing really makes sense on the energy side and not on the climate side either. And here you have, on the other side, poor people need fossil fuel to get out of poverty. And for 30 years, IPCC has demanded that the world reduces use of fossil fuels, and a lot of them do, and also China and India say that they will reduce, as the curve showed, they will reduce fossil fuels after 2060, you could say. And so what does science say? Climate change is ongoing, everyone agrees on that ice masses has melted locally over the past 40 years. Sorry, I was just going to say A here. This is a very good slide. I think most of you know that the problem with the climate issue is really that we are looking during such a short term. I mean, you can't just look from 1850. It was the coldest period in 4,000 years, and we have a tendency to see how temperature has increased since then, and especially since 1976, where there's a good correlation with the increase in carbon dioxide. It's not a correlation during the full 1900th century. But here you see that the 1 million years, we have these ice ages during 100,000 years coming and going. We have the intermediate periods with between 10 and 15,000 years. And the two next graphs are only 10,000 years. And the third graph here is an update of the one above, showing the latest data from the 6 ice cores on Greenland. So no one can really complain about this, because there's been a lot of discussions that we only use 1 ice core, etc. And the ones on the bottom is from 1850. You see it? So here's a proxy graph. You can't use the ice cores for longer than this, because the ice needs to be older. And this is Greenland, and this is globally. So, and the yellow color is where it melts, and the blue is where it doesn't melt. So you can see that now we are approximately almost as high as 2,000 years ago. So it's not worse than that. And it's been warmer before. And here are the 6 ice cores. And here, probably familiar with, it's not, we say, like Al Gore saying that everything is more or less burning up. But this is the satellite data for February. We always calculated how much over the average, and the average period here is 1990 until 2020. And in February was 0.08 degrees, so approximately on the average temperature during the last 30 years. And March, a little bit up, so it goes up and it goes down. And here is the IPCC curve. Just show this to also show the IPCC. And here is taking the most common temperature sets, showing that if you look only from 2014, you can't really say this is not climate because it's too short of a period, but it still shows that it's not going straight up like most of my colleagues believe. It's going a little bit up and a little bit down. You can't even see a trend either going up or going down. Temperature is going up with 0.14 degrees per century if you calculate with satellite, and if you calculate on other measurement 2 meters above the ground is 0.119. So as ice masses has melted locally, we can agree on that as well. It's nothing dramatic. You see here 21, 22 is above average. We see this in media. Antarctic is a terrible situation, it's melting dramatically. And here you can see that they are more or less correct. Although, if you just go a little bit back and look in 2014, you see that it's above the average. And here no one in media said that, okay, it's getting colder. So, I mean, there's many different reasons to why it goes up and down. So there's a big difference. We don't agree how big the warming will be during the rest of the century, and we don't agree if it's only about humans or not. Here's IPCC again when I said that this is natural. There's 0.1 degree, and the other 1.2 is human. And then 2 minutes about the scenarios. I think it's very important to understand the models. Why don't we agree? We don't agree because we are not, the future is not determined by observations. The future is determined by models. And you build in small mistakes, you take the result from a calculation and use that as an input data into the next calculation, and of course that produces a small error in every calculation step. So therefore you could say that the result from the models they are not better than the assumptions that you put in, as long as you don't fully understand the natural variabilities. And here I just want to emphasize that if you go to the report, it says that here you can read that the RCP 8.5 that we are talking so much about and that we are so afraid of, and that also is used in different in the working group 2, for example, they take this RCP 8.5 when they draw all the conclusions on those very scary consequences of climate change. And I think that is a really bad section of IPCC. They've done a lot of good things in terms of extreme weathers, also the physical science, but they have also done some really lousy things. And here you see the scenarios, and you see exactly here 2.7, SSP2. So what I'm trying to point out is that what science is saying is that it's that scenario that is the most likely, and we shouldn't talk about a lot of scary stuff. Then I just also want to say that the oceans it has heated 0.3 degrees, and the pH, acidity of the oceans has gone down from 8.2 to 8.1. So it's nothing dramatic, and it's still very base. So if the increase continues as the rate of today with 2 ppm per year, we will end up around 600 ppm, and I think climate crisis as an emergency can be written off, because that and also the focus should be on cost-effective improvements of living conditions in the world's poor countries. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Elsa. And our last speaker for today, actually, we reached that point, is Philipp Kruse. Philipp is a lawyer from Switzerland, And this session will be about the World Health Organization, or SARS-CoV-2, what was more dangerous. What to expect from WHO in the future, what are the outcomes of the new pandemic treaty and the revised international health regulations. Philipp specializes in tax law and has his own law firm in Zurich. Since 2020, he has prosecuted a total of 22 cases to restore evidence-based investigations of COVID-19 mandates. The Swiss Bar Association has submitted legal reports to the Swiss Parliament and government showing their permanent breaches of the Swiss Constitution. Big applause for Philipp.
Thank you very much for this warm welcome, and thank you very much for inviting me to speak at this Spotlight conference here in Stavanger today, Saturday, 15th of April. It's a great privilege and honor for me to be here from Switzerland, and I thank you all very much for coming to this beautiful place. Thank you very much. So the topic I have chosen, or I was given, is an ambitious one. It is very technical, and I try to make it as easy as possible to understand, to follow, and it is about the development of WHO's power grab. I want to show you how you can understand it, where you can find it and educate yourself so that you will be able to educate your colleagues, your friends, and those who have not yet understood what is going on. So yes, that's right, I'm a lawyer, Swiss lawyer since 1997. I started with commercial law, and then since 23 I'm specialized in tax law, which allows a certain understanding of constitutional context and frameworks. With one simple sentence, there's a basic rule for the state to be observed, and that is the more effective and the deeper he is invading into our rights, whether they are financial rights or other rights, the better must be the justification. The more solid must be the justification. And when I noticed during 2020 that there was no justification, no solid, valid justification presented, not only by our own government, but by all the governments, then it was clear that the measures and the state actions caused more harm and were more dangerous than COVID-19. And from that moment on, I engaged and I used my legal profession to stop this legal madness. Now, yes, thank you. So yes, at the beginning you think that you can do a case and then everything will be stopped, or you participate in a podium and everything will be clear. So today now I'm at 20 ordinary cases. The most important ones are still pending. And maybe you have heard that together with my team, I have submitted last July a criminal complaint against our Swiss highest supervisory authority regarding medical substances, Swiss Medic, for literally breaching all the basic legal standards that are available in Switzerland and that must and should have been observed. And shortly we will submit in a few weeks' time an updated version, because so far the core part of our criminal complaint has not yet been taken at hand, although we have submitted an evidence report of 300 pages where 15 scientists have helped us quite significantly, and separately to that also a criminal complaint of 300 pages. So we will really keep on pushing here on that front as well. Now, if you wish to have more information about that procedure, it's on the homepage. We have done a press conference on 14th of November, and you will find all the details, the entire evidence report and criminal complaint here on coronacomplaint.ch. You can take a picture if you're interested. Now, about WHO. The topics. First, we need to have a... Yes? Oh, yes. Go back. Okay. Welcome. Yeah, now, first we need to all have a joint understanding, and in general, with these topics, we always have a core community that is already very well informed, knows already everything what I'm going to tell, and some of them are not informed at all. And then we have those of you, the majority, I guess all of you, who are here with sympathy, but others who will watch it later on are yet to be convinced. And so I always try, as a lawyer, also to bring on board those who have not yet come to this understanding. And therefore, you might find some of it trivial, or you have heard it already, but we need to make this extra effort sometimes to bring other people on board, in particular from the media or also from the politics, and that's very important. So the way I have structured my presentation, first briefly, what is the WHO? Then number two, in case I should totally get out of time, I bring my points already right at the beginning in a nutshell, what to expect from the new amendment WHO treaties, and everything will be clear, hopefully. Then we will not get the attention of other people's minds without doing a brief review of what has WHO done so far. How good did they perform their pandemic management? So then I would like to present you the overlapping key aspects between these two negotiated instruments. There are two of them, International Health Regulations and New Pandemic Treaty. And if there's some time, I might go into some details of each of these instruments, and I would like to talk about the solutions. In the moment Jonathan comes with his 5 minutes plate, I will jump right away to the solutions. Okay. Yes, so I guess everybody knows that WHO is a specialized agency of United Nations, founded in 1948 with 194 member states, roughly the same member states like with the United Nations, except for Liechtenstein and Holy See. Special here, we have a constitution. WHO is based on a constitution which is exceptional. It has its domicile in Geneva, Switzerland. It is free of tax exempt, and totally cleared from any potential criminal or other claims by way of diplomatic immunity. Just the structure very briefly, there's a World Health Assembly which takes place once per year in Geneva. The next one will be in May, end of May this year. They are actually the legislative and supreme decision-making body in theory, or originally. Then we have the executive board with a 3-year term with 34 members, technically qualified in the field of health. But the most important figure constitutionally and in fact, as you all know, is the Director General, the current Dr. Tedros Adhanom Ghebreyesus. I will speak about Tedros, who was just re-elected last year for his second term. Each term is 5 years long. Now re-elected last year. And he has, that's a bit small to read, but he has quite a lot of competences. He is relevant for the head of all commissions and all committees of the organization and of all conferences. And most of all, he is the one who, in his sole person, upon briefing by his expert committee, will and can declare and has declared the public health emergency of international concern, which will be very crucial to this topic here. Now, so far so good. The core legal basis that need to be observed so far until today are number one, the Constitution, and derived from the Constitution, the international health regulations. These are the set of rules that govern the rights of WHO and the duties of the member states during this pandemic. And the most prominent article is Article 12, that is the basis for the Director General to declare the public health emergency of international concern. Now, with respect to the Constitution, it is always important to note what is the purpose of an organization? What have they been founded for? And it is remarkable, of course, you expect something like health, but the wide understanding of health, as it is seen at the beginning of the Constitution, the enjoyment of the highest attainable standard of health.
You need to bend the microphone down.
Sorry?
It's too noisy. You're breathing straight in the microphone. Like this. Okay, like this.
Okay, thank you. Can everybody hear me now still? Okay. Okay. So that has a legal implication. If you look at it, the enjoyment of the highest, on the top, attainable standard of health is one of the fundamental rights of every human being without distinction of race, religion, political belief, economic and social condition. And that's consequently the objective, the attainment by all peoples of the highest possible level of health. So you would expect necessarily, by definition of this article, that this organization, after having done this long and expensive project of COVID-19, would sit together and would carefully analyze all the outcome and all the true consequences of the measures that were applied on the people.
Sorry, we can't hear you properly.
Ah.
Can you try hold this?
Yes.
Sorry for the interruption.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Which one? This other one? Shut it down?
Just take it off. Yeah. Sorry.
Okay, if you give me 2 extra minutes.
Sorry.
Okay, I hope this is better now. Oh, wow. Okay. Yes. So this should be actually taken as a compass, as a benchmark, not only for when it was established, but of course for every after-action review after such a big project as COVID-19 was under the leadership of the Director General and WHO. Yes, so briefly said, the question is always at what costs and what are the powers of such an organization. And briefly said, we have the theory, the historical established organization of 1948, where we will see, and I will overjump that part, but I just summarize it, that of course the human rights and the observation of all international agreements and all international conventions regarding human rights are part of the legal framework of the WHO. That's explicitly stated in the international health regulations in several instances, among others in Article 3, but also in Article 57. And also there it is the clear principle that so far every state, every member state has a sovereignty, the right of sovereignty to apply whatever he chooses to apply, as the recommendations of WHO are considered to be non-binding. That was the historical idea that has over time turned into what we have experienced in the last 3 years under COVID-19. Yes, so this is this Article 3 International Health Regulations. I overjump it. And also, it is important to note that WHO is just a part of this original international after-war order of peace that came out of the big wars. And the United Nations, in its founding charter, has this Article 1 here, the purpose. And the purpose of the United Nations is to develop friendly relations among nations based on respect for the principle of equal rights and self-determination of peoples. If this is written somewhere in the United Nations Charter, it is meant to be the rule and not the exception. So all this has to be observed. Then, of course, Universal Declaration of Human Rights, and in particular, Nuremberg Code, which is enshrined in a separate covenant, International Covenant on Civil and Political Rights, Article 7. And it is so important here to observe it as WHO. I would have this article in my office as a big picture or as an reminder that this is the benchmark we need to observe. We would never impose to people some experimental or critical measures or interventions. And here that applies, and that's the article that forbids torture. So as an application of torture in particular, no one shall be subjected to medical or scientific experimentation without his or her voluntary consent, and that absolutely also implies a full correct information. Okay, so and one last point to WHO, it is worth notable mentioning that after by time that in particular the last 15-20 years, more and more private players entered the stage, and last year in May, WHO made it very clear and public that only 16% of WHO's total budget is financed by the member states, making 84%, so the total rest financed by other parties. And whom these parties are, the most prominent one is indeed Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. As you all know, they contributed more or less half of what Germany, main contributor, paid. And then together with Gavi Alliance, that makes almost roughly the same amount that was contributed by Germany in the period 2020 to 2021, which is also under control, heavily under control of Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation. Then we have private partnerships who, in theory, should help governments to better implement services or costly infrastructures, but in practice also benefit significantly from a system that is not transparent at all. And then we have the influence or further influence of relevant stakeholders who, in the process of negotiating these two legal instruments, international health regulations and new pandemic treaty, are all integrated, are part of the wider community that has right to propose and right to be present. Okay, so as a summary, it's an international organization that is financed to 80% by non-member states, with a growing factual influence from non-member states. And worth mentioning, it's not written anywhere in the international health regulations, but we have seen that as of beginning COVID-19, the WHO has applied extensively their idea of what they think is infodemics, that is manipulation of the public sphere and a strong form of censorship. Many people have been experiencing that when they posted something on Twitter, respectively on YouTube. Okay, in a nutshell, what to expect from the new amended WHO treaties? First, just to briefly be very clear, we are talking about, number one, the amendment of the international health regulations. They exist already since 2005, adopted by most countries in 2007. And then we have a total new agreement, the so-called, generally called New Pandemic Treaty, which has a very complicated name. It was given the name, it was so complicated that they used an abbreviation, WHOCA+. So we must be aware these two instruments together are negotiated in parallel right now since about end of 2021, and they are not only negotiated in parallel, but they have very similar overlapping content. And the summary of this content, actually, briefly, I come to the procedure later. The summary is that all of WHO recommendations will become mandatory. So both of these legal instruments will become mandatory. And the implementation and execution of the content will be supervised and will be enforced. And the entire health industry and individuals will be subject to a global digital health surveillance system, which covers the data of people, but also the data of the industry, the availability of all kinds of medical equipment and analysis, but also availability of experimental drugs. Then the member states will be obliged to production and diagnostic tools and experimental drugs under the title Core Capacities. That's the whole purpose for this constant surveillance. Then under the title One Health, that's a special idea or special concept, WHO will widen significantly the factual basis or the potential constellations under which WHO can declare a public health emergency of international concern. It's literally everything. So whether it is from climate change or from the animal world, it doesn't matter. Whatever it is, the entire globe is a potential source of health risks. And then, very significantly, all the measures that are prepared by WHO, all these new changes shall be applied not only anymore as so far by the Ministry of Health, but the entire government will be involved, and also all levels of society will be involved. And that's the whole of society approach. And we would have to expect that whenever there come kinds of directives, what kind of new supervisory tool shall be applied. It has a stamp from WHO, from Geneva. It is distributed directly within a member state and within this member state to all the industries. It doesn't need any formal introduction into domestic law. It is directly the law. And must be observed literally by all the entire society, by all communities. So we are talking about a wide extension of powers on the side of WHO, and at the same time, member states will lose control. And they will literally lose control about every vital aspect of life as soon as it has to do with health. Of course, the key point is that WHO has a wider discretion to determine and to perpetuate these, this is the abbreviation for public health emergency of international concern. And also, there is no mechanism at all for any reassessment foreseen. And the member states, they will lose their control to effectively protect their own economy and its public health against harmful effects of WHO recommendations. That means no matter how detrimental these recommendations will be, they will have to do it. And they will not be able to anymore, in theory, they were so far, many didn't, to effectively protect us, the citizens, against harmful effects of recommendations like, for instance, the expectation of WHO until end of the year, 70% of the population must have had the second shot of a certain substance of absolutely unknown content. The government will not be able to protect somebody under the title of the provision I just mentioned, informed consent, Nuremberg Codex. That's over. And so that means that member states indeed will waive their sovereign rights and will lose control regarding their basic core interests and constitutional duties. They will be disabled to protect their own people against unconstitutional violations of basic human rights, or with other words, the rule of law that all of our countries have and try hard to protect will be replaced by the rule of WHO emergency that can, in theory, be extended and perpetuated forever. And that means, of course, from our perspective as individuals, that there will be no protection of fundamental human rights, of human dignity. There will be forced vaccination without informed consent, very likely, and no protection, after all, of our human health. Nobody will be interested into looking what is in these substances. Are they really medical substances or are they bioweapons? So, yeah, so after all, it's an attack on our human existence as we know it now. And I hope that this presentation is seen by some law students. Those who study law have some more time than I have and who go after it. You see now an online revolution going on in slow motion. You can follow it, and you will have the possibility as law students, wherever you are in the world, to not only study it, but to warn your colleagues and to warn actually the entire academic world, because that's your obligation, the ones who have the possibility to understand, to go into it and stop this development from happening, because very soon you will not be able anymore to apply the law that you are right now to learn. So just to use a technical term, but that's what's actually happening. We will have a total loss of checks and balances that could, in theory, control WHO. There is no effective accountability of WHO's officials to member states, and thus there's absolutely no motivation for WHO to prevent harm from the citizens and to stop public health emergencies as soon as they can, because they are certainly more interested into serving their private partners who provide the money. And still, Tedros says, don't worry, be happy. No country will cede any sovereignty to WHO. This is indeed what he says and tries to calm the people. Well, we have to briefly, just to be aware, maybe I skipped this chapter altogether, but we, as soon as we start talking about this topic to those who have never heard before and who have been compliant in the past 3 years, they will say, and actually this is what they're telling me, they say, look, Philip, after all, it wasn't so bad. Our government has managed COVID quite well. Where is the problem? And so they will certainly not listen when we start explaining them how bad and how dangerous these developments are. So whenever we try to convince these fellows and friends or former friends, then we have to look back and provide them with a sharp analysis of the most important shortcomings of WHO of the past. And I just mentioned some of them here. Of course, it started with Johnny 30. I personally, I don't judge him for having called for a public health emergency, provided he was not informed about the details of the background that happened, just looking at the pictures, looking what was visible in Wuhan. So that first period that we have to sort of accept unless we have better proofs that we can show that they knew more. But from day one on, what we saw was an extraordinary promotion of fear, these dashboards, and an extension of the public health emergency of international concern every 6 months. Although COVID-19 was not life-threatening, probably never it was, but it was certainly not life-threatening anymore after a couple of months. But still, today, we live under the status of a pandemic. And here lies already the first problem, which is in the existing text of the international health regulations, is Article 12 is not very clear under which conditions WHO is allowed to call out an international and fake situation. Now, of course, everybody in charge of this position should make use of this power in a responsible way and in accordance with the principle of proportionality and with human rights, and at least carry out a regular reassessment to ensure that these declarations are only issued if we are indeed facing a severe health hazard, deserving the highest level of alert and justifying all these measures. Yeah, and so my basic critics actually starts with the risk analysis based on the method of the PCR test. That is so simple to understand that even I understood it as a lawyer in summer 2020. And so it is absolutely not acceptable to have on the one side, this is a recommendation here, which will legally binding in this form. So far, in theory, it was not binding, but that's a classic example of any recommendation. Tests with the highest diagnostic accuracy. This is absolute bullshit. Sorry. Yeah. It is a lie. It is a total lie. And it could be seen for laymen that it was a lie because on the one side, this is Switzerland here, we were testing like crazy towards the end of 2021. Figures went up, the cases went up, and at the same time, hospitalizations went down in the same period. So there was not the slightest correlation even. And more evidence emerged. Scientific papers, Corman Drosten, one co-author is sitting here, Professor Ulrike Kämmerer, official statements, even from Anthony Fauci, who said that the test can't measure whether somebody is transmissible. Then the Swedish Health Ministry on its homepage, very clear language, many people, and even yes, the WHO itself, they issued information notice end of 2020, beginning of 2021, a second one, to make it very clear that this test method has limitations. Several court decisions, one I managed to provoke from the Swiss Federal Supreme Court, and they said that meanwhile it is not at all controversial and incidentally generally accepted that the positive PCR test is not a diagnosis. So these things were clear, were absolutely clear that there was no threat from COVID-19, and it is unacceptable for an international health organization to still maintain this fiction of specific harm. So the 5 minutes passed right next to me. So what is really important to understand is that what we need to tell our colleagues, if we look back, it is an absolute principle of quality management, globally accepted in business, in pharma industry, in the public sector, in military, as after-action review, to have a regular reassessment and to consider the scientific facts and to take them on board. And that was not yet made, but WHO denies the discussion even about that. And that's for the past. We're not even looking into the future. So that already is a reason to defund WHO and to leave the WHO, because they continuously prove that they don't pursue the interest of our health. They pursue something else. Okay, yes, as I promised, I jumped to the solution. Okay, so, yes. Is it really only 5 minutes left? So, yes, I mean, you can easily find these documents, and I will tell you where to find more very good summaries easily that are recently have come up, so that I can jump over that part completely. And maybe just regarding the timing, rumors had it that we should be anxious about a potential vote at this World Health Assembly, end of May. But this is absolutely, at least that's not the case. We still have the time of the next 12 months until it is voted about at the next year's World Health Assembly to build up pressure. And I want to come to the solution as soon as I find it. Oh, here we go. Yes. Now, being by profession, always I work with almost exclusively with people who have a different opinion, right? So what I would do actually, and what I would like to encourage you to do is, number one, as we do it here, unite with good people, inform each other, help each other understanding. And two good platforms I wanted to suggest next to Children's Health Defense that I forgot to mention here, that continuously produces news and helpful educational information about this entire topic. I also wanted to mention here James Roguski with his own homepage, and the World Council for Health, who just yesterday, I think it was, has provided an excellent summary, and policy brief, they call it. It's about 30 pages long, and it's a very well-written, good understandable summary brief. So get together with good people, inform yourself, and get good arguments on board. Number two, then, of course, we need to get the message out. And the message is, and that's our chance, the chance as opposed to the situation under COVID. Here we can say it is not just about COVID. We are talking here about a permanent loss of control on all basic aspects of life, on all fundamental rights, health, business, and private. And there will be no protection, not even for our colleagues who were very obedient or friendly with the measures or with WHO. There will be no protection against abuse of power whatsoever because of a much stronger WHO that has no accountability. And how can we possibly do that? Well, a good first step is, when I said get the message out, sorry. So, of course, we need the media, we need discussions, we need debates, and there are multiple ways, but an important, very important line of information are our political local representatives. Our political local representatives. You can tell them, our democracy is not for sale. We will not give up our democracy, and you are elected member of parliament. Make sure that we will not lose our entire constitutional rights altogether. And yes, And if they say, oh, WHO, they are responsible for our health, they will just do our best, then you can say, how do you know that they will do just our best after having extended and perpetuated a fake already in the past? How do you know that for the future they will not abuse this power they get in addition to that? Give me the guarantee first. Because the sovereignty comes from us, from the people, and you are responsible for our safety and for our rights. So build up the pressure, and here James Vygotsky has written an example for members of parliaments in the UK and in the United States that can be found with this link. Thank you very much, James, when you hear this. And then start basic democratic movement and initiatives with the purpose, leave the WHO, and also, let's not forget, let's hold the WHO accountable. We must hold them accountable for what they have done. Of course, that's also my profession, where I try to play a good role. And in Switzerland, we have an example, Souveränitätsinitiative, it's an initiative aiming at changing the constitution, Swiss constitution, with the modification that whenever an international organization has the power to restrict sovereignty, that this particular agreement comes to an end by division and immediately. So that's an example. Maybe you have possibility in your country as well, and the listeners somewhere in their countries as well. And then we also need to hold open conventions like this. And I hope that we will manage to have conventions like this with the media and with politicians, with those who are friendly with the WHO and who defend the WHO. I wish to have conventions now finally after 3 years with those who supported everything. We must come to this point. Yes, and then to all lawyers and legal experts, those who have already gained a better understanding of the problem, we need to help the ordinary people to understand. We need to help the media, because the media, they have been sleeping for the last 3 years, totally. They don't know nothing about COVID. So it's quite a bit of work to be done. And also, you know what I mean, we need to start special legal projects. We need to start special legal projects regarding accountability of WHO. This is absolutely clear. And ultimately, yes, the only thing that remains to say, we will never give up. Let's not give up, because united and together, we are stronger than they are. All the very best.
Thank you, Philip. Standing ovation. Amazing work. Amazing work. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. That was amazing.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Philip. Okay, we're 5 minutes behind the new schedule, so 10-minute power break. Back here to start the panel discussion at 5:20. Thank you.
Great, fantastic.
Okay, thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Sorry to hurry you.
No, that's okay. That's okay. I think it is. Anyway, it is so technical that it is key to just highlight the key message.
They got the message. Yeah, that was really.
Okay.
We need workshops would be good. Yes. I mean, I know you don't have time, but
absolutely. I would be available for workshops.
Maybe we can do a recorded workshop that other people could then run. Like, that's what we are trying to develop. I need to do. I have no time, but we're going to make some fact sheets.
Yeah.
And I'm going to base them on.
can do it quietly so we can start.
Yeah,
Thank
great
you.
if we could get going now, everyone. So, I'd like to introduce Osolia Gifori, who is a board member of Children's Health Defence Europe. You've seen Osolia here already. She has a degree in economics and extensive experience as a top executive in American international companies. Since 2010, she worked as the CEO of Perseus Publishing, and Osolia is a board member of CHD. In 2007, she had an eye-opening experience when she realized the extent of corruption while working on the translation of D.N. Dunlop's biography in her job at Perseus Publishing, which publishes anthroposophical books, and she also gained a broader perspective on events such as 9/11. She will conclude the conference after this with a topic on connecting the dots and trying to see how we can move forward to create change for good in relation to the bigger picture. And then I would just like to invite someone to introduce Susan, who is sitting here on the board, on the panel. Susan Hart, who's a local politician. Thank you.
We are not professionals, but I have the microphone. So I know Susanne Hart. She's a politician and she loves the microphone. Here you are, Susanne. Tell about yourself.
Okay. Thank you, June. Who am I? I'm a regional elected politician in Rogaland. I used to be in Stavanger as well, so I'm 8 years behind me now as an elected. I've been basically the only one almost in Norway having a speech in the Rogaland County Council about the COVID vaccination and the safety around it. I kind of became known in the whole of Norway 1st of July 21 when I sent an open letter to the Prime Minister and asked her to stop the vaccines until we had enough safety data. That was not popular. So I've been in a storm for 3 years, and that only made me stronger.
Thank you. Okay, Osolia, you're going to take over and show a short film, I think. Or
Yes, I'm going to grab the mic and keep it for a while because, as you know, what we have been talking about with the presenters and what we heard today and what we are witnessing is really a shock doctrine, the rise of disaster capitalism, right, as such. So what happened, Schwab was talking in the reset, I think, Jakob, you would know, that any disaster can be turned to something useful by them. And that's exactly what we've been witnessing. Now, it is also obvious, and Elsa's speech, what she presented, and also what we see otherwise, it's obvious that the medical tyranny part that we have been living through for the last 3 years is only the beginning. It's not the end. It's much more complex because other disciplines, let it be the fake green agenda, let it be the issue of radiation 5G, with the surveillance, with the health impact of all that, or let it be the farming trend that is going with the cockroaches and other creatures together with the GMO products. And then we haven't touched yet on the education and the healthy upbringing of children. We haven't touched yet on lots of other things that are coming together with the same extreme nonsensical approach, which is certainly not my choice. And I'm sure that a lot of you in this room would say the same, that this is not how we want society to be. Now, one fundamental issue that we haven't really had the time to look into details is the financial side of it. And of course, all this is going for power to grab control over others, to grab power to turn the economy into something what we call resource-based economy, not producing value to the society and for each other, but being counted as resources like livestock, including humans. Now, this is not what we want. And of course, finance and money is the ultimate asset to get control, especially when we are talking about the wonderful new digital currency structure, which is going to degrade us lower than China is running today in terms of freedom and democracy. So one thing what I'm going to play now is I invite you to our home, home in terms of Children's House Defense Europe. We have a wonderful chairperson in Europe called Catherine Austin-Fitz. She's in the States right now. As you can imagine, there's a lot to do there as well. So she couldn't join, but I would like to bring her in. She has extreme experience with corruption, with the manipulative being of the state, with the manipulative being of the financial institutions. She worked in the Bush administration as Secretary of State of HUD. And after that, when she left, then she opened soon Solari Report, Inc., which is a wonderful organization bringing truth out in all areas of life. So if you haven't met her or haven't looked at solari.com yet, please do so. What we were thinking with Catherine about, what is coming now? What should be our focus? And then we came up with a chart developed, which is called the real game. So what is the game about? What are we looking today? And let me play a short video explaining this chart that I just wrote up, if I manage. I might need your help, Christian.
I'd just say actually while we make the links
this is
for
a
these
chart
will be placed.
because I was trying to talk with Ursulia about how to see the politics of what's happening in a very simple and clear way. And it really came down to the integration between what's happening in health and what's happening in money. So there's a chart here, and there are two columns. One says money and one says health. And then there are two rows, and one says offense and one says defense. I put the link to this, so it'll if you go to the link that I put in the chat, it's who'syourfarmer.solari.com/therealgame, and the link is in the chat. If you click on it, it'll be easier to see the chart. What's happening is that the banking system and the central bankers, who are basically the top bureaucracy within the banking system, are in the process of implementing complete digital transaction control, which means, and literally they have described this. I'm going to give you links to many of the videos where the central bankers, in very short order, tell you what they're planning to do. But essentially what they're planning to do is set up the transaction system so unless you do what you're told, you cannot transact. So all financial transactions, all money payments will be digital, and they can tell you what you can use your money for. They can go into your account and take your money. And it's a world of complete dependency because there's no financial transaction freedom. And what you see going on politically all around the world, in every country, in every place, and in the United States, we have 50 states, and this is a real hot topic for many, not just the Congress, but for the state legislatures. And that is, you have one group of people trying to implement complete financial transaction control and cut off financial transaction freedom, and another group of people trying to figure out how to stop it. So if you look at some of the items in the defense, you'll see some of those, which I'll touch on in a second. So the central banker is driving to get complete financial transaction control so that they can literally control us one by one using AI and software, very sophisticated systems involved. Now, if the central bankers are going to do everything they could to achieve that kind of control, there would be likely tremendous political backlash. And that's why probably the most important tactic they've used over the last 10 years is to use the healthcare system to sort of implement, to be the bridge. Once you get CBDCs and digital IDs, you have complete digital control, and you don't necessarily need the healthcare system to help you control people. But until you get there, you need the healthcare system. And if you look at a lot of what's being rolled out through the WHO and programs like One Health, these things are being done to sort of implement the control. To do CBDCs, you need a good digital ID system, and it's much better to get that through vaccine passports or through the health system. And again, it's much safer for the central bankers if the healthcare people are the bad guys. So on the health side, we see all these different processes that help bridge to central control. On the left side, on the money side, we see the effort to do CBDCs and to literally take control of the sovereign governments by putting them in a debt trap and controlling their money. Now, if you look at the defense, under the money line, it's all the different things that various people are doing to protect individual sovereignty. So we see states are trying to do depositories for gold and silver. They're trying to do sovereign banks. I just put a link in the chat to an excellent memo written by Richard Werner about what a sovereign state bank could do for Tennessee. Anyway, so what we see on the defense is the money guys are trying to stop all these state actions. They're trying to mess with effective leadership, divide and conquer, all sorts of efforts to smear or stop different leadership. I'll never forget being in a car on a speaking tour with Bobby Kennedy while they tried to deal with a reporter who was clearly trying to smear him. And it was, he did an absolutely magnificent job, and it went on for at least 20 or 30 minutes. And it was just painful to hear the level of, ridiculousness that he was having to deal with. You just heard a question about rigged elections in Israel. Clearly, that's another problem of sort of compromising the leadership we want. In the United States, gun control is a big one because every effort is being made to bring in the guns, because it's very hard to implement the kind of banking consolidation and financial transaction control they want without bringing in the guns. On the healthcare side, there's an intention to divert attention to what my colleague John Titus calls chew toys. He says Fauci is a chew toy. A chew toy is, if you have a dog, you have a rubber toy that you throw to them and the dog can chew on the toy. And so we very much want accountability of what happened during the pandemic, but we also want to be careful not to get diverted to just going after the chew toys while, because if we just go after the chew toys, we're going to end up with the central bankers basically, being able to shut off our money if we do.
Yes, so I think, I don't know if everyone knows what a chew toy is. That's what the dogs and even the cats, some of the cats and hamsters like. So, we need to be careful, Catherine says, we need to be careful. What is it that we are focusing on? What is it that we are paying attention to, right? So the first question to dear panelists, what is it that we need to focus on? How can we reverse this process and bring something that is even better than what we've ever known before?
Who would like to start?
Okay. I mean, we're sitting here together, and I think we have actually started something very big. And from my perspective, like 10 years ago, I wrote my doctoral thesis. I was defending it. And I was kind of alone at that time. It was nobody who understood what I was talking about. One or two people at the university. No one else. I was defending this in front of an audience like this, and they just thought I was nuts or something. But things have changed, and dramatically. And what I think is that it's they who should be afraid. And I think they are afraid because truth are biting them in the heels. So what we are seeing now is they try to consolidate all the power for themselves. That is because they are threatened about what's happening with the awakening of people that are catching up and understand. And this is like a natural law that governs this. It's nothing you can't hide away from truth forever. So actually, I think this is their fear that we are seeing, and but we are going to win this. Yeah.
Okay, I think two things. First thing is counterattack. Not be afraid of media and journalists because they are not doing their job. And I think we should tell them exactly this, that they are not doing their job because they're saying exactly the same things as the politicians, and that's not scrutinizing power. So that's the first thing. And the second thing is that I'm kind of hopeful because in the parliament in Sweden, I've been heavily criticized for not accepting that we are in a climate crisis, although some of the other members, they are actually supporting me in quiet. So, I mean, they understand they are not as stupid as they seem to be. So, and that's kind of hopeful. Just some encouragement.
What a brave member of Swedish Parliament you are here in the home country of Greta. Yes, in particular. Yes, I also would emphasize that it's the time to take over the initiative and not act from the defense, but go into offense there where we have the best cards and where the case is the most mature. And indeed, that's the case with respect to the entire pandemic. Every cards are on the table, and even more cards are presented to us as today. Sasha Latipova has brought to us these additional findings. And it is such an outrageous crime, incredible crime on humanity, initiated by what motivation? I mean, the worst motivation you can think of. So I will continue in demanding that the past 3 years must be carefully reassessed with respect to what will we do next time better. Because if we don't do so, we will do the same mistakes again. And this is a joker argument because nobody can refuse to become better and to let past errors behind. And as I said, it's even an worldwide standard in all industries, in public life, private life, and in military. After such a period of so heavy restrictions, investments, and of victims, to do a carefully reassessment. What can we do better next time? And that argument can build the bridge to engage into conversations with journalists, with politicians, and with colleagues who so far were not of our opinion. But we have to insist that this be done after 3 years.
Thank you, Philipp. Oh.
coming here. I think what we can do is, I think we're already doing, is talking to each other, interacting. We can find each other online. We can find good sources of information. I think the most important skill for everyone to acquire and teach your friends and neighbors is how to recognize lies. How to recognize lies, propaganda, official narrative. I mean, it's becoming pretty easy to detect if it's coming from WHO or UN, it's most likely a lie. If it's coming from IPCC, it's most likely a lie. So it's becoming pretty easy, but there are also some sophisticated ones, as I was demonstrating to you, even going back to many years, they're putting propaganda into the movies, into the entertainment. This is targeted at your children. So teach your children to understand how to spot these lies that are being fed to them and unpack them at the dinner table and figure out how to drive this conversation. This is what you can do amongst yourselves.
We live in a democracy, but I'm not sure we are anymore. Maybe it's only the word. I think the most important thing we can do is to detect where we are invited to split. Because those that split us, they can rule us. So we need to stand united as humanity. I think that our systems that we depend on in society, as I see it also from the inside of democracy as a politician, I see that all the systems that people think that politicians actually rule, we don't. Something else took over. I see that our systems has been corrupted a little by little over years. It's been a plan unfolding for years, decades, and maybe 100 years, I don't know, maybe longer. But I think more and more people can detect it, we can sense it, we can see that the systems that we depend upon, health, democracy, money, power, you know, the list goes on. It's slowly becoming corrupted. And we need to see that and not fall into the trap of blaming each other. Because humanity needs to stand together right now. It's not an attack on these guys or these guys, it's on humanity. Our freedom is on the stake. And as Philipp very nicely put it today, I think the key in this moment of time is to stop the WHO treaty. That's the big key. And we have 12 months to do it. And let's be loud.
Well, I think humanity has been under attack for the last 3 years. The public have been terrorized. You've been subject to a PSYOPs operation. And if it's any mitigation for my colleagues in parliaments around the world, can you imagine the PSYOPs that have been exerted on myself and my colleagues in those positions of authority for a lot longer than 3 years? And it's no excuse for not doing something, but it is, I think, some mitigation. The whole plan is out there now. We've had our 3 years of torment, but people are here. We're willing to resist. We can see what the plan is. I do worry about, obviously, the WHO treaty and the international health regulations. They've got to be resisted next. But the digital ID, the digital bank, central currencies, they are part of a system. If it comes in, you're then in a position for the introduction of social credit scores. And, of course, they'd be brought in initially as positive. So you get rewarded for good behavior to start with, putting your recycling out on the right days and all those sort of things. But how long before then you'll be punished for not complying with different things? I use social credit scoring. I've got a 4-year-old. I have to use social credit scoring to ensure his behavior. Yeah, if you don't behave, you don't get the sweets, you don't get the toy. Do you want to be treated like children? Because that's what the government are planning for you. You'll be treated like children. So all these things, they have to be resisted. The plan is all out there. It would fundamentally change the relationship between the state and the people, and I think we need to resist it. I would just say about my 4-year-old as well, you know, this absolute confusion over transsexuality of children is an abomination. And that there was some Democrat politician from America saying that the children know what they are and a good parent listens to it. Well, I'll tell you that my 4-year-old's currently self-identifying as Spider-Man. You know, and I don't believe him. You know, I don't believe him. And there's a saying that you need to remember. I think it's come from America. You know, we've had the people have been scared of the politicians for the last 3 years, and that is tyranny. But when the politicians are scared of the people, that's democracy, and we've got elections coming. The elections always come, and you must use your vote very, very wisely. Thank you.
The digital euro is going to be approved in the 3rd quarter of this year. And there are plans already in the EU how to deploy that fast with extreme incentives. I guess they will offer more than a hamburger this time to get everyone on it. So this is real. This is real, and I will come back to it. Now the question is, because I think we all agree that we want it different, but when did we really go off the trail, right? When did we go off track? Because to ensure that it doesn't happen again in the future, we really need to identify what happened. And let me just say, bring my favorite Goethe in, who said that if you fall asleep in democracy, you wake up in tyranny. So that's one of the questions: how do we ensure, when we achieve, when we get there, that the corruption ends, that we don't fall back to the same scenario? And let me invite here one person who was not able to make, Dr. Wolfgang Wodarg. And he has written a wonderful book which is also available in English. He has been through medical fake pandemic and has known very closely the organization WHO, etc., that we are talking about. So, Jonathan, if you are okay to read a very small part about corruption, talking about Sonia, about EMA and the European Medicine Agency. There's more to it, and it always comes to an individual, identifying the individual who then.
Yeah, so I'll just read this passage from the book. It's story time. I'd love you all to sit on my knee, but you won't fit. So Wolfgang writes, Emma Cook is the current director of the European Medicines Agency, the EMA, which is responsible for the marketing authorizations of drugs and vaccines throughout Europe. She was elevated to the post just in time for the approval of the coronavirus vaccines on November 16, 2020. Wikipedia describes her career as follows. Emma Cook studied pharmacy and business administration at Trinity College, Dublin. After completing her master's degree, she worked in the Irish pharma industry. From 1985 to 1988, she held various positions in the Irish pharmaceutical industry before moving to the Irish Health Products Regulatory Authority as a pharmaceutical reviewer in 1988. In 1991, she took on the role as Manager of Scientific and Regulatory Affairs at the EFPIA, the European Federation of Pharmaceutical Industries and Associations, in Brussels. She then moved to the EU Commission, where she headed the pharmaceutical department for 4 years from 1998 to 2002. From there, she moved to the EMA, where she was still based in London until 2016, initially as head of inspections and head of internal affairs. In 2016, she was appointed director of the Department of Regulation and Pre-Qualification at the WHO in Geneva. There, her responsibilities included ensuring the collaboration of member states and international partners to assure the quality, safety, and efficacy of health technologies. Since November 16, 2020, she has been director of the European Medicines Agency in Amsterdam. She is the first woman to hold this post. If you then add to that the fact that currently 86% of the EMA's budget are covered by fees paid by the pharmaceutical industry, whereas only 14% of those are covered by the EU, then one can rightly assume that the EU agency is a self-service store for the pharmaceutical industry. This information should shock us. At the very latest, before we are injected in our upper arms with the mRNA vaccine from Pfizer or Moderna, or the genetically modified virus vectors from AstraZeneca or Johnson & Johnson. In the past, corrupt banana republics were mocked in Europe. Now people in Tanzania or Ecuador may laugh at the cucumber union of Europe while harvesting bananas without their masks. If you want to live well with others in your own country, you probably have to say goodbye to the corrupt networks in the EU or the WHO and try to establish new international networks that cannot get out of control so easily. By this, I do not mean a new nationalism, but the longing for an honest, transparent, and democratic self-organization of European networks. Whether the existing European structures are suitable for this kind of reset also depends on whether we can drive the grey gentlemen out of the temples of politics. For this, we do not need HERA, but a movement that, like Heracles, cleans out the Aegean stables of Brussels with a strong current of our peaceful indignation.
Related to this, one last question to everyone. So how do we achieve accountability? Identify the ones who needs to be driven out, and how do we ensure transparency and control by the population and by the people, whatever system may come?
Tricky question. The thing is, I think about what happened during the Second World War and the atrocities that happened. And we thought at that time, afterwards, with Nuremberg trials and everything, but we had learned something, and we built, or I wasn't around, they built a new order for the world, and we had the UN Charter with the human rights and everything. And at that time, we thought that they thought they had built a system that was good, and it was good for a long while. But I think such things corrupt themselves all the time. So I think it's very, very hard to actually build a perfect system, because I think it's also something in human nature that these things happen. And you can also reflect on, we have always had these stories, these children's stories, that talks about good and evil. We have always had this with us from the beginning, to point out who are the villains and everything. And it's a part of the tradition to warn about this. So, and this that's happened now is nothing new. It has happened again and again. So what I think is that, of course, we will do something better now, of course. We will create a more transparent system, because now we have had this with us. It's an experience, and that makes us very suspicious on how people act and behave, and if they do it bad. But in a generation or two, people will slowly forget, And I think we will get back to that again. So I'm afraid it's not possible to build a perfect system, but I hope that what has happened now will live with us for a long time and for a lot of generations to come as a warning example, because we don't want to do this again.
You remember what I said about those other 7 billion people. If you want to understand the future development, we can't just look at ourselves. And in case of politicians, they may not be so caring for the people, but they all want to be re-elected. So I think all the changes must come from the bottom and up. So we have to mobilize, that's the only way. And this way we can also get the politicians going.
Absolutely, and I just would like to add that we, and also to add to what I said before, and what was said before, that we have the best chances that if we confront the politicians with their decisions. And one aspect which will certainly have a follow-up are the tremendous cost of purchasing these substances and the tremendous cost for public health for those who have suffered damages. So sooner or later, and of course with great help of everybody, rather sooner, we will confront the politicians and the decision makers with the fact that these substances were classical non-valor, harmful non-valor, and so substances that were purchased knowing that they didn't have any positive value. Now, why is an lawmaker or somebody who disposes of the responsibility to invest would possibly buy non-valor? And this could be one aspect. Sorry? A bit louder. Yes, I just wanted to emphasize there has been done tremendous damage not only to the people but also to your tax money. And tax money usually is something especially protected in many democracies, also in the EU, by the way. And there is a criminal procedure going on against Ursula von der Leyen, officially initiated, because the reproach is that she abused the taxpayers' money of the European Union for purpose of buying non-valor, actually, basically. So that could be one aspect and argument, and the other one is, of course, to protect the victims, those who have already suffered. They have a case, they have a strong case, they have been misled by wrong information and by pressure from the state and from the government that these substances were safe and secure and necessary. So, as I said, the time is mature, and if we combine all these efforts that you mentioned with the right arguments, where we have victims and where we have a huge damage to the state's money, our taxpayers' money, and we keep on pressing for answers and for accountability, then this will happen at least on the politician way, when politicians will be voted out, and in the best case it will happen in front of the courts, where I am specialized on and where I will keep on pressing.
Yeah, so just to add a little bit, I think what you can do is to organize on the local level, very much on the local level, and get involved in local legislation, whatever your local level is. For example, I live in Nevada. It's a U.S. state. It's a small state as far as number of people, and it has very limited government by design. I've interacted with some people that are involved in local legislation, and they're horrified at the types of bills that are trying to be pushed through that all tie back to all this WHO nonsense, IPCC nonsense, you know, all of those things are being pushed through all the way to our state, which is a small state, and then to local counties and local schools. And so we have to fight it at the local level. Organize in groups, get in touch with your local politicians, bother them, bother the hell out of them. And they are afraid of you when there's a bunch of you coming and yelling at them. So that's what you can do locally. Same you can do with the school boards. I don't know how it's run in Norway, but in the US it's school boards, and they're just as horrible. They're pushing all this nonsense on the children. And again, parents need to show up, parents need to speak, parents need to be constantly in their face. That's what we can do.
I'm on the inside of democracy. I'm a politician, as I said, and I see it doesn't work. It really does not work for the people anymore. So I woke up one morning, like a little more than a year ago, with a vision that we need to create some principles, some founding principle. What is democracy for the people? Because I don't believe anymore in political parties. It's like so much centralized power on a few hands, and it's all corrupted. We need to bring the power back again, down to the people, and create a new kind of democracy, bottom up instead of top down, as a counter active thing now in these times. It's really important that we wake up and do this. So what I did, I just started something that has already become a movement in Norway. It's called folkestyre. And it's not a political party. We don't have any centralized power. We have kind of an umbrella with only 10 principles, democratic principles. It's about sovereignty in your own body and thought and mind and everything. It's about decentralization of power in local communities, in families, in individuals. It's like bringing back the democratic power from abroad in non-democratic institutions and back again to the country or to the local. And it's these 10 principles are very, very easy to like, I guess, because I haven't heard many people opposing them. But it's not a party, and we still run for election for this election this autumn as sovereign groups, not as a centralized thing. It's a movement. It's a people's movement, and my vision is to export that to the world, give it freely out, and then it's going to be called peoplepower.global, and that's the next step, because now Norway has awakened, we're on fire here, so why not just give it to the next one?
I think I agree with a lot of what Susanna's just said. I think political parties, they have too much power, and if you're not careful, that power is to serve the interests of the party and those at the top of the party, and not the people. But in the UK, our Medicines and Healthcare Regulatory Agency, that's supposed to protect public interest, approved the vaccines. They're 86% funded by Big Pharma. And our Joint Committee on Vaccination and Immunisation, the JCVI, in their personal declarations, the members of that committee declared over £1 billion of investments in Big Pharma, with a revolving door between Big Pharma and the regulators. That's all got to be cleaned out. But I mean, it's clear that all the institutions in the UK and around the world to protect public interest have failed. Our parliament's failed, and I think we do need radical action. I would personally propose that we've got 650 MPs in the UK. We could halve the number of MPs. MPs could have a pay rise to get better people, save the country an absolute fortune, and have no external interests allowed whatsoever. Their job is full-time to represent the people, and we need a diminution in the power of political parties to appoint candidates. The people need to choose who they want to represent them, not somebody centralised in London. And that's what we need to get back to. It does need to be local democracy. That is the way forward. And quite honestly, we need something radical, because otherwise I don't know how we ever get the trust of the people back. And of course, those who have committed any crimes against humanity in office, they are going to have to be held to account, because we will never get the confidence of the public back that this will never happen again. And it must never, ever happen again.
Have we got any questions from the floor? There's one right at the back. I'll give up this microphone. I turned it off, so you just.
All right. Of course, it's right at the back. All right, let's go. Here you are.
Okay, I was not the first, but thank you anyway. Question, maybe to Sasha or someone. There has been some discussion with Astrid Stuckenberger about maybe this is not biological. I don't know more about it, if you can say something. And the other thing is, I have seen some video with you, Andrew, and when in the parliament, and when you should speak, everyone is leaving. It's so shocking. Even here in Stavanger, I've heard the same with you, Susan. This seems like a powerful negative power. It's almost like not human. But anyway, what do you think about this?
Sorry, can you repeat the first question?
Astrid Stuckenberger, I believe she talked about, it was discussion first in Sweden, and she has come out and say something that it is not biological, this stuff. It's more like synthetic in some ways. So there have been some discussion. I don't know if you heard about it. So I don't know what's, or it's only maybe a discussion, but.
I understand. So the issue is, as I was discussing, we don't know what is in this vaccine. Ultimately, we know some things that people have found in some of the vials. But because it is produced in such a humongously random way, with complete secrecy, and also it's open to adulteration and falsification, and have been produced in billions of vials, we can't for sure say who exactly was injected with what. I've shown you some examples of impurities that are found. There are biological agents found in those vials, so they do exist. But there are also chemical agents found in those vials. So all of this chemistry is possible. Most common finding is contamination with toxic metals. And another common finding now is the contamination with DNA and protein. And those are biological substances. So now the purpose of what they can do to the body, if they can cause injury, yes, they can cause death. We know what kinds of injuries. Beyond that, we don't know the long-term profile, because obviously we only have 2 years of the experience, so we don't know the ultimate long-term. We don't know the profiles, how it affects fertility, for example, or long-term conditions. So it's hard to say. All of these contaminants can be there and can be introduced even after the vials are made. They may be introduced from some stockpile of biological materials that are in Department of Defense as stockpiles. That's also possible, quite possible. We just don't know.
Thank you. The children health defense in general is dealing with all sorts of toxicity that is out there, attacking children, but also us. So it's not necessarily only these injections that are causing toxicities. that we experience. Someone raised here the radiation impact. Someone raised the water pollution impact. So it is such a complex question, and I think Sasha would agree with me that it goes even beyond the fundamental question we are facing now, understanding this mRNA gene therapeutical new jab, which proves to be poisonous. And that's the complexity we really need to go and bring forward, because everything, almost everything is censored that is related to toxicity or this sort of indicated poisons in our environment, right?
I'd just like to say a few words about the vials and the batches. It's clear to me, and looking at the evidence and speaking to senior scientists like Mike Yearden, who was head of Pfizer's research for 12 years, that there's no homogeneity across the batches. 5%, the data shows that 5% of the batches are responsible for 95% of the deaths that have been so far recorded from the vaccine. So they're not the same, and it's Russian roulette, probably what you got. Until we do a full investigation of whether that's deliberate or by accident, we don't know, but there is no homogeneity across the vaccines. As regards to the question about when I stand up to speak in the chamber, everyone leaves. You won't have noticed, but I've actually been very nervous today addressing you, because for the last 6 months I've only been used to addressing an empty room. And it's all right, my colleagues who don't want to hear, but everything that is said in that chamber of the House of Commons goes out on live TV. It goes into Hansard, which is recorded forever. And even if they don't want to listen, it doesn't matter, because some of those speeches, even though they're 20 minutes, they've been viewed 20 million times around the world, and that has got out, I promise you. So. And the fact that you notice that they leave the chamber when I speak, it only makes my speech go round the world faster, quite honestly. So long may it continue.
Yeah, and the same with my speech. Actually, it was posted by Asim Malhotra on Twitter, and it's reached 500,000 now worldwide with English subtitles, and it reaches people. And I think also, my experience with my colleagues in the county council is that they actually don't know all the things that I know. And I think we need to be kind to everyone that doesn't have all the knowledge that we actually invested. I'm sure all of you that are here has invested so many hours of research. You're almost, you have a degree. So we have to be kind to people, because we have to build bridges. We have to be on the same team, the humanity team. And they need time to catch up. And they're going to catch up, I think.
Thank you, Susanna. We really want to be kind to everyone in this room. And we really want everybody that raised their hands up to have the word, but we don't have time. So the moderator and I, we have decided we're going to do 3 questions. So it means 30 seconds, and the first one goes to you.
Oh, I love being first one out. My name is Bente Spisse, and thank you very much again. A short one to Philipp Kruse. Thank you for your presentation. So last year, the WHO actually tried a takeover in May. And on May 24th, 36 African countries stood up, led by the Botswana president, who actually said the words, and denounced it. So what's your thought? Will they be able to talk all of the African countries into agreeing to this by the next 12 months? Oh, sorry.
We're gonna, Kruse, just hold the mic, okay? Hold it,
Just
right?
the last sentence.
Yeah, no, all right, okay.
Will WHO be able to talk the African countries into saying a yay to the proposal the next 12 months?
I don't know the details backdoor, but what we can say is that it was the African countries to whom we owe the gratitude of having implemented this Article 3 in the first place. They said at the time in 2005, we are not going to vote for the international health regulations without such a safeguard of Article 3. And human rights, yes, the protection of human dignity and human rights and basic human liberties. And so I think there's a deep sense in the African countries of a historic betrayal, and they don't trust this organization because it's another form of modern colonialism. And I think they're doing a great job also for us in opposing this.
One question to Elsa Widding about the green climate change and the green economy. Some months ago, I read in internet in some conspiracy web pages that some countries like Nigeria or Ghana or New Zealand, they were actually kind of bribed or encouraged to drop like exploitation of minerals and oil and fossil fuels in change of economic support. And the thing they discovered after that was that the economy went like down, like people didn't come to work, they didn't have pride in their work, etc., etc. So I think when the tourism and international global trade depends upon oil, transport of people, of goods, how can this green, has anyone done any research of how the green climate change and the green economy has actually destroyed economy, destroyed investment, profits, investments, innovations, and that if the economy is going up or down after this? In Norway, they want to take 200,000 people from oil business and into green economy, like some parties say, but is it possible? How can this economy be?
And the last question goes to this gentleman. I'm so sorry for all of you that didn't get the mic, but okay, here you go.
First of all, I must say thank you to all these people that has been on the stage. Give them a huge applause. My name is Tom Christianes. I'm actually working with decentralized finance, but I have a question to you, Alexandra. It's about the Restrict Act in USA. After Elon Musk has opened Twitter for Twitter Spaces, there's a lot of activity. And I have heard that even though the senators in the Senate in the United States, they don't know the content of the Restrict Act, how are you doing, or how do you influence the politicians in the United States to stop the Restrict Act? I don't know if you know about the Restrict Act, but it affects all of what you have told here today. That's a question for you, Alexandra.
Okay, maybe I will give a short answer to that first question. Well, I think we are in a change, actually. As I said previously, a couple of years ago, the World Bank, or still the World Bank doesn't finance investments for poor countries. They don't finance fossil fuel investments, but now there are large interest from other countries to do so, who wants to become popular and gain influence. So I think this is also why the curve is not going down, and why, I mean, we know pretty well, also from International Energy Agency, what's going to happen in terms of emissions, at least for the coming decades. So I don't know if that's an answer to your question, but my simple answer is that even though the Western world won't help out, there are other countries that will. But of course, within this COP meetings, for example, there's always negotiations. The poor countries, some of them don't even have their own universities, and still they are very keen on, of course, getting financial support. And as we know, there's an agenda behind everything. So, yeah.
I'm not familiar with the Restrict
Restrict Act that you were not deeply familiar, and I think I know what it is about. But in general, freedom of speech is under attack, obviously, because the other side doesn't like that we can talk freely, and actually we have gained access to each other internationally. That's what's under attack in many countries. Now, in the US, it's difficult for them to attack it directly because we have First Amendment in the Constitution that protects our free speech. And so they're trying to do it in a variety of other, subversive ways. We also have the Second Amendment, which protects the First Amendment, which is the right to bear arms. And so that's why it's very difficult to get something like this through in the United States. And I think for us, we just have to be aware of it. As I said again, we will find the information that's truthful, seek the truth constantly, and talk to each other, organize each other, educate each other, and that's how we protect ourselves from these kinds of things.
Okay, I think that wraps up.
Yes, I think that wraps up our panel, says Jonathan. And do you want this or shall I start it? And I would like to thank all the great contribution to everyone on the panel and previous presentation and in the audience. We might as well stay together because we don't have much time to close it. And I would like to share one thing that is actually related to the very last question. We were talking about how to influence politicians. We were talking about how to talk to the neighbors effectively. So at global, at national, at local, at family, at individual level, these are all questions, and that is not hopeless. Let me just bring one single example very quickly. Christiane, if I can make it work. Yeah, hopefully. We have mentioned the digital currency marching ahead, the initiative marching ahead globally. Everyone wants to bring it. And how much one politician can do.
Itself, when it was clear that we were seeing an
inflationary
upturn, said that it was transitory.
It's a good example. Christiane, I would need help to get it going. Or someone. I wanna get it. No?
Maybe that's just Please.
Okay. So let me just play this.
That would just work itself out. And so they did not act when they should have. They got behind the curve, and so as inflation continued to spike and continue to be a huge problem for our economy, they responded by hiking rates very, very rapidly. That's done a lot of things to hurt a lot of people, but it has put a lot of pressure on the banking sector in particular. And so we had recently this issue with the Silicon Valley Bank, which was bailed out. I mean, this is a bank that had invested in a lot of long-term bonds that were no longer profitable because the interest rates have gone up. They also did things like focused a lot on ESG and DEI and didn't do appropriate risk management. So they ended up being in a situation where they were insolvent. And so the Fed, because this is a bank that is very politically connected with people in Silicon Valley, the Fed and the Treasury Department bailed it out. Now, they try to say it's not a bailout because they say it's going to be paid for by banking fees. But who pays the banking fees? Customers. So you're going to pay more for fees to do banking.
Yes, so let me stop it here just to
reinforce. This is Governor DeSantis, right? So not a conspiracy theorist, not an analyst. He's standing there as a governor from the United States of America and talking for his own state. And what happened, for instance, and Andrew also and everyone who is in politics, it has an influence on all the other states, on all the other countries, on all the people who are concerned about the coming financial system. Because it doesn't matter in a way that we've been saying it for decades. Of course it does, because that's how we know it. But when someone like that comes forward, let it be a single person in the parliament, Andrew, if someone comes forward and fights it at the parliament, and we can talk about MEPs in the European Parliament, we can talk about people in every single country who in their position are capable of standing up and putting things forward, that's very important. So while we do need to look at, and I'm coming to that as well, bottom up, for a peaceful transition, we do need to have the decision makers coming forward and coupling the mankind, with our will and supporting each other. So thank you for everyone who stands up in those difficult buildings. Right. Thank you. And I'm not gonna play it because we don't have the time, but it's worth listening to. He ends up introducing the plan for new regulations to stop any kind of digital currency in his state. So this is wonderful. We need to get his message out as well as everyone else's who is on our side. So let me go back, because this is talking about the politicians. Legals are working like Philipp. I know Philipp from sleepy April morning when he was talking in the court next to Zurich Lake on an alternative TV channel in 2020 already, saying that we need to protect children. That was the first time I saw Philipp, and ever since, with many other committed legal experts standing and working day and night to make sure that justice finds its place, that justice finds its balance again, right? So, big thank you to them. And there are several others, like Philipp. I could mention Silvia Behrendt on WHO. You mentioned James Rogowski, or Renata Holzeisen, who has filed the nullification of both Comirnaty and Moderna jabs with the European Court of Justice. So there are several cases in progress. One thing, what we always say and what we can see and experience, that without the change of public opinion, all these events, all these actions are in vain. Because until the ones in power feel the pressure from the communities, from us, from people, we are not going to change their attitude. So we do need to make sure that we, as every single individual, do our parts. We reach out to as many as possible. And I'm not going to go into details on this. Let me just bring up one single chart here to keep it short, if I find that. Yes, it's this one. Talking about individual duty and responsibility. One thing I tend to bring is this, what to do, what can I do? I'm just only one single person. I don't know how many times you've heard it from people, or how many times you yourselves feel it. But when it is said by 7 billion people, right, then it has some sort of grotesque feeling attached to it. So I think, and what we hope at any event, especially after a wonderful day like this, together, that every one of you and everyone in front of the screens can find something to do, something that you can take up. If it's only talking to the neighbor, or not the neighbor, but the cat, even that is something. Anything little matters. As we said at the beginning, truth is not measured in quantity, but in quality. So getting the truth out, that's very important. Yes. No matter how you can do that, no matter how little you think it is, adding to the bucket. They keep saying use cash. Anyone who has some sort of money can use cash. Just one more payment by cash rather than card, that already helps. Anything you can imagine or do and inspire others to do will help. So on that note, I would like to thank again the organizers, Thomas Middleton, I don't know when. And Oracle, Philipp, are you there? And I would like to thank the moderators very much who have been standing the ground and running the show, Jonathan and Aga. Please stand up. And someone who was working in the background day and night, Lisa Schembeck, where are you there? Thank you so much. And all the local team and helpers and supporters, I wouldn't want to highlight anyone. Would you please stand up? And Christian also, who's hiding here behind the curtain, but makes everything work. And last but not least, thank you for the ones who have donated. Thank you for the ones who have bought their tickets, because this is essential part. We need to make sure that we use money for the right purpose. And we will make sure that the money spent on this conference will go to the right place. So thank you everyone for supporting. Please keep on supporting us. That's how we can work, all of us here. And one last word, Andrew. Enjoying
Thank
the
you.
audience.
You're very generous. You're very generous. It's a very last word. No is a very small word. But if enough people say, you know what we're facing, you know the challenges for all of our countries, if enough of us say no, it will not happen. Just say no. Yes. Thank you.
And to help spreading the word, what we have committed to and been working towards in Europe as Children's Health Defense Europe is bringing material, bringing knowledge analysis in other languages as well. So we'll take the conference material and we will get them subtitled in multiple languages. Now we already have 13 European languages available on our website. I think we need Norwegian translators volunteering. Lisa would know it better, but it's always welcome. So if you speak other languages, that's how we can get the word out. It's very important, but the recording, the sessions will be available very soon. And I hope to see you soon. I hope you have a lot to take with you, and wish everyone all the best, and thanks again.